everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Code I wanted to be a salted fish plundering multiversal technology, starting from Marvel Chapter 85 to 108, Chapter 84, The Awakening of Bumblebee, The Prelude unfolds 1955 words for advanced chapters / Patreon. com/handsome duck god bonus chapter. The energy radiating from the spark faded slowly, like a tide pulling back from shore. The flow of blue-white light that had wrapped the yellow sports car for hours grew thinner, dimmer, until it was just a faint shimmer on the surface of the metal. Then it was gone entirely, and the mechanical body that had undergone the spark's baptism sat in silence, emitting a soft, residual glow. Ethan watched from 3 meters away. Close enough to see. Far enough to react. Then Bumblebee transformed. It didn't happen gradually. The car didn't slowly unfold like a piece of origami. Panels shifted. Joints articulated. Components that had been a hood became a chest. Wheels that had been wheels became shoulders. The entire structure reorganized itself with a mechanical complexity so dense and so fast that Ethan's enhanced brain could barely track the individual steps. 300,000 prestige points, he thought, watching the transformation complete. Worth every one. The thing standing in the center of the laboratory was 5 meters tall. Its proportions were broader and heavier than the armor, built for a different kind of combat. And its eyes, 2 basketball-sized optical sensors set into a broad, expressive face, were glowing with a soft blue light. Those eyes moved. They swept the laboratory. The instruments. The walls. The ceiling. Taking everything in with the curious, darting attention of something that had just been born, and was seeing the world for the first time. Then they found Ethan. The 5-meter transformer looked down at the human standing at its feet, and something shifted behind those optical sensors. Not hostility. Recognition. This small creature is my master. The knowledge was built into its architecture. Hard-coded by the system. The spark hadn't just given Bumblebee intelligence. It had given it purpose, and that purpose began and ended with the person who'd placed the spark on its chassis. But knowing that intellectually and feeling it in the moment were different things. Ethan had watched these machines in his Earth Prime memories. He knew what transformers were capable of. The strength. The speed. The combat power that could level buildings and tear through military hardware like paper. If this newborn decided to attack, the super soldier serum wouldn't save him. Not against 5 meters of alien-engineered metal with the processing power to dismantle a tank. His body was tense. His weight was on the balls of his feet. Every enhanced muscle fiber was ready to move. Bumblebee leaned down. Carefully. With the deliberate gentleness of something very large trying very hard not to frighten something very small. It extended one massive hand toward Ethan, palm up. Fingers open. Submission. Ethan looked at the hand. Looked at the glowing eyes. Looked at the open, almost childlike expression on the mechanical face. Then he placed his hand on Bumblebee's palm. The effect was immediate. The moment contact was made, the tension in Bumblebee's frame dissolved. The optical sensors brightened. And the 5-meter transformer straightened up and began bouncing on the spot with the uninhibited joy of a puppy that had just been told it was a good boy. The laboratory shook. Equipment rattled. A coffee mug slid off a workbench and shattered on the floor. Ethan exhaled. And silently catalogued the fact that his newborn transformer had the emotional maturity of a golden retriever, and the physical presence of a small building. Manageable. But trust was one thing. Security was another. Ethan hadn't survived this long by leaving vulnerabilities open. To prevent any possibility of a transformer going rogue, now or in the future, he needed a failsafe. Install a self-destruct protocol in Bumblebee's neural architecture. Understood, sir. Initiating intrusion. The change in Bumblebee was instant. 1 second, the transformer was bouncing happily. The next, its entire body went rigid. The optical sensors, which had been warm and curious, snapped to a hard, hostile blue. Its head swiveled toward the nearest speaker, where J's voice had originated, and its posture shifted from playful to combat-ready with a speed that made Ethan's stomach drop. S voice carried genuine urgency. It has detected my intrusion. Its cybernetic defenses are far beyond my current capability. It is performing a counter-intrusion on my systems. Ethan's blood went cold. Was 100,000 prestige AI. If Bumblebee's counterattack bricked the system Bumblebee. The command was sharp. The voice of a man who'd stared down generals and billionaires, and wasn't going to flinch in front of his own creation. Bumblebee's head turned. Its eyes found Ethan. For a fraction of a second, the transformer held its aggressive posture, clearly displeased at the intrusion into its mind. Then it relaxed. Grudgingly. Like a dog being told to drop something it had caught. Report, Sir, its evolution level is far too high. In my current juvenile state, I cannot breach its neural defenses. The self-destruct protocol cannot be installed unless it voluntarily lowers its barriers. Ethan processed this. And instead of frustration, he felt a sharp spike of satisfaction. An AI designed by the same technological framework that produced Tony Stark's personal assistant in the Marvel Universe, can't hack into Bumblebee's mind, then no hacker on the planet can. No government. No military cyber warfare division. No corporate espionage team. Bumblebee's neural architecture was, by default, unhackable. That was worth knowing. Bumblebee. Ethan looked up at the transformer. I need you to lower your defenses. Voluntarily. The program is installing is a safety measure. It protects both of us. The transformer tilted its head. The gesture was so human, so childlike, that it was easy to forget the thing making it weighed several tons, and could punch through a concrete wall. Then, with visible reluctance, Bumblebee's posture softened. The hostile glow in its eyes dimmed back to warm blue. Sir, barriers have been lowered. Installing the self-destruct protocol now. The process took less than 30 seconds. When it was done, Ethan had a failsafe buried deep in his transformer's neural core. Unremovable by anyone except untriggerable by anyone except Ethan. Insurance. Just in case. He looked up at Bumblebee, who had gone back to examining the laboratory with puppy-like curiosity, and felt the particular exhaustion of a man who'd just become a parent to a 5-meter child made of alien metal. Then he turned to the workbench where the materials for the 3 government armor sets were waiting, and got back to work. A month passed. During that time, Ethan's social media announcement continued to ripple outward, amplified by forces that wanted him to fail. The Aurelian Republic's information warfare apparatus, operating through proxy accounts and paid commentators, pushed the story into every corner of the global internet. Their goal was simple: inflate expectations to the point where anything short of a miracle would be perceived as a failure. It worked. World-renowned figures in the tech industry began weighing in. The CEO of Obsidian Devices, the most valuable consumer electronics company on the planet, went on record: Ethan Mercer's irresponsible claims are an insult to every researcher in the field of artificial intelligence. He is trivializing decades of work by implying that a teenager can achieve what thousands of experts cannot. I strongly suggest he issue a public apology before the press conference and stop wasting the scientific community's time. The statement was calculated. It positioned Mercer against the entire intelligence research establishment, turning a press conference into a referendum on whether one kid could challenge an entire field. Ethan's fans broke into a cold sweat on his behalf. The skeptics gloated. The Aurelian Republic's information ops team congratulated themselves on a job well done. And the press conference arrived. The Northvale Grand Hotel. As a provincial-level state guest house, the Northvale Grand was where the political and business elite of the region came to negotiate, celebrate, and occasionally scheme. It had operated for decades with the quiet, understated confidence of an institution that didn't need to advertise. Today, for the first time in its history, the hotel closed to the public for a single event. Reporters had been arriving since before dawn. National outlets. International correspondents. Independent journalists. Online creators. Camera crews from networks Ethan had never heard of. The venue was packed by 7 in the morning, and the spillover crowd was standing 3 deep in the corridors. Ethan spotted the familiar figure working his way through the crowd and went to meet him. Ryan Calloway looked good. Better than good. The haunted, broke reporter who'd filmed the reactor press conference on his own camera and uploaded it with his own savings was gone. In his place was a man who carried himself with the quiet confidence of someone whose professional gamble had paid off spectacularly. Ryan looked Ethan up and down and clicked his tongue. Does that serum come with a cosmetic upgrade? Because you look like you aged 3 years and gained 20 pounds of muscle since the last time I saw you. Ethan blinked. Then punched Ryan's shoulder lightly and laughed. Get out of here. My frame can't handle a punch from you anymore. You'd put me through the wall. Ryan turned to survey the packed venue. Your Excellency, great scientist Mercer, your reputation precedes you. One social media post, and half the country's press corps shows up. Ethan spread his hands. Most of them are here because of my previous reputation. As for intelligent robotics. Besides you, how many people in this room actually believe it's possible? Ryan grinned. I never said I believed it either. A group of reporters nearby watched the two of them talking with undisguised envy. Ryan Calloway, the nobody from a city television station, who'd somehow become the personal journalist of the most important person in the Republic. The luck of it was infuriating. Except it wasn't luck. It was a bet, made twice, and won both times. And every reporter in the room knew it. None of them believed Ethan could deliver on the intelligent robotics claim. The concept was too ambitious. Too far beyond current science. The reactor was physics. The armor was engineering. The serum was biology. But artificial intelligence. Creating a mechanical entity capable of independent thought. That was playing God. It had been less than 2 months since the Aurelian operation. In that time, the kid was claiming to have created something that would take the global research community decades. Who does he think he is? They thought. You can't mold a clay figure, breathe on it, and call it alive. But they came anyway. Because even if Ethan produced nothing today, even if the entire press conference was a spectacular failure, it wouldn't diminish his standing by a single degree. The reactor. The armor. The serum. 3 inventions that had reshaped the global balance of power. Based on those alone, Ethan Mercer had earned a status in the Republic that was essentially untouchable. As long as he didn't commit treason, the government would grant him virtually anything he asked for. The question wasn't whether Mercer mattered. The question was whether the kid who'd done the impossible 3 times could do it a 4th. A commotion near the entrance drew Ethan's attention. Director Graves was striding into the venue with a bureau security detail, his expression carrying the specific intensity of a man who'd been briefed on something the rest of the room hadn't. Seeing Graves arrive, Ethan didn't hesitate. He clapped Ryan on the shoulder, turned, and walked back to the stage. The press conference was about to begin. Chapter 86, Chapter 85, Bumblebee appears, outdated, autonomous driving 1691 words for advanced chapters /Patreon. com/handsomeduckgod. Ethan walked to the center of the stage. The room went silent. Not gradually, the way a crowd settles when a speaker approaches a podium. Instantly. Like someone had hit mute on 1,000 people at once. Standing under the lights, looking out at the packed ballroom of the Northvale Grand Hotel, Ethan felt the weight of the moment settle onto his shoulders. He remembered his first press conference. A rented factory. 2 stools. 1 reporter who'd been sent because nobody else would go. The press area, had been a corner with a folding table and a workbench. He remembered the second one. The verification meeting at the military compound, where the reporters had come not because they believed in him, but because Adrian Voss's connections had made it awkward to refuse. Every camera in the room had been pointed at him with the specific energy of people waiting to watch someone fail. And now, here in a provincial state guesthouse packed to capacity, with foreign correspondents from a dozen countries, network cameras broadcasting live to half the planet, and a security detail from the Bureau of Internal Affairs lining the walls, not a single person in the room dared to ignore him. In the front row, Ryan Calloway caught Ethan's eye and waved. The gesture snapped Ethan out of his reverie. He cleared his throat. "Hello, everyone. My name is Ethan Mercer. I think most of you already know why we're here today, and what's being unveiled. So I'll skip the preamble." He turned and gestured toward the curtained entrance at the back of the stage. "Allow me to introduce today's main attraction. Bumblebee." The curtain parted. A sports car rolled out from behind the stage. It moved slowly, deliberately, as if it understood the theatrics of a reveal. The stage lights caught its panels and threw reflections across the ballroom ceiling. Every head in the room turned, and the murmurs that followed carried a frequency that had nothing to do with robotics. The car was beautiful. Not beautiful the way expensive cars are beautiful, where the design says money, and the proportions say engineering. This was different. The lines were sculpted, organic, as if the vehicle had been shaped by hand rather than drafted on a computer. Bright yellow, a shade so saturated it seemed to glow under the lights. Low-slung, wide-stanced, with a profile that managed to look both aggressive and playful at the same time. Nothing like it had ever been manufactured. Not by any automaker in the Republic. Not by any company in the world. Because the design came from a universe that didn't exist here. That car is gorgeous. I've never seen anything like it. Is that a concept model? If that went into production, every sports car manufacturer on the planet would go bankrupt. Did Professor Mercer design this himself? The aesthetics alone are years ahead of anything on the market. Ethan heard the reactions and had to suppress a grin. He'd expected the car itself to draw attention, but the intensity of the response caught him off guard. The system had been thorough, as always. In a world where Transformers had never been imagined, the Camaro-inspired body that housed Bumblebee was as alien and striking as the technology inside it. While the audience was still processing the car's design, a different set of voices rose from the crowd. "Professor Mercer, didn't you promise us an intelligent robot? I see a stunning vehicle, but where's the robotics? Is this the product launch, or are you showing off your personal ride first to warm up the crowd?" Ethan let the questions pile up. He'd learned, over the past several months, that the most effective demonstrations were the ones where the audience's expectations were lowest right before the reveal. "Everyone, no need to speculate." He paused. "This car is the protagonist of today's press conference." The ballroom erupted. 1,000 people tried to talk at once. The noise bounced off the hotel's ornate ceiling and came back as a wall of confused, skeptical, borderline hostile sound. "You said intelligent robot. What does a sports car have to do with artificial intelligence? Is he stalling? Did the project fail?" In the second row, director Nathan Graves closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. He'd accompanied Ethan to enough public events by now to recognize the pattern. The kid had a gift for making himself look like an idiot in the first 5 minutes, and then making everyone else look like idiots for the remaining 55. But knowing the pattern didn't make it any less stressful to watch in real time. Graves knew Ethan's schedule. He'd tracked every delivery, every lab session, every piece of material that had entered and exited the factory over the past 2 months. And the numbers were absurd. 3 complete battle armor sets and their reactors had already been delivered to the Valerian government. If the intelligent robot was also real, it meant Ethan had built 3 suits of powered armor, 3 fusion reactors, and developed a functional AI and autonomous robotic platform in 60 days. Even a factory production line couldn't match that output, Graves thought. How is one person doing this? The answer, though Graves didn't know it, was J. With the artificial intelligence handling fabrication optimization, material processing, and quality control, what had previously taken Ethan a month of solo work per armor set now took less than a week. The AI didn't sleep, didn't lose focus, and didn't make errors. It just built, continuously and perfectly, while Ethan focused on the higher-order design work. On stage, Ethan watched the skepticism ripen. A few of the sharper reporters had already caught the detail he'd been waiting for them to notice, and he could see the realization spreading through the room like a slow-motion wave. I don't know if everyone noticed, he said, but from the moment it entered the stage, this vehicle has been displaying its intelligence. The room went quiet again. Not silent this time. The quiet of 1,000 people simultaneously rewinding their memory of the last 30 seconds. Then a reporter near the back shot to her feet. There was no driver. The words cut through the room like a blade. She's right. I was watching the windshield the entire time. Nobody was behind the wheel. From the backstage to the center of the stage. The whole distance. No driver. It's autonomous. The brief shock gave way, almost immediately, to dismissal. Autonomous driving. That was the intelligence Ethan Mercer had promised. Every major automaker in the world had some version of self-driving technology in development. Several had already deployed limited versions in consumer vehicles. It was impressive engineering, certainly, but it was hardly revolutionary. And it was nowhere close to what anyone would call intelligent robotics. If this was all Ethan had, he'd just embarrassed himself on a global stage. The Valerian reporters held their tongues. They'd been burned before, mocked Ethan early, then eaten their words when the reveal landed. Nobody wanted to be the person who called the fusion reactor a hoax on day one. So they waited, skeptical but cautious. The Aurelian Republic reporters had no such restraint. The relationship between Ethan Mercer and the Aurelian press had been adversarial since the day their government's operatives had tried to kidnap his uncle and steal his armor. What had once been professional skepticism had curdled into something personal, fueled by national embarrassment, and the very specific resentment that comes from watching a teenager humiliate your entire intelligence apparatus on live television. The first Aurelian correspondent stood up with the energy of a man who'd been waiting for this moment. Mercer, are you playing a joke on the world? A second followed immediately. Autonomous driving technology was successfully commercialized over a decade ago. Multiple companies across several nations have had this capability for years. A third, you promised intelligent robotics. What you've shown is a self-parking car. The gap between those two things is the gap between a calculator and a human brain. A fourth, louder than the rest, Mr. Mercer, your contributions to physics and biology are undeniable. But that does not give you license to deceive the entire world. Is this the kind of integrity that Valerian scientists are known for? The last question wasn't about the car. It was about the country. And it landed in the room like a lit match in a pool of gasoline. The Valerian reporters erupted. Shut your mouth. Insulting Professor Mercer. You're not qualified to tie his shoes. You want to talk about autonomous driving being outdated? Your own country's self-driving cars were crashing into pedestrians 2 weeks ago. Fix your own problems before you criticize ours. This is Valerian soil, and that is a Valerian scientist. Show some respect or get out. The ballroom descended into chaos. Aurelian correspondents shouted back. Valerian reporters stood up. Camera operators scrambled to capture the confrontation. The bureau security detail along the walls shifted their weight but didn't intervene. Graves, in the second row, watched the melee with the expression of a man who'd seen this movie before and knew exactly how it ended. On stage, Ethan stood at the podium, hands behind his back, and waited. He let the argument run for about 30 seconds. Long enough for the cameras to capture the Aurelian reporter's contempt. Long enough for the sound bites to circulate. long enough for every viewer watching the global broadcast to form an opinion about who was being reasonable and who wasn't. Then he leaned into the microphone. "If everyone's finished." The room quieted. Not because his voice was loud. Because his tone carried the specific, calm authority of a man who was about to prove a point that would make this entire argument irrelevant. "I appreciate the passion on both sides. But I think the quickest way to settle this is to let Bumblebee speak for itself." He turned to the yellow car sitting motionless at center stage. "Bumblebee. Say hello." Chapter 87, Chapter 86, Ethan's Shout, the Autobot appears 1365 words. For advanced chapters/Patreon. com/HandsomeDuckGod. The Valerian reporters were already on their feet. Ethan had watched the argument unfold with the patience of a man holding a royal flush while everyone else at the table bickered about the ante. The Aurelian correspondence had been vicious, deceiving the entire world. Is this the integrity Valerian scientists are known for? And the Valerian press had fired back with the kind of raw, patriotic fury that turned a ballroom into a barroom. And Ethan had let it run. Not because he enjoyed watching journalists scream at each other, though privately he did. But because every second of that argument was being broadcast to a global audience, and every second gave viewers more time to form an opinion about who was being arrogant and who was being attacked. By the time he leaned into the microphone and said "say hello," the entire world was watching. Now he just needed Bumblebee to cooperate. 1 second. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. The yellow sports car sat on the stage, gleaming under the ballroom lights, and did absolutely nothing. Ethan felt a vein pulse in his temple. "You have got to be kidding me." 10 seconds. The car was a statue. A very expensive, very yellow, very unresponsive statue. In the audience, the Aurelian reporters recovered from the brief moment of anticipation and began to grin. Then to chuckle. Then to laugh openly, the sound carrying through the ballroom like a wave of vindication. What is he doing? Is the great scientist Mercer talking to a car? This is the genius who invented nuclear fusion. He's having a conversation with a pile of sheet metal. Perhaps our Valerian colleagues can explain what we're witnessing. They were singing his praises rather loudly a moment ago. The Valerian reporters went red. Every one of them. They didn't understand what Ethan was doing any more than the Aurelians did, and the second-hand embarrassment was physically painful. If Ethan hadn't already invented 3 world-changing technologies, they'd be calling for a psychiatric evaluation. In the second row, director Nathan Graves sat with his arms crossed and his expression neutral. Unlike everyone else in the room, he wasn't panicking. He'd known Ethan Mercer long enough to understand a simple truth: this kid did not make empty promises. Every single time, the reactor, the armor, the serum, the laser, the pattern was identical. Mockery, disbelief, dramatic pause, then a reveal that made every skeptic in the room want to crawl under their chair. Whatever was happening on that stage, it had a purpose. Graves was content to wait. Ethan, however, was rapidly running out of patience. He turned away from the audience, walked to the car, and leaned down until his face was level with the rearview mirror. "Bumblebee." His voice was low, tight, and very much not for public consumption. "I don't know what's going on with you right now, but I need you to understand the situation. There are 400 people in this room. There are cameras broadcasting to every country on the planet. I told the world you were intelligent robotics. If you make me look like a lunatic talking to a car, I swear to God," Ethan's jaw clenched. "I am asking you nicely. Just stand up, wave, do something, and I will buy you the most expensive premium fuel on the market. Top shelf. Whatever you want." The car sat there, possibly enjoying itself. The laughter in the ballroom had reached a crescendo. Even some of the Valerian reporters were struggling to maintain straight faces. The Aurelian correspondents were wiping tears from their eyes. "What the F is this really happening? The man who fought his way out of the Aurelian Republic single-handedly is begging a car to wake up. Ha ha ha, please, someone, forgive my ignorance, but can anyone explain what the incredibly brilliant Professor Mercer is doing right now? Perhaps our Valerian colleagues have an answer. They seemed very confident a few minutes ago. The Valerian press corps looked like they wanted the floor to swallow them whole. On stage, Ethan straightened up. The pleading approach had failed. The bribery approach had failed. Time for the nuclear option. He drew his foot back and kicked the driver's side door. You little punk, the sound rang through the ballroom like a gunshot. 400 heads snapped toward the stage. If you don't get up right now, another kick. The car rocked on its suspension. I will drag 3 guys in here with full bladders and have them piss on your hood. The ballroom went silent for exactly 1 second. Then it erupted. The Aurelian reporters were howling. Shoulders shaking, faces red, cameras forgotten. One correspondent had his head in his hands, wheezing. Another was recording on his phone, already composing the caption. In their eyes, Ethan Mercer had officially lost his mind. The genius who'd cracked fusion and built powered armor was threatening to urinate on a sports car. The Valerian reporters sat in mortified silence, silently composing their resignations from journalism. Graves, in the second row, allowed himself a single, quiet exhale. The corner of his mouth twitched. Any second now. And then the laughter stopped. Not gradually. Not trailing off. It stopped like someone had reached into the room and ripped the sound out of the air. Because the car was moving. Not rolling. Not being driven. The hood split along a seam that hadn't been there before. The doors folded outward at angles that no hinge could explain. The rear quarter panels separated, rotated, and locked into new configurations. The roof lifted, split, and reconfigured into something that looked less like a car part, and more like a shoulder plate. Every piece of the vehicle was in motion. Hundreds of components, thousands of joints, actuators, and servos all moving simultaneously in a choreography so complex it made the brain hurt to watch. Metal slid against metal. Gears clicked. Panels rotated, telescoped, and interlocked. The transformation wasn't fast. It was deliberate. Each phase flowing into the next with the mechanical precision of a machine that had been designed by a civilization with thousands of years of engineering superiority over anything this planet had ever produced. The chassis rose. The wheelbase narrowed. The engine block relocated. The hood and fender assemblies reconfigured into something wide and segmented. The whisper came from somewhere in the middle rows. What is that? Do you see, it's changing shape. The car is literally, it's forming limbs. Those are limbs. The sports car that had been sitting motionless on the stage 30 seconds ago was gone. In its place stood something that no one in the room, no one in the country, no one on the planet had ever seen before. 5 meters tall. Bright yellow. Armored plates layered across its frame like the scales of a mechanical predator. Basketball-sized optical sensors glowed blue in a face that was somehow expressive despite being made entirely of metal. The ballroom chandelier, which had seemed impressively large when the event started, now hung level with the thing's chest. Bumblebee stood on the stage at the Northvale Grand Hotel, looked down at 400 frozen humans, and tilted its head with the unmistakable curiosity of a very large child examining a very small ant farm. The silence was absolute. Then Graves, in the second row, leaned back in his chair, and let out the breath he'd been holding for 3 minutes. There it is. Beside him, the Valerian press corps sat in stunned, vindicated, trembling silence. The Aurelian correspondents had stopped laughing. Several of them had stopped breathing. One had dropped his phone. On the stage, Ethan straightened his jacket, walked back to the podium, and looked out at the audience with the specific expression of a man who had known exactly how this was going to end. Ladies and gentlemen. He gestured to the 5-meter mechanical giant standing behind him. Allow me to properly introduce Bumblebee. This is intelligent robotics. Chapter 88, Chapter 87, The Restroom Threat, Bumblebee performs 1736 words for advanced chapters /Patreon. com/handsomeduckgod. For approximately 10 seconds, nobody in the ballroom breathed. 400 people stared up at the 5-meter mechanical figure standing on the stage of the Northvale Grand Hotel, and 400 brains collectively failed to process what they were seeing. A Valerian reporter was the first to recover. He stood up on shaky legs, eyes wide, voice barely above a whisper. Is this actually real? The whisper broke the seal. Voices erupted across the room. A car just turned into a robot. A car just— did everyone see that? Did that actually happen? Who would have even imagined hiding a robot inside a car? The concept alone is insane, let alone building the thing. This is Professor Mercer. Of course it's real. Of course it is. In the second row, Graves allowed his expression to remain neutral while his mind ran at full speed. He'd seen the armor fly. He'd watched the serum turn a teenager into something beyond human. He'd authorized missile strikes and read after-action reports from the Aurelian Republic incident that still gave him headaches. But linking a vehicle to a sentient robot, a machine that transformed between the two forms, was something that didn't fit into any existing framework. Not engineering, not AI, not defense technology. This was a category that didn't have a name yet. The fact that Ethan had conceived of it, the fact that the idea itself, a car that becomes a robot, had apparently never occurred to any scientist, engineer, or fiction writer in the history of this world was another. Where does he get these ideas? The Valerian reporter who'd broken the silence was now on his feet, grinning ear to ear, turning on the Aurelian correspondents with undisguised glee. Foreign press. Why so quiet all of a sudden? Weren't you laughing 30 seconds ago? Go on, keep laughing. Professor Mercer was right. A bunch of people who don't know what they're looking at. You had the nerve to call him arrogant. To call him narrow-minded. Look at that thing and tell me who's narrow-minded. Learn some manners. And maybe some shame while you're at it. The Aurelian reporters sat in the specific silence of people who'd been caught on the wrong side of history, and knew it. Their faces were stiff. Their jaws were set. But they weren't done. One of them straightened his tie and spoke up, his voice carrying the brittle defiance of a man who'd rather double down than admit he was wrong. Impressive engineering, sure. But he called it intelligent robotics. Heads turned. As far as I can see, that thing hasn't moved since it stood up. It's a statue. A very large, very expensive statue. Another Aurelian reporter seized the lifeline, exactly. Anyone can build a machine that transforms. The question is whether it thinks. Even the CEO of Nexus Computing said publicly that true artificial intelligence is impossible in this era. If the largest technology company on the planet says it can't be done, who is Mercer to claim otherwise? I think we should all wait to see whether this robot does anything besides stand there before we start applauding. It was a fair point, technically. And Ethan, standing at the podium, knew it. He also knew why Bumblebee was frozen. Unlike the Transformers from the Earth Prime memories, battle-hardened warriors from a civilization millions of years old, the Bumblebee standing on this stage had been born less than a week ago. His spark had activated in a dark laboratory with exactly one person present. His entire life experience consisted of a few days of calibration tests, a self-destruct protocol installation that had briefly turned hostile, and a car ride to a hotel. Now he was standing in front of 400 screaming humans, dozens of cameras, and a global audience measured in the hundreds of millions. He was terrified. The mechanical giant stood locked in place, optical sensors forward, every actuator rigid. Stage fright, rendered in 5 meters of alien engineering. Great, Ethan thought. I built a transformer, and it has performance anxiety. He needed to get Bumblebee moving. And since gentle encouragement and premium fuel bribes hadn't worked, there was only one card left to play. He clapped his hands, stepped to the front of the stage, and addressed the audience with a bright, completely inappropriate smile. "Hey, everyone. Quick suggestion. How about a halftime break? Anyone who needs to use the restroom, now's a great time." 400 people stared at him. Halftime break. The press conference had been running for less than 30 minutes. What kind of restroom break was this? But on stage, the 5-meter mechanical figure twitched. Its head rotated. The basketball-sized optical sensors swiveled down toward Ethan with an expression that, despite being rendered entirely in metal and light, was unmistakably resentful. Then Bumblebee spoke. The voice filled the ballroom. Deep, resonant, with a slightly petulant edge that no pre-recorded audio system on the planet could replicate. "Can you please stop using the restroom threat every time you want me to do something? My chassis is very sensitive. That kind of acidic liquid will genuinely cause corrosion damage." The ballroom went silent. Not the excited silence of a crowd waiting for a reveal. Not the tense silence of a confrontation. The broken silence of several hundred human beings whose understanding of what machines could and could not do had just been shattered beyond repair. A robot had spoken. In natural, conversational language. With attitude. Bumblebee, realizing that every pair of eyes in the room was now locked on him, shrank his massive shoulders and ducked his head, a 5-meter mechanical giant trying to make himself smaller. The movement was so distinctly, absurdly human that several reporters in the front row made involuntary sounds. Then the room detonated. What the IT talks? It's speaking fluently. Perfect grammar, natural cadence, that's not a voice synthesizer, that's language comprehension. This is a miracle. An actual, literal miracle. The Aurelian reporters reacted with the speed of professionals whose narrative had just been destroyed, and who needed to build a new one immediately. Pre-recorded. It's obviously pre-recorded audio synced to head movements. This proves nothing. Any competent programmer could. The Valerian press didn't even bother arguing. They just pointed at the stage, where Bumblebee was still standing with his shoulders hunched, and his head tucked, looking for all the world like a giant mechanical child who'd been caught doing something embarrassing. Pre-recorded. Pre-recorded. Does pre-recorded audio come with facial expressions? Does it come with body language? If you can't see what's in front of your face, get your eyes checked. Actually, forget your eyes. Get your brains checked. There's a hospital 2 kilometers from here, take a cab. Ethan, watching the chaos from the podium, raised his hand. The room quieted. Since some of our international colleagues remain skeptical, he said, his voice carrying the particular calm of a man who'd been waiting for exactly this objection, I'd like to invite one of them to come up and interview Bumblebee directly. Ask him anything you want. See for yourself. The Aurelian reporter who'd been loudest about the pre-recorded theory hesitated for exactly 2 seconds, then stood and walked to the stage. His expression said he was going to expose a fraud. His body language said he was walking into a lion's den, and he knew it. He stopped about 3 meters from Bumblebee, looked up at the towering yellow figure, and cleared his throat. Big Yellow. Bumblebee's optical sensors narrowed. The giant's voice was polite but carried a distinct chill. My name is not Big Yellow. That's what people call their dogs. Laughter rippled through the ballroom. The reporter's neck went red. Bumblebee wasn't finished. Furthermore, my creator stated my name 21 times during this event. The fact that you failed to retain it suggests significant short-term memory degradation. The laughter got louder. Based on available data, I'd recommend a cognitive assessment. The nearest neurological clinic to the Northvale Grand Hotel is approximately 2.5 kilometers southwest. Estimated taxi fare. The ballroom erupted. Not scattered laughter. Not chuckles. Reporters doubled over. Camera operators shook. Even the bureau security detail along the walls cracked smiles. Did you hear that? Go get checked out. The robot just diagnosed him live on international television. Somebody call him a cab. Don't wait too long, it might get worse. The Aurelian reporter's face had gone from red to a shade of purple that suggested his blood pressure was doing things his doctor would not approve of. He opened his mouth, closed it, and turned toward the stairs with the rigid dignity of a man who had just been publicly dismantled by a machine, and was trying very hard not to run. But what silenced the laughter, what turned the comedy into something closer to awe, was what Bumblebee did next. After delivering the roast with perfect comedic timing, the 5-meter transformer turned his massive head toward Ethan and winked. One optical sensor dimmed briefly while the other stayed bright. Deliberate. The mechanical equivalent of a comedian breaking character to share a joke with the audience. The laughter died. Not because it wasn't funny, but because the implications had finally caught up. That wasn't programming. Pre-recorded audio didn't wink at its creator after landing a joke. Voice synthesis didn't choose comedic timing. Pattern-matching algorithms didn't understand the concept of humiliation, or how to weaponize it with surgical precision. The thing standing on that stage understood language. It understood context. It understood humor. It wasn't a robot. Not in any sense the word had ever been used before. If you stripped away the 5 meters of yellow armor plating and replaced it with skin and clothes, not a single person in that ballroom would have guessed they were talking to a machine. The Aurelian reporters sat in their seats and said nothing. There was nothing left to say. On stage, Ethan looked at Bumblebee. Bumblebee looked back at Ethan. The giant's optical sensors were bright, and if a mechanical face could look smug, this one did. Show off, Ethan thought. But he was grinning. Chapter 89, Chapter 88, Assassination, Ethan freezes 1423 words. For advanced chapters /Patreon.com/handsomeduckgod Ryan Calloway started the applause. He was in the front row, exactly where he'd been for every major moment in Ethan Mercer's public career, and his hands moved before his brain could catch up. Thin, rapid clapping that cut through the stunned silence like a starting pistol. His heart was full. Not just excitement or pride, but the bone-deep satisfaction of a man who'd bet everything on a kid the world called a fraud, and had been proven right so many times he'd lost count. The applause spread. One pair of hands became 10, then 50, then every person in the ballroom was on their feet. Even the Aurelian correspondents, some of them, clapped. Not enthusiastically. Not willingly. But the thing standing on that stage had earned it, and they were professional enough to acknowledge what they'd witnessed even if it made them sick to do so. On the stage, Bumblebee stood in the center of the ovation, his optical sensors sweeping the room with the wide, uncertain curiosity of a newborn taking in the world for the first time. The applause seemed to confuse him. He tilted his head, looked at Ethan, and received a small nod that meant, "You did good. Stand there and look impressive." Bumblebee straightened up. His blue optical sensors brightened. For the first time since stepping onto the stage, the giant mechanical figure looked comfortable. While the crowd applauded, several figures in the audience did not. Scattered through the ballroom, seated in press-designated chairs with legitimate credentials hanging from their necks, a handful of journalists showed expressions that didn't match the room. Their hands, under the cover of the applause, moved slowly toward the backpacks at their feet. Along the walls, bureau security personnel caught the movement. Hands went to sidearms. Eyes locked on the targets. Then a quiet voice in their earpieces stopped them. Graves, in the second row, hadn't moved. His expression was calm. His voice was barely above a whisper. I briefed him before the event. With his current capabilities, a few amateurs won't be a problem. Our job right now is protecting the civilians in this room. Focus on that. Let him handle the rest. The agents eased their hands away from their weapons and shifted their attention to the crowd. Graves kept his eyes on the journalists. He'd identified them 2 days ago. Flagged as suspicious during the credentialing process. Background checks had come back clean on the surface, but the Bureau had learned the hard way that clean backgrounds meant nothing when a hostile foreign power was willing to spend 8 figures to compromise people. He'd considered pulling them before the event, but Ethan had talked him out of it. Let them in. If they try something, it'll be on camera. The whole world sees who sent them. The kid was right. He was almost always right. That didn't make it less stressful. The applause was reaching its peak when the moment broke. 3 journalists rose simultaneously. Hands emerged from backpacks. Matte gray objects, crude and angular, the unmistakable shape of pistols. Aimed at the stage. Aimed at Ethan. The first shots cracked through the ballroom before the warning finished. 3 rounds. The sounds were flat and hollow, not the sharp bark of military firearms but something thinner, cheaper. The bullets screamed past Ethan's body, punching through the LED display board behind the stage. Finger-sized holes appeared in the screen, trailing wisps of acrid smoke. Ethan had already moved. The instant the hands came up, he dropped to the stage floor with the speed of a man whose nervous system operated several orders of magnitude faster than any unenhanced humans. The bullets passed through the space where his head and chest had been a quarter second earlier. The ballroom exploded into chaos. Screaming. Chairs overturning. Reporters scrambling for exits, trampling equipment, shoving each other toward the doors. Camera operators abandoned their rigs. The Aurelian correspondents, the Valerian press, the international journalists, every distinction dissolved in the primal, animal panic of a room full of people who'd just heard gunfire. Bureau agents moved. Not toward the exits. Toward the shooters. 3 teams, converging from different vectors, practiced and precise. Graves himself had closed the distance to the nearest assassin in seconds, taking the men down with the kind of efficiency that reminded everyone in the room that the director of the Bureau of Internal Affairs had not always been a bureaucrat. Within 90 seconds, 2 of the assassins were on the ground, restrained. A third was still standing, weapon raised, scanning for a clear shot through the panicked crowd. On the stage, Ethan rose to his feet. He was thinking fast. The first volley had missed because Graves had warned him. He'd known the shooters' positions, known when to expect the attack, and his serum-enhanced reflexes had done the rest. But the speed of his reaction triggered a second thought. How did they get guns past the security scanners? The answer came almost immediately. The sound of the shots. Not the deep, percussive crack of standard firearms. These were fabricated weapons. 3D printed pistols, probably composite polymer construction, built from materials that wouldn't trigger metal detectors or electromagnetic scanners. Effective as a delivery mechanism. But compared to real military-grade firearms, the muzzle velocity and stopping power were significantly reduced. With his serum-enhanced physiology, dodging rounds from weapons like these was trivial. Which means the only shot that could have killed me was the first one. The one I wasn't supposed to know was coming. Thank you, Director Graves. The remaining assassin had repositioned. Through a gap in the stampeding crowd, his line of sight to the stage was clear. He raised the 3D printed pistol with both hands. 3 rounds. A rapid, desperate volley. Ethan watched the bullets come. And didn't move. He stood at the front of the stage with his hands at his sides and a faint, barely visible smile on his lips. The rounds closed the distance. 30 meters. In the audience, Graves had just finished restraining the second shooter, when he looked up and saw Ethan standing motionless on the stage, bullets streaking toward him. His blood turned to ice. What is he doing? The 3D printed rounds were slow by real firearms standards, yes. And Ethan could dodge them easily, yes. But he wasn't dodging. He was standing there, perfectly still, with the same expression he wore when a plan was about to come together. Move, you insane! The bullets reached the stage. And stopped. 8,000 miles east, in the executive residence of the Aurelian Republic, President Elias Kane watched the press conference live stream from behind his desk. The room was dark except for the glow of the screen. Kane preferred it that way. Light was for performances. Thinking happened in the dark. When the first shots rang out and Ethan hit the floor, Kane's expression didn't change. But his fingers, interlocked on the desk in front of him, tightened almost imperceptibly. One clean headshot and this is over. 60 million Aurelian dollars. That was what it had cost to find Valerian citizens willing to commit assassination on live television. Not soldiers. Not agents. Just ordinary people whose debts, addictions, or resentments made them vulnerable to the right offer delivered by the right intermediary. 60 million was nothing. A rounding error on the defense budget. And in exchange, the single greatest threat to Aurelian's strategic dominance would be eliminated on camera, in his own country, by his own people. The optics were devastating. The message was clear. And the technology died with the teenager. Kane had reviewed the operation personally. The 3D printed weapons were elegant, invisible to conventional screening, disposable, untraceable. The assassins had been briefed on Ethan's capabilities: superhuman speed, superhuman reaction time, near immunity to small arms fire against his enhanced musculature. They'd been told they had exactly one chance. A surprise volley before the target could react. The first volley had missed. Kane's jaw tightened. Someone warned him. But the assassins were still firing. And on the screen, Ethan Mercer was standing on the stage, not moving, not dodging, just standing there while bullets flew toward him. For a moment, Kane allowed himself a thin smile. Then the bullets reached the stage, and the smile vanished. Because something very large, very fast, and very yellow had just moved between the bullets and their target. Chapter 90, Chapter 89, Bumblebee Protects His Creator, The Chase 1674 words for advanced chapters /Patreon. com/handsomeduckgod. Ethan's heart was perfectly still. He watched the bullets cross the ballroom. Tracked their trajectories with serum-enhanced perception that turned the world into slow motion. He could have dodged every one of them without breaking a sweat. He didn't. Because the 5-meter figure beside him had already decided that wasn't going to happen. Bumblebee was furious. His intelligence was young. His emotional framework was primitive, built on hard-coded loyalties and instinctual responses that the system had woven into his neural architecture. He didn't understand geopolitics or assassination plots, or the strategic value of letting an attack happen on camera. What he understood was simple: the man who had built him, who had placed the spark on his chassis and brought him to life, who was, in every way that mattered to a newborn intelligence, his father, was being shot at. And Bumblebee could not tolerate that. In the space between one heartbeat and the next, 5 meters of alien-engineered metal moved with a speed that made the serum-enhanced Ethan look slow. Bumblebee crossed the stage in a blur, placed himself between Ethan and the gunfire, and dropped into a crouch that covered his creator's body like a shield. The bullets arrived. Dozens of rounds struck Bumblebee's chassis in rapid succession. The sound was wrong. Not the wet thud of bullets hitting flesh, not the sharp ping of rounds ricocheting off steel. This was something harder, denser, more absolute. The sound of projectiles meeting a material they had no business encountering. The bullets shattered. Not flattened. Not embedded. Shattered. Each round disintegrated on contact with Bumblebee's exterior, fragments scattering like broken glass. The metal that composed his body, transformed by the spark into something that neither Ethan's knowledge nor Jay's analysis could identify, was harder than anything that existed on this planet. The weapon that had dominated every battlefield, every conflict, every act of violence for centuries. The great equalizer. The technology that had shaped the course of human civilization. It had just met its first true counter. The reporters who'd been stampeding toward the exits stopped. A 5-meter robot had just sprinted across a stage, shielded a human being with its body, and taken dozens of bullets without a scratch. The entire sequence, from the first gunshot to the last shattered round, had taken less than 5 seconds. 5 seconds. And in those 5 seconds, the giant had rolled, leaped, and sprinted with the fluid, reactive agility of a living creature. Not the jerky, mechanical precision of a programmed machine. Living movement. Instinctual. Protective. The movement of something that was afraid for someone it loved. The assassins saw Bumblebee's unscathed surface and understood immediately. The mission was over. Whatever that thing was made of, their 3D, printed pistols couldn't scratch it. And the creature that had just absorbed their entire ammunition supply was now standing upright, 5 meters tall, glowing blue eyes locked on them with an expression that was no longer curious or playful. It was angry. Fall back. The lead assassin's voice cracked. The remaining shooters moved with trained coordination, each one seizing the nearest civilian and pressing a gun barrel to their hostage's temple. They retreated toward the ballroom exits in a tight formation, human shield forward, weapons up. Graves, in the center of the room, exhaled. Ethan was safe. That was the priority. Everything else was operational. As for the assassins escaping with hostages, if they managed to get out of the Republic of Valoria, after pulling this stunt on a globally broadcast press conference, Graves would personally dig his own grave and climb in. His only concern now was extracting the hostages without casualties. Bureau agents formed a perimeter. The assassins reached the hotel entrance, commandeered a delivery van idling at the service dock, threw the hostages inside, and peeled out. Graves was reaching for his radio to coordinate the pursuit, when a voice from the stage stopped him. Director Graves. The voice was strained. Leave this. Graves looked up. Bumblebee was crouched on the stage, cradling Ethan against his chest with both massive mechanical arms. The protective instinct that had driven the robot to shield his creator from bullets had not, apparently, included any consideration for the fact that a 5-meter mechanical grip could also crush a human ribcage. Ethan's face was an alarming shade of red. One arm was pinned. The other was flailing. Bumblebee, you're going to kill me. He managed to work one arm free, and rapped his knuckles against the top of Bumblebee's head. Let go, you overgrown tin can. Bumblebee released him instantly. The giant mechanical figure reared back and raised one enormous hand to rub the spot Ethan had hit, optical sensors wide, expression unmistakably hurt. Ethan dropped to his knees on the stage, gasping for air. If I hadn't taken the serum, this idiot would have hugged me to death. He stood up, caught his breath, and delivered a kick to Bumblebee's shin that probably hurt his foot more than it hurt the robot. Stop pouting and get up. We've got work to do. He turned to Graves. Director. Those people came for me. And I have a personal policy. I handle my own problems. Before Graves could form the words, absolutely not, Ethan looked at Bumblebee. Let's go. Time to see how we work together. What happened next made Graves' jaw physically unhinge. Bumblebee transformed. Not slowly, not with the deliberate, theatrical pacing of the earlier reveal. Brutally fast. 5 meters of mechanical warrior collapsed, folded, and reconfigured in a cascade of interlocking movements that took less than 3 seconds. Panels rotated. Limbs telescoped. The torso compressed. And where a giant robot had been standing, a yellow sports car sat on the stage, engine already running, driver's door swinging open. Ethan dropped into the driver's seat. The door closed. Bumblebee's engine screamed. A sound that was deeper, rawer, and more powerful than any combustion engine had a right to produce. The car launched off the stage, hit the ballroom floor, carved a path through the debris of overturned chairs and abandoned equipment, and blasted through the hotel entrance at a speed that left skid marks on the marble. Graves watched the yellow blur disappear into the afternoon traffic. He looked at the skid marks. Looked at the bullet holes in the display board. Looked at the restrained assassins on the ballroom floor. Then he picked up his radio. All units. Stand down on the vehicle pursuit. Professor Mercer is handling it personally. A pause. Yes, I'm serious. No, I can't explain it. Have medical standing by. Not for him. The van was running. Inside, the surviving assassins drove with the specific desperation of people who understood they had approximately zero chance of escaping the country, but were going to try anyway. The hostages sat on the floor of the cargo area, zip-tied and terrified. The assassins had studied Ethan Mercer's file obsessively. They'd watched the Aurelian Republic footage frame by frame. They knew what he could do to train Special Forces operatives with his bare hands. They knew his speed, his strength, his reaction time. What they hadn't planned for was the car. The roar hit them first. A deep, mechanical howl from behind that cut through the traffic noise like a chainsaw through paper. The lead assassin checked the rearview mirror and felt his stomach drop into his shoes. The yellow sports car from the press conference was closing on them at a speed that made the van's floored accelerator feel like a gentle suggestion. Go faster. The driver's foot was already on the floor. The van's engine was screaming. It didn't matter. Bumblebee closed the gap in seconds. Within 4 breaths, the yellow sports car was running parallel to the van, matching its speed effortlessly. Through the van's windows, the assassins could see the car's driver, a teenager with a calm expression and the faintest trace of a smile, and behind that calm, the knowledge of a man who had already decided how this was going to end. One of the assassins lunged for the sliding door, pistol raised, aiming for Bumblebee's tires. He never got the shot off. Because the sports car, traveling at highway speed, grew an arm. Not the whole robot. Not a full transformation. Just an arm. A single massive mechanical limb that erupted from the car's chassis, extending outward with impossible fluidity. 5 articulated fingers, each one the size of a human forearm, wrapped around the van's sliding door. And tore it off. The metal screamed. Hinges sheared. The door ripped free and cartwheeled into the road behind them, bouncing off the asphalt in a shower of sparks. Cold wind blasted into the van. The hostages screamed. The assassins stared at the gap where the door had been, brains failing to process what they'd just witnessed. A car just grew an arm. A car just grew an arm. It could transform a single limb independently. Partial transformation. While driving at full speed. The mechanical arm wasn't done. It reached under the van's chassis. 5 massive fingers found purchase on the frame. Then Bumblebee pulled. The force was catastrophic. The van's left side lifted off the road. 2 wheels, then 4. The entire vehicle rotated, flipping sideways and upward in a single violent motion, spinning through the air at 5 meters above the asphalt. Centrifugal force did the rest. Assassins and hostages alike were flung from the open doorway, bodies scattering across the road like seeds from a burst pod. The hostages, airborne, terrified, and profoundly regretting every life choice that had led them to attend a press conference today, had exactly one collective thought as they sailed through the afternoon sky. We should have let the assassins keep us. At least they weren't going to flip us in a van. Chapter 91, Chapter 90, 21653 words for advanced chapters /Patreon. com/handsomeduckgod. The moment the van left the ground, Ethan kicked open the car door and jumped. At highway speed, exiting a moving vehicle was suicide for a normal person. For someone whose cellular structure had been rebuilt by the supersoldier serum, it was a roll and a jog. He hit the asphalt, absorbed the impact through his knees and palms, and came up running. Behind him, Bumblebee read the situation instantly. The yellow sports car launched itself off the road. Not with wheels. With momentum. The vehicle left the pavement at an angle, caught air, and in the space between ground and sky, transformed. Panels split, limbs extended, the cockpit compressed, and by the time the chassis was 3 meters off the asphalt, the car was gone and the 5-meter robot was airborne, arms outstretched. 3 hostages were tumbling through the air, screaming, limbs flailing, approximately 4 seconds from hitting the pavement at a speed that would end them. Bumblebee snagged all 3. 1 arm, 2 arm, chest. He pulled them against his torso, curled his massive frame around their bodies, and the instant his feet touched the road, he transformed again. 5 meters of robot collapsed back into a sports car in a single fluid motion. 3 seconds. The entire sequence. Mid-air catch, landing, transformation. 3 seconds. The hostages, who had been hurtling toward death at terminal velocity one moment, found themselves sitting in the back seat of a yellow sports car the next, seatbelts somehow engaged, completely unharmed, hearts hammering so hard they could taste it. In the surveillance helicopters overhead, the tracking crews stared at their monitors and said nothing for a very long time. What did we just watch? A car turned into a robot in midair, caught 3 people, landed, and turned back into a car. In 3 seconds. Even movies wouldn't film something this ridiculous. The assassins didn't get the same treatment. Ethan had no interest in saving people who'd come to kill him. The 5 shooters hit the pavement like discarded luggage. 3 died on impact. The remaining 2 survived, barely, broken bones and internal bleeding leaving them crumpled on the asphalt in spreading pools of red. Ethan felt nothing. These were people who'd accepted money to murder him on live television. The fact that 2 of them were still breathing was more mercy than they deserved. The assassin leader lay on his back, coughing blood, eyes tracking the sky. His squad of 20 was gone. Most captured at the hotel. The rest dead on this road. Only he and 1 other remained alive, and his companion's breathing was the ragged, wet sound of someone who wouldn't last without a hospital. He turned his head. 3 meters away, a 3D printed pistol lay on the asphalt. It must have been flung from someone's hand during the crash. 3 meters. He could crawl that far. If the kid wasn't paying attention. If he could just get his fingers around the grip, 1 shot was all he needed. Forget the reward. Forget escape. Just 1 shot at the bastard who'd done this. He began to drag himself forward. Elbows and knees, blood trailing behind him on the road. 2 meters. 1 meter. A chunk of van debris whistled past his ear and hit the pistol with the force of a thrown bowling ball. The 3D printed weapon, already fragile by design, exploded into fragments. The debris embedded itself in the asphalt 6 inches beyond. The assassin looked up. Ethan stood over him, relaxed, hands in his pockets. His expression wasn't angry. Wasn't triumphant. Indifferent. The way someone looks at a problem they've already solved. The word was conversational. Almost bored. Next time, it won't be the gun. The assassin closed his eyes. There was nothing left to do. Ethan exhaled. He needed to leave at least 1 alive for Graves, or the old man would lecture him for an hour about intelligence value and the importance of interrogation in building a prosecutable case. Bureau vehicles arrived within minutes. The surviving assassins were loaded onto stretchers and taken into custody. The hostages were extracted from Bumblebee's back seat, in a state of shock so profound that the paramedics initially couldn't determine whether they were injured or simply catatonic. The scene was cleared. The road was blocked. And the footage, captured by surveillance helicopters, traffic cameras, and every bystander with a phone, was already online. Ethan Mercer's name was trending again. But this time, it shared the spotlight with another. Bumblebee. 8,000 miles east, President Elias Kane turned off the screen. The assassination had failed. He'd expected that possibility. What he hadn't expected was the manner of failure. A 5-meter robot that could transform into a car. That could catch bullets. That could launch into the air, rescue hostages, and land in a different form. That could grow a single mechanical arm while driving and flip a van like a toy. And this was what the kid had built in the few weeks since returning from the Aurelian Republic. Kane stared at the dark screen and felt, for the first time in his political career, the cold weight of strategic inadequacy. Ethan Mercer was not slowing down. Every month, every week, the gap between what this teenager could build and what the rest of the world could match grew wider. The reactor had been alarming. The armor had been terrifying. The serum had been unprecedented. The transformer was something else entirely. We can't wait any longer. His voice was quiet. Controlled. The voice of a man making a decision he'd been postponing. Before long, Valoria will be untouchable. And it'll be because of one kid. The day after the press conference, the internet did what the internet does. Nexus Computing, the largest technology company on the planet, whose CEO had publicly stated that true artificial intelligence is impossible in this era, found every single one of its social media accounts overrun by Ethan's fans. Nexus CEO, come out and apologize. Somebody once called Professor Mercer an attention seeker. That somebody is now an authority in the field of being wrong. I suggest Professor Mercer start his own tech company and compete with Nexus directly. Let the world see what Valerian innovation actually looks like. They claimed AI was impossible. Then a teenager built one that roasts reporters on live television. Delete your account. Ethan scrolled through the comments on his phone, sitting at the Holloway kitchen table with a cup of coffee that had gone cold an hour ago. Start a company. The fans were being flippant, but the logic was sound. As the system's technologies grew more complex, Ethan's resource needs were scaling beyond what favors and government partnerships could provide. He needed infrastructure, manufacturing capacity, a legal entity that could hold patents, negotiate contracts, and interface with the commercial world. He couldn't keep borrowing labs from Graves and scrounging equipment through Frank's old contacts. Not at the level he was operating at now. A company would solve multiple problems simultaneously. Revenue from commercializable technology would fund his research. Corporate structure would give him legal protections. A business entity with employees and contracts and government partnerships would anchor him in the institutional landscape in a way that made it much harder for anyone to simply take what he'd built. And he already had something in mind. Not the reactor, not the armor, not the serum, not the transformer. Those were too sensitive, too dangerous, too strategically significant for the open market. But there were other things in the system's catalog. Lower-tier technologies. Commercial applications that could generate revenue without destabilizing the global order. He picked up his phone and called Graves. Director. I want to start a company. Silence on the other end. Then, carefully, I'm listening. The technologies I've developed so far are all too high level for commercial use. I know that. But I have ideas for commercial products that could generate significant revenue while keeping the sensitive stuff locked down. More silence. Graves was thinking. Ethan could almost hear the gears turning. Graves' concern was obvious. Every piece of technology Ethan had created was, in one way or another, a strategic asset. Releasing any of it commercially, even a derivative, even a watered-down version, carried risks. But the alternative was worse. Ethan operating independently, unfunded, borrowing labs and begging for resources, was a vulnerability in itself. A company gave the government a framework. Something they could monitor, regulate, and partner with. If you can convince me that what you're planning won't compromise national security, Graves said, then do it. I'll have a detailed proposal on your desk in 3 days. And Ethan? The assassination attempt. You planned that, didn't you? You knew about the shooters before the event started. You let them in on purpose. So the attempt would happen on camera. Another pause. You're welcome, Director. Now the whole world knows that President Kane is willing to pay Valerian citizens to commit murder on live television. That's worth more than catching 5 guys with plastic guns. The line went quiet. Then Graves' voice came back, tired and grudgingly impressed. 3 days, Ethan. I want that proposal. He hung up. Within the hour, the Chancellor's secure line rang. Graves picked up. Chancellor Thayer's voice was as measured as ever. What's the boy planning now? A company. Commercial technology venture. He says he'll have a proposal in 3 days. And you believe him? Graves hesitated. Then, with the weary honesty of a man who'd stopped being surprised a long time ago. Chancellor, I've watched that kid invent nuclear fusion, build powered armor, create a biological super serum, and construct a sentient robot from scratch. All before his 19th birthday. Compared to that, starting a company feels almost disappointingly normal. Chapter 92, Chapter 91, A Whimsical Idea, a brand new element 1513 words for advanced chapters /Patreon. com/handsomeduckgod 3 days and Ethan's admittedly terrible writing skills produced a project proposal that was, by his own assessment, barely functional. The science was airtight. The grammar was not. He'd rewritten the executive summary 4 times, and it still read like a physics paper that had been in a fight with a business plan and both of them lost. But the core idea was solid. One industry. One keynote for the company he was about to build. He handed the report to Graves in the man's office at the Bureau of Internal Affairs, and waited for the reaction he knew was coming. Graves read the first page. His eyebrows climbed. He read the second page. His eyebrows stayed up. By the third page, they'd settled into a furrow that suggested the Director of National Security was experiencing the specific combination of interest and anxiety that only Ethan Mercer could produce. Graves set the report on his desk. I'm not trying to disrespect you. But converting nuclear fusion technology into commercial energy production involves difficulties that go far beyond the reactor itself. The control systems alone would fill a 100-page specification document. Your palm-sized prototype is one thing. Scaling that up to power a city grid is an entirely different engineering challenge. He leaned forward. And here's the real problem. If you build a full-scale fusion reactor and something goes wrong, the energy release wouldn't be like a fission meltdown. It would be worse. Orders of magnitude worse. You're talking about an explosion that could level a province. Ethan rubbed his hands together and grinned. That's why we're not building it on land. Graves blinked. If not on land, then where? A pause. Realization crossed his face, followed immediately by disbelief. The ocean? You want to build a nuclear fusion reactor on the seabed? The question was half joke, half test. Everyone in the energy sector knew that conventional reactors were built near coastlines for a reason, seawater cooling. But in the ocean? Submerged. The idea was absurd on its face. Large volumes of seawater flooding the reaction chamber would disrupt the fusion process entirely. This wasn't a technology limitation or an engineering challenge. It was a fundamental property of the elements involved in nuclear reactions. No amount of innovation could change the nature of matter itself. Ethan shrugged. What if I told you I could actually build it on the seabed? The director of the Bureau of Internal Affairs stood up so fast his chair hit the wall behind him. Impossible. Director. Kid, I know you're a genius. I've accepted that. I've made my peace with it. But do not try to pull this with me. Graves' voice was sharp, the tone of a man who knew exactly where the line between ambition and delusion was drawn. This issue has been studied by every top physicist in the Republic. It's been peer-reviewed, published, and settled. Building a reactor on the seabed is not a problem that can be solved by better technology or smarter engineering. He jabbed a finger at Ethan. It is determined by the properties of the elements themselves. He wasn't wrong. And the fact that he wasn't wrong was exactly why Ethan was smiling. Every invention Ethan had produced so far, while staggering, had followed the trajectory of existing science. The small nuclear reactor had been theorized for decades. The armor was an engineering marvel, but powered exoskeletons weren't a new concept. Even the serum had roots in biological enhancement research that mainstream science considered possible in principle, if not in practice. Ethan's genius, as the world understood it, was making future technology appear in the present. Accelerating timelines. Solving problems that everyone agreed would be solved eventually, just not this soon. But building a reactor on the seabed. That wasn't a timeline problem. It was a paradox. The elements that drove nuclear reactions couldn't function submerged. Not today. Not in 100 years. The physics said no. Unless the physics was wrong. Or more precisely, unless the physics was incomplete. What if I told you, Ethan said, his voice dropping into the calm, measured register that Graves had learned to associate with incoming headaches, that there's an element that makes it possible. Graves stared at him. There isn't. Every element on the periodic table has been tested. Every combination. Every isotope. I can tell you with absolute confidence that not a single known element can achieve what you're describing. Ethan's grin widened. You're right. Not a known element. They haven't all been found yet. The silence got louder. There are elements that haven't been discovered. And one of them, a specific, synthesizable element, has exactly the properties needed to stabilize a fusion reaction in a marine environment. Reduced pollution. Enhanced reactor performance. Underwater compatibility. Graves' mouth was open. His eyes were fixed on Ethan with the expression of a man who was watching the ground crack open beneath his feet. You're telling me, he said, very slowly, that you intend to create a new element. Ethan nodded like this was the most obvious thing in the world. Of course. Otherwise, why would I start a company? The roar shook the office windows. Get out of my office right now. Ethan was already backing toward the door with his hands up in the universal gesture of surrender. He'd expected this reaction. Honestly, he'd have been worried if Graves hadn't yelled at him. You come in here and tell me you're going to synthesize a new element like you're ordering lunch. The door closed behind Ethan. Through the wall, he could still hear Graves' voice, though the words had become less distinct and more profane. In the corridor, 3 bureau agents stared at Ethan with the weary familiarity of people who'd gotten used to their boss having emotional episodes whenever this particular teenager visited. Ethan considered going back in to ask Graves to reimburse his taxi fare. Then he remembered the murderous look in the man's eyes, and thought better of it. I'll just keep a tab. He was halfway to the elevator when his phone buzzed. Send me whatever you need. I must be losing my mind. The line went dead. Ethan stared at the phone. The screen still showed the call duration, for seconds. Then his chest warmed. The same warmth he'd felt every time Frank had backed him. Every time Linda had fed him without being asked, every time Dr. Hargrove had put his reputation on the line. People who yelled at him, and then helped him anyway. His whole life was built on people like that. I'll waive the taxi fare interest for Director Graves. It was nearly evening when he got home. He skipped dinner. Went straight to his room. Closed the door. And opened the system. Prestige. 986,500, 986,000 points. Ethan's hands trembled. The press conference. The Bumblebee transformation. The assassination attempt on global television. Bumblebee's combat debut. The car chase. Every single moment had been broadcast to a worldwide audience, and the emotional shockwave, shock, terror, awe, patriotic fury, vindication, had generated prestige at a rate that dwarfed anything before it. Nearly 1 million points. More than everything he'd earned in his entire life combined. He scrolled through the Level 2 mall. Level 2 mall, spend 2 million to unlock Level 3, current spending, 348,000/2,000,000, asterisk Marvel Series asterisk item cost status. Juvenile stage, 100,000 purchased Mark V manufacturing technology, suitcase armor compact, portable, reduced defense, 100,000 available Mark 6 manufacturing technology, new energy suit, utilizes next-gen reactor, superior performance, 150,000 available Mark 7 manufacturing technology, flight pod armor, rapid deployment system, heavy weapons loadout, 200,000 available Stark element synthesis technology, new element, reduces reactor pollution, enhances performance. Enables underwater applications, 200,000 available vibranium synthesis technology, one of the hardest metals in the Marvel Universe, sound absorption, shock dampening, 500,000 available. Asterisk Transformers Series Asterisk Item Cost Status, Bumblebee Manufacturing Technology 200,000 Purchase Disposable Spark, Awakens 1 Transformer, 100,000 available Megatron Manufacturing Technology, available. Optimus Prime Manufacturing Technology, available 986,000 points. The Stark element was 200,000. Vibranium was 500,000. He could buy both and still have change. Ethan rolled onto his back and hugged his pillow. If Frank hadn't been downstairs watching the evening news, he would have screamed. The urge to howl at the ceiling was physical, visceral, the kind of joy that bypassed the brain and went straight to the gut. A new element. An element that doesn't exist in this world. An element that will let me build a fusion reactor on the ocean floor. And after that, vibranium. The hardest metal in the Marvel Universe. Sound absorption. Shock dampening. Weapons-grade applications that would make the armor look like a toy. He stared at the mall interface glowing in front of his eyes, and for the first time in months, the path forward wasn't just clear. It was wide open. Chapter 93, Chapter 92, 900,000 spent, The Southern Survey 24:0 for words for advanced chapters /Patreon. com/handsomeduckgod. Once the initial rush faded, Ethan found himself in the kind of trouble only rich people have. Too many things. Not enough points. He was staring at a mall interface with 986,500 prestige, and a shopping list that wanted every single item on the menu. Mark V through 7. Vibranium. The Stark element. Another spark. More transformers. The math was simple, he could afford most of it but not all of it. And the decision of what to skip was genuinely agonizing. After 20 minutes of deliberation, he settled on a strategy. First, the armor. Mark V 6 and 7. All three. The reasoning was blunt. His inventions had become progressively more dangerous, which meant the people hunting him had become progressively more desperate. The Bumblebee press conference assassination attempt had made that very clear. The serum was protection, but the serum had a ceiling. A well-placed round to the head would kill him, serum or no serum, and if President Kane was willing to spend 60 million marks on plastic pistols, the next attempt wouldn't be plastic. Portable armor solved that problem. The Mark V was a suitcase-style suit. Worn in civilian situations, deployable in seconds. If an assassin came at him with real weapons, the Mark V would be out of his briefcase and around his body before the trigger finished pulling. The Mark 6 and 7 were different. The Mark 6 ran on the new generation reactor, which required the Stark element to function, and would outperform every previous armor model in every measurable category. The Mark 7 was a flight pod system with heavy weapons integration, the combat-grade suit he'd need if the Aurelian Republic ever came at him again in force. Second, the Stark element. Non-negotiable. The entire undersea reactor plan hinged on it. 200,000 prestige, and worth every point. Third, one more spark and one more transformer. He'd thought about this carefully. Bumblebee was functional and loyal, but he was a single unit. The undersea construction project would need more than one autonomous agent, and bringing human crews down to seabed construction sites carried risks Ethan wasn't willing to accept. The transformers were the solution. Build an underwater specialized unit, give it a spark, and it could work the seabed indefinitely without oxygen, pressure constraints, or salary requirements. He added the items to his mental shopping cart. 3 armor sets. 1 transformer template. 1 disposable spark. 1 Stark element. Asterisk total, 900,000 prestige. Before he could feel the sting of watching nearly 1,000,000 points evaporate, the knowledge download hit. It was a tsunami. 3 distinct armor engineering frameworks. An entire subfield of chemistry dedicated to synthesizing an element that didn't exist on this planet. An autonomous transformer's complete mechanical specification. The thermodynamic theory for the new energy reactor. Everything compressed and delivered directly into his neural architecture in a torrent of foreign, perfectly structured information. The download lasted nearly half an hour. When the light faded, Ethan was sprawled on his back, staring at the ceiling, feeling like his skull had been used as a bucket for someone else's entire education. No wonder the system kept the serum in level 1. Anyone unprepared for a download this size would have had their brain give out mid-transfer. The serum had strengthened his nervous system to the point where he could absorb level 2 content without permanent damage, but without permanent damage and comfortable were very different things. He lay there for 10 minutes, letting the new information settle. Then he started sorting through it. The armor schematics were impressive. The transformer specs were creative. But the thing that genuinely stunned him, the thing that made his breathing stop for several seconds, was the Stark element. A synthesizable element with properties that broke the rules of the periodic table as this world understood it. Reduced reactor pollution by eliminating high-energy particle scatter. Enhanced fusion stability under extreme environmental conditions. Enabled sustained reactions in aquatic environments by fundamentally altering the electromagnetic containment profile. And the commercial applications went far beyond undersea reactors. Every nuclear facility in the Republic would want this element. Every power plant. Every research institution. Every military program. Every international buyer with the budget to afford it. He ran the numbers in his head. Conservative estimate, 20 billion marks annual revenue within 5 years. Aggressive estimate, 100 billion. Ethan closed his eyes and allowed himself a brief, private moment of disbelief. I'm going to become the richest person in the world. Because of a tiny glowing rock. 1 month later. The southern coast of the Republic of Valoria. The research vessel Meridian Wave cut through calm, deep blue waters 100 kilometers off the coastline. The sky was clear. The sea was flat. Seabirds trailed the wake in loose formations, occasionally dropping toward the surface to pluck fish from the shallow spots. On the aft deck, Dr. Zachary Chen was in a foul mood. He had every reason to be. 28 years old, PhD in nuclear engineering from Granfield University, 2 years into a research project that had been weeks away from producing publishable results. Everything in his professional life had been on track. And then his research supervisor had called him into an office, informed him that he'd been pulled from his project on direct bureau orders, and assigned him to an unspecified, consulting role, on a marine survey. The supervisor had refused to explain. Had only said, "You're going to wish you'd accepted this gracefully, Zachary. The people requesting you are not the kind of people you say no to." Now he was standing on a boat, 100 kilometers from anywhere useful, accompanying a teenager who wanted to, and Chen had to read the project brief twice to make sure he was understanding it correctly, build a nuclear reactor on the seabed. The whole thing was insane. Every serious nuclear physicist in the Republic knew the basic principle: seawater was the enemy of nuclear reactions. Conventional nuclear plants use seawater as a last-ditch shutdown mechanism, flooding reactor chambers during emergencies to kill the reaction and prevent meltdowns. The entire industry had been built around the understanding that water and sustained fission were fundamentally incompatible. And now Chen was being asked to help some kid build a reactor in the ocean. It was a joke. A bad one. And the fact that his supervisor had ordered him to play along, and that the Bureau itself had apparently signed off, suggested that this teenager had somehow charmed the entire national science apparatus into chasing his delusions. He must have mastered some dark art. Nothing else explains how the Bureau is taking this seriously. The voice came from the bow. Ethan Mercer was leaning against the railing, his dark hair whipped by the sea breeze, pointing at a GPS readout on his phone. What do you think of this spot? Chen sighed. Crossed the deck. Didn't bother hiding his irritation. Whatever. You're paying for the boat. You're paying for my time. If a spoiled rich kid wants to play scientist, go ahead and play. Pick whatever coordinates you want. It's your money. Behind Chen, 3 bureau guards who'd been leaning against the cabin went rigid. Excuse me. The lead guard, a broad-shouldered man in his 30s named Commander Hayes, stepped forward with the specific stillness of a military professional deciding whether to escalate. Professor Mercer has contributed more to this republic by the age of 18 than most researchers contribute in their entire careers. You will speak to him with respect. Another guard chimed in. Chen, you might want to check his bibliography. You'd be surprised. Spoiled rich kid, a third muttered. Did you actually call the inventor of nuclear fusion, powered armor, the super soldier serum, and the world's first sentient transformer a spoiled rich kid? Chen's mouth opened. Then closed. Ethan, who'd been watching the exchange with the mild amusement of a man who'd seen this exact sequence play out half a dozen times, stepped in. Gentlemen, it's fine. Chen has been deep in his own research for a long time. It's completely reasonable that he hasn't had time to follow recent news. The guards subsided, but their glares at Chen didn't. The message was clear, say something like that again, and we won't be polite about it. Chen stood there for a full 10 seconds, his brain struggling to reconcile the irritated, entitled teenager in front of him with the descriptions he'd just heard. Powered armor. Transformer. The name had sounded familiar when his supervisor first mentioned it. He'd vaguely remembered some viral news story about a kid and a glowing disc. He hadn't followed up because he'd been buried in research. Apparently he should have followed up. He cleared his throat. His voice came out significantly smaller than it had 30 seconds ago. From this position, proceed approximately 12 nautical miles southeast. The seabed in that region is relatively flat. Low sediment disruption. No combustible deposits like natural gas. Ethan nodded pleasantly, as if nothing had happened. Thanks, Doctor. He turned to the pilot. Change course, 12 miles southeast. The boat altered direction. Chen stood on the deck and silently considered whether it was too late to pretend he'd been joking. On the way to the new coordinates, Ethan struck up a conversation with Commander Hayes, who seemed less likely to throttle him than Dr. Chen at this point. Speaking of which, where's Director Graves? I figured he'd be here, given that he's spent 3 days yelling at me, and 1 month signing off on this entire operation. Hayes hesitated. His ears went slightly red. Director Graves, said he had other priorities. Couldn't make the trip. Ethan raised an eyebrow. The younger guards behind Hayes were grinning. Professor Mercer, if I can be honest. Director Graves has nothing going on today. His calendar's empty. But he said that if he showed up to every one of your operations, you'd start thinking he had too much free time. Ethan nearly walked into the railing. So he's pretending to be busy. Essentially, sir. So I don't look down on him. Yes, sir. Ethan stared at Hayes for a long moment. Then he started laughing. Actually laughing, the kind that came from the gut. The director of the Bureau of Internal Affairs. A man who ran this nation's most feared security agency. Faking a busy schedule so a teenager wouldn't think less of him. Graves had a thunderous streak. He had an actual, honest-to-God thunderous streak, and his own subordinates had just exposed it on an open deck in front of God and the Southern Sea. Wait until I see him next. The boat slowed and stopped. They'd reached the coordinates. The engine cut, the water stilled, and the Meridian wave floated on a patch of deep blue that looked, to Ethan's untrained eye, exactly like every other patch of deep blue they'd passed in the last 2 hours. Chen was already reviewing sonar data on his tablet. Chen, apparently, could tell a great deal about a seabed from surface indicators alone. Ethan had to give him credit. The man was genuinely skilled in his specialty. Sullen, rude, and now horrifically embarrassed, but skilled. Ethan leaned over the rail and stared down into the water. He saw nothing. Just depth. Blue fading to darker blue fading to a blackness that his eyes couldn't resolve. Each profession has its own expertise, he thought. Chen can read this from the surface. Which was why he needed to see it for himself. Just to be safe, Ethan said, I think I'll head down and take a look. 4 heads turned toward him. Hayes looked confused. Professor Mercer. Chen's face went through several colors in rapid succession. Irritation. Disbelief. Then a specific expression that could only be described as the face of a man watching someone walk cheerfully toward a cliff. You mean dive? Are you out of your mind? Chen's professional training took over, overriding his newfound deference. This was his field. And in his field, what Ethan was proposing was lethal stupidity. Professor Mercer, do you have any idea where we are? The average depth of the Southern Sea is 1,200 meters. This specific location is closer to 2,000. The most advanced military diving suit in the Republic rated for crushing pressure can't go below 1,000 meters. And you want to what, jump off the boat? Something like that. You will die. Probably not. Hayes coughed. His younger guards, who apparently had more information than Chen did, had the expression of people trying very hard not to laugh. Ethan walked to his equipment case, crouched down, and clicked it open. Inside was a briefcase. Or, more accurately, what looked like a briefcase. Matte finish. No visible seams, no visible hinges, no logos, no markings. Just a rectangular object that, to anyone not paying close attention, would pass as carry-on luggage. He lifted it out. Set it on the deck. Took a few steps back. Then he tapped a discrete panel on the top of the case and said, very clearly, the briefcase ignited. Panels folded. Seams that didn't exist a moment ago split open. Components unfolded, telescoped, and interlocked in a cascade of mechanical motion that covered Ethan's body in less than 4 seconds. When it was done, a gleaming, sleek, compact suit of powered armor stood on the deck where the teenager had been. The Mark V, Zachary Chen stared. His tablet slipped out of his hand and clattered onto the deck. Inside the helmet, Ethan's voice came through external speakers, cheerful and completely unbothered. Be back in a bit. He walked to the railing, swung one leg over, and dropped into the sea. The splash was quiet. And then the water closed over the armor, and the teenager vanished into 2,000 meters of darkness. On the deck, Dr. Chen was still staring at the spot where Ethan had been standing. Behind him, Hayes clapped him gently on the shoulder. Welcome to working with Professor Mercer, Doctor. You'll get used to it. He paused. Probably. Chapter 94, Chapter 93, Portable Armor, An Unexpected Problem. 2145 words for advanced chapters/Patreon. com/handsomeduckgod. The bureau guards on the deck exchanged uneasy glances. They'd been briefed on the original armor program. All 3 sets delivered to the Republic's defense forces came with a prominent, underlined warning in the operational documentation, unsuitable for underwater deployment. The central reactor's structural integrity couldn't guarantee watertightness under deep-sea pressure. 1 leak, 1 crack in a seal, 1 failure of a pressure gasket, and the pilot would be dead before the armor had time to shut down. If Ethan had wanted to dive 2,000 meters in any armor they knew about, he'd be committing suicide. But he'd also said he was going. And nobody on this boat had the authority, the standing, or frankly the courage to tell Professor Mercer he couldn't do something. Ethan, oblivious to the hand-wringing, walked back into the cabin. A few minutes later, he came out carrying a briefcase. Zachary Calder watched the teenager approach with an expression that had shifted from irritation to something closer to anticipation. Not hopeful anticipation. The kind you feel when you're watching a stranger walk toward a cliff and wondering how loud the sound will be. Your diving gear. Calder's voice was flat. Let's see it. Put it on. Show us how a human being dives 2,000 meters into the deep sea. Ethan ignored him. He set the briefcase upright on the deck, took a breath, and pressed his thumb to the handle. A thin strip of red light swept across his thumbprint. An instant later, a calm, synthetic voice with the clipped cadence of a very proper butler emanated from the case. Welcome, sir. Mark 5 is on standby. Calder was thrown for half a second. Then he barked a short laugh that carried zero humor. Nice touch. Voice activation. Really selling the bit. You'd do great in movies. Ethan didn't respond. He lifted the briefcase to his chest with both hands. The case activated. The top panel split open along seams that hadn't existed a moment earlier. Components unfolded outward, telescoped, and locked onto his chest in overlapping plates that interlocked with the precision of a mechanical lockbox. The section of armor covering his torso spread upward, sealing around his shoulders, then his neck, then his skull. Within 6 seconds, a full helmet had deployed over his head with a soft mechanical hiss. The lower half of the case did the same in parallel, disassembling into plates that wrapped around his abdomen, thighs, shins, and feet. 10 seconds. Start to finish. When the final plate locked into place, the reactor at the center of the chest plate ignited. Not the pale blue glow of the Mark 13 series. This one was deeper. A rich, saturated blue with hints of something almost violet at the edges, the color of deep water holding light. Calder went completely still. His mouth opened. Opened again. He'd been in his lab for over half a year. He'd assumed the world had moved on at roughly the pace the world always moved on, which was to say, not very fast. Scientific advances came gradually. Engineering progress was incremental. The fundamental rules of what was possible didn't shift in a single 6-month window. And yet, standing on this deck, a teenager had just deployed a full suit of powered armor out of a briefcase in under 10 seconds. His opinion of Ethan Mercer was being revised in real time, and the revision was not flattering to his previous assessment. The Bureau guards were equally shaken, though for different reasons. The armor delivered to the Republic's military, 3 suits, the pride of the defense establishment, the most advanced personal weapons platform in the country's history, took approximately 5 minutes to deploy. That was with 2 trained technicians assisting the pilot, robotic arms at a designated staging area, and a checklist protocol that couldn't be rushed. 5 minutes. In modern warfare, 5 minutes was an eternity. Enough time for a missile to cross a province. Enough time for an assault team to breach a compound. Enough time for the difference between victory and defeat. What Ethan had just done made those 5 minutes look like a joke. You could walk into a coffee shop, set the briefcase on a table, and within 10 seconds be standing in full combat armor. You could deploy it on a subway platform. In an elevator. The tactical implications weren't incremental, they were category-breaking. Commander Hayes finally recovered enough to speak, glancing at the reactor's new, darker glow. Professor Mercer. What's the designation? Mark 5. Upgrade to the Mark 1 through 3. A different branch, actually. Ethan's voice came through the helmet's external speakers, clear and slightly filtered. The military suits are combat-focused. This one prioritizes portability. Weaker weapon loadout, but you can carry it anywhere. He tapped the reactor at the center of his chest with one gauntlet finger. And the reactor's different. Hayes frowned. How different? New element. Calder, who had been recovering from his previous shock, lurched forward again. What does that mean, a new element? It means the reactor can function underwater. No, it can't. Calder's voice cracked. He was staring at the reactor in Ethan's chest with the specific, wild-eyed focus of a man watching a law of physics being broken in front of him. Professor Mercer, you cannot. No element, not a single element on the periodic table can sustain a nuclear reaction in a deep-sea environment. That's not a question of engineering. That's not a question of miniaturization or containment. That's a question of how matter fundamentally behaves under those conditions. You know. That's why I didn't use an element from the periodic table. Calder's eyes bulged like a man being slowly strangled by his own worldview. The bureau guards, who had watched this exact breakdown happen to multiple researchers over the past year, exchanged subtle, sympathetic looks. Ethan pretended not to notice the researcher's incipient stroke. I'm going down to survey the seabed topography. The Mark V will broadcast live video feed to a monitor on board. You're the expert on seafloor conditions. Please evaluate whether this site is suitable for reactor construction. A small object buzzed out from behind the armor's shoulder plate and hovered at chest height. Bright yellow. Roughly the size of a golf ball. Optical sensors tracking Calder. The bureau guards recognized it immediately. The Signal B. A relay drone Ethan had been using for various operations over the past few months. Durable, mobile, capable of transmitting live feed across significant distances. Calder looked at the tiny hovering drone. Looked at the armored teenager. Looked back at the drone. Slowly raised one hand, pointed at the Signal B, opened his mouth, closed it, and gave up entirely. Ethan clapped him on the shoulder, gently, because Mark V gauntlets could probably fracture a collarbone if you weren't careful, and walked to the railing. Be back in a bit. The reactor in his chest pulsed. Boot thrusters engaged with a low, resonant hum. Ethan rose from the deck, hovered for half a second, then angled forward and shot out over the water in a smooth, controlled arc. At the peak of the arc, he cut power and let gravity take over. The armor hit the surface and plunged through, leaving a small, contained splash that vanished within seconds. And then he was gone. The Signal B, buzzing in a slow orbit around Calder's head, transmitted the live feed to the tablet in Hayes's hands. 2,000 meters down, the world was black. Ethan's helmet HUD adjusted to the darkness, painting the seabed in false color imaging that made it look like something between a lunar surface and a poorly lit cave. The reactor's dark blue glow was the only organic light source for kilometers in any direction. He spent the first minute doing a slow survey of the area. Calder's intel had been accurate. The seabed here was relatively flat, not perfect but workable. A few scattered rock formations broke up the terrain. The occasional outcropping of sediment. Some debris from ancient geological activity. But no significant depressions, no combustible deposits, no tectonic instability. To build a proper foundation for the reactor facility, he'd need to clear a roughly football field-sized area. Not as quick as he'd have liked, but manageable. He got to work. The Mark V had traded combat capability for portability. That trade-off was exactly what he needed on the deck, but down here it was costing him time. The Mark III could have disintegrated these boulders with a few missiles. The Mark V had only the palm-mounted pulse cannons, effective but lower yield. He'd have to grind through the work one rock at a time. He raised his right gauntlet. A condensed bolt of pale blue energy erupted from the palm-mounted emitter and struck the nearest boulder, a formation about the size of a small car. The rock shattered, fragments tumbling slowly through the water column in the characteristic silent underwater way that made the whole scene feel like a dream. Second boulder. He was settling into a rhythm, a kind of deep-sea manual labor that combined the precision of surgical demolition with the tedium of construction work. That was when the creatures showed up. The first one he noticed was a mass of motion at the edge of his HUD's visual range. Large, fast, and closing on him in a way that suggested it had already decided what to do with him. He swiveled his helmet and got a look at it. Honestly, he didn't know what it was. His biology knowledge covered the species from Earth Prime. This world had its own marine biology, most of which he hadn't bothered to study. The thing closing on him was roughly the size of a small truck, bioluminescent, with features that suggested it belonged to a deep-sea predator lineage that had evolved without any interaction with armored human intruders. It came at him fast. He fired the pulse cannon. The energy bolt passed wide, intentionally, and detonated against the seabed beside the creature. The shockwave and brilliant flash sent the beast into immediate retreat, bioluminescent panels flaring as it fled back into the deeper darkness. Ethan turned back to his work. Then he noticed the water around him was getting. Not dramatically. But a faint, steady glow had begun to accumulate at the edges of his vision. Small points of light, multiplying. Then hundreds. Then a slow, ominous crowd of bioluminescence closing in from every direction. Calder's voice crackled through the helmet comm, "The brightness of your weapon fire, it's too high. The marine life at this depth has extremely strong phototaxis. They're attracted to light sources. Every time you discharge that cannon, you're essentially ringing the dinner bell." Ethan looked around. The situation had shifted from scattered creatures to actively organizing swarm in the span of 2 minutes. He could see now that the original creature he'd scared off hadn't fled away, it had fled into a larger group. And that larger group was now interested in him. He sighed. Pulse cannons against a few curious animals were one thing. Pulse cannons against a swarm attracted by the pulse cannons themselves were a recursive problem with no clean solution. So that's why the Stark Element team designed it this way. Stealth first. Underwater operations require a different approach. He engaged the boot thrusters and began his ascent. The swarm followed for a few hundred meters, then fell away as the armor climbed beyond their comfortable depth range. By the time Ethan broke the surface, the dark water below him had gone still again. He rose up into the sunlight, water streaming off the Mark V's armored plates, and hovered beside the research vessel. Calder was at the railing with the tablet in his hands, staring up at Ethan with an expression that combined academic fascination, professional humiliation, and the quiet recognition of a man who realized his entire field of study had just been redefined by a teenager in a briefcase. Ethan's voice came through the external speakers, casual and slightly amused. "New problem. Pulse cannons are too bright. We'll need a different approach for clearing the site." Calder swallowed. Looked down at the tablet, which was still displaying the last few seconds of the swarm encounter. Looked back up at the armored figure hovering over the water. "Professor Mercer. I think I owe you an apology." Ethan smiled inside the helmet. The HUD couldn't transmit it through the opaque faceplate, but his voice carried warmth through the speakers. "Welcome to the project. Chapter 95, Chapter 94, Reinforcements, the second Transformer arrives 1930 for words for advanced chapters/Patreon. com/handsomeduck. Everyone on the deck had been staring at the monitor for the better part of 30 minutes. The signal bee's feed had followed Ethan down to 2,000 meters, through the debris clearing work, through the pulse cannon barrage, through the bioluminescent swarm that had come boiling up from the deeper darkness like moths to a very dangerous flame. Now the feed had gone dark. The signal bee was climbing back toward the surface. Calder's eyes were fixed on the water. His tablet had been clutched in a white-knuckled grip for the last 10 minutes, and he appeared to have forgotten how to blink. The sea began to churn. A column of water erupted upward, sending a wave of spray across the bow. A figure shot out of the foam, arcing into the air, executed a lazy backflip at the peak of the climb, and came down on the deck with a heavy metallic thunk that rattled the boards. The bureau guards didn't react. They'd seen this show before. Calder went white. The kind of color human skin takes on when the brain has finished rejecting a piece of information, and is now working on denying physics itself. 2,000 meters. 200 times standard atmospheric pressure. A depth that crushed modern submarines flat. And this teenager had just surfaced out of it wearing a suit of armor that, by any rational metric, should have been crushed like an aluminum can. The proof was clinging to Ethan's shoulders. 3 deep-sea octopuses, ashen pink and indignant, were wrapped around the Mark V's pauldrons, waving tentacles in confused protest. They'd apparently grabbed onto the armor somewhere during the ascent, and hadn't figured out how to let go. Ethan glanced down at them, sighed through the helmet speaker, and muttered, "Guess lunch just got more interesting." He turned his head toward the cabin. "Contact him. Tell him to come over." A soft synthetic chime confirmed the command. Commander Hayes blinked. "Professor Mercer." "Sir, we're 1,000 kilometers from the nearest coastline." "Who exactly are you calling?" "Reinforcements." "From where?" Ethan didn't answer. He peeled the octopuses off his shoulders with the gentle annoyance of a man removing lint from a jacket, set them on the deck, where they immediately began fleeing toward the scuppers, and watched the horizon. The guards exchanged glances. Whatever was coming, it was going to take a while to arrive from any conceivable port. They settled in to wait. Half an hour later, a black dot appeared on the eastern horizon. The sound reached the ship a few minutes before the visual did. A low, heavy rotor beat, echoing across the open water with a deep, resonant thrum that didn't match any military aircraft the guards recognized. A helicopter. Which was, itself, impossible. The meridian wave was 1,000 kilometers from the nearest coastline. Standard military helicopters had an operational range of roughly 300 kilometers. Even the largest heavy-lift rotorcraft in the Valerian fleet couldn't reach this position from any known airfield. A helicopter out here was a helicopter committing suicide. And yet, as the black dot grew and the sound sharpened, a helicopter was exactly what came into view. But it was the wrong size. The approaching aircraft was enormous. Twice the length of a conventional military transport helicopter, with a fuselage massive enough to house a small cargo airship. Its rotor system was proportionally ridiculous, 2 massive blades spinning with the heavy, deliberate rhythm of something that didn't care about aerodynamic efficiency. And slung beneath the fuselage, held by multiple reinforced cargo cables, was an object the size of a shipping container. The object was pulsing with a deep, dark blue light. Hayes's mouth opened. "Is that a reactor?" "Looks like one," another guard muttered. "That's impossible. That thing has to weigh 50 tons. A helicopter can't lift 50 tons. The airframe would tear itself apart before it got off the ground." "So what the hell are we looking at?" Calder, still in the grip of his ongoing worldview crisis, said nothing. He was past the point of being able to form sentences about what he was seeing. The enormous helicopter closed the distance, slowing as it approached the research vessel. The downwash was brutal, waves slapped against the hull, rigging snapped taut, and loose items skittered across the deck. The guards grabbed handholds and braced. At Ethan's signal, the helicopter began to descend. As the cargo touched the reinforced platform on the aft deck, a platform that, Calder now realized, had been deliberately reinforced for this specific load, the meridian wave sank noticeably lower in the water. Holy hell! The ship's displacement was rated for 40 tons of cargo. Whatever had just landed on the deck was well beyond that, and the vessel was groaning under the weight with the specific sound of steel objecting to physics. 50 tons, minimum. Probably more. The helicopter released the cables, unhooked from the reactor, and slowly descended toward an open patch of deck. And that's when the guards noticed. There was nobody in the cockpit. Wait. Hayes was staring through the helicopter's front canopy with the expression of a man whose day had just taken another sharp left turn. "Is there a pilot in that thing?" "Don't see one." "I don't either." "Tell me you're seeing a pilot." "Somebody tell me there's a pilot in the helicopter." "There isn't a pilot in the helicopter." "Glad we're all in agreement." "What the hell?" One of the younger guards attempted a theory. "Remote operated. A drone that looks like a helicopter. With a full cockpit." "Who builds a drone with a cockpit? Who flies a helicopter 1,000 kilometers out to sea carrying a nuclear reactor?" "Apparently the same person." Ethan, who'd been watching the exchange with quiet amusement, finally raised his voice. "All right, everyone." He turned toward the helicopter, which had now touched down on the deck, and was sitting silently with its rotors spinning down. "Good work. You can land now." The helicopter's fuselage rippled. For a split second, the entire aircraft appeared to be made of water, with concentric waves moving outward from some invisible epicenter. Then the movement resolved into what it actually was: every panel, every plate, every component on the aircraft was shifting simultaneously. The tail boom folded. The rotor hub retracted. The landing gear unfolded into legs. The cargo bay became a torso. 10 meters. Maybe more. A mechanical figure rose from the deck with the deliberate, grinding majesty of something that had been designed to intimidate. Its armor was dark gray, threaded with deep red accents. Broader shoulders than Bumblebee. Heavier frame. Where Bumblebee's face was expressive and almost cartoonish, this one's was angular and severe, a featureless mask with two glowing red optical sensors that tracked across the deck with the unhurried precision of a machine that didn't need to hurry because it knew nothing on this vessel could stop it. The downblast of its transformation knocked several loose items off the deck. Calder grabbed a railing to keep his footing. The mechanical giant turned its massive head, found Ethan, and dropped to one knee. The impact made the ship rock. The voice was lower than Bumblebee's. Grinding metal and controlled thunder. Blackout reporting for duty. The silence on the deck was total. Calder was, at this point, essentially a statue. Commander Hayes had removed his hand from the railing long enough to press it against his own face. The younger bureau guards were staring at the kneeling transformer with the expression of people who had officially given up on understanding anything that was happening in their lives. Eventually, one of them turned slowly toward Ethan. "Professor Mercer. Did you also make this one?" Ethan kept his face carefully neutral. He was, in truth, experiencing a small internal flush of satisfaction. Building a 10-meter war machine that could lift a nuclear reactor across an ocean and then kneel on command was, he felt, a legitimate flex. Any normal person would have allowed himself a smile. But the composed genius act had been working well so far, and it would be a shame to break character now. "Yeah," he said, with the studied casualness of a man discussing a weekend project. "Had some downtime over the last month. Tinkered with a few things. Figured one of them might come in handy." The guards looked at the 10-meter transformer. Then at Ethan. Then at each other. "A few things," one of them repeated. "Small projects," Ethan said. That Hayes gestured at Blackout, who was still kneeling, which somehow made the absurdity of his size even more pronounced. "Is not a small project, Professor Mercer. Relative scale. 10 meters tall, Professor. Smaller than some things." The guards gave up. If Ethan Mercer wanted to pretend he'd whittled a 10-meter combat-capable transformer in his spare time the way other people knit sweaters, that was his prerogative. They'd stopped being surprised about a year ago. The surprise muscle had atrophied. While the guards processed, Ethan turned his attention upward and examined his new creation. A Decepticon-class transformer from the Earth Prime Memories, and in Ethan's world, the second autonomous unit he'd built. 250,000 prestige total, 200 for the manufacturing technology, 50 for the disposable spark. Worth every point. Blackout's helicopter form was specifically suited for this mission. Conventional rotorcraft could lift roughly 3 tons. The nuclear reactor destined for the seabed weighed closer to 60. To transport a payload of that mass, the Valerian military would have needed 20 specialized heavy-lift helicopters operating in coordinated formation, and even then, the operation would have been a logistical nightmare. For a spark-transformed Blackout, lifting 60 tons was a stretch but a manageable one. The spark reorganized the chassis at the molecular level, producing metallurgical properties that didn't obey the material science of this world. Combined with a rotor assembly that drew power from the transformer's internal reactor, the result was an aircraft that could carry payloads that physics said shouldn't be carryable, And once it reached the deployment site, it could transform into a 10-meter construction worker capable of manipulating seabed equipment with precision no human crew could match. Exactly what Ethan needed for this job. Across the deck, Dr. Calder was sitting down on a coil of rope, staring at nothing in particular. His tablet lay forgotten beside him. His mouth moved occasionally, forming silent words that his vocal cords seemed unable to commit to. A suitcase that became armor. A teenager diving 2,000 meters into crushing darkness and coming back with souvenirs. A helicopter 1,000 kilometers from land, piloted by no one, carrying a nuclear reactor. And now a 10-meter robot that called Ethan master and knelt on command. Every single thing on this boat, Calder thought distantly, was something that a week ago he would have classified as either impossible or fictional. And the teenager standing at the center of all of it was now conversing casually with a 10-meter war machine about the next phase of a seabed construction project. Calder closed his eyes. When he opened them, everything was still there. He'd been fighting the conclusion for 2 days now, ever since stepping onto this boat, and he finally let it through. I'm going to have a very long career on this project. And I should probably start taking notes. Chapter 96, Chapter 95, The Second Dive, Deployment Complete 1985 words for advanced chapters/Patreon. com/handsome duck. God Calder stood in the rotor wash with his hair blown sideways, and his entire professional worldview in shambles. He had the hollow-eyed look of a man who had attended his own funeral, and was still trying to figure out how to explain it to his mother. Blackout. You're coming with me this time. We need to clear the seabed. At Ethan's command, the 10-meter transformer rose from its kneeling position with a low hydraulic hiss. Its red optical sensors tracked down to Ethan's location and locked on. No objection. No hesitation. In Blackout's hard-coded loyalty architecture, the master's orders were absolute, and the concept of pushing back didn't exist. Before man and machine could move, Calder snapped out of his stupor. He lunged forward, crossed the deck in 3 strides, and threw both arms around Blackout's ankle. If the researcher had been in his right mind, he would have noticed that he was currently hugging a 5-foot-wide armored pylon that could crush him without noticing. But Calder was not in his right mind. Calder was in a place beyond rational self-preservation. You cannot go down there. He turned wild eyes on Ethan. Are you out of your mind? You want this to go down with you? Do you have any idea what 2,000 meters of pressure does to joint bearings, sealed electronics, rotor assemblies? This thing transforms. That means hundreds of moving parts, mechanical seams, interlocking panels. The second it hits deep water, every gasket fails, every servo floods, every electronic component short-circuits. It will be a 10-meter paperweight at the bottom of the ocean. He jabbed a finger at the transformer like it was evidence in a trial. And I don't care how it transforms into a helicopter, I have never, in my entire life, seen a helicopter that can be submerged. That's because helicopters cannot be submerged. Ethan looked down at the researcher clinging to Blackout's ankle and for the second time that afternoon, found himself impressed by Calder's commitment. The man had spent half a day oscillating between contempt, denial, and awe, and yet here he was, throwing himself onto a war machine's leg to prevent what he perceived as a fatal engineering mistake. It was actually kind of sweet. Also deeply, fundamentally wrong. Ethan's voice was patient. The metal in Blackout's chassis isn't a metal you've read about. The spark reorganized it at the molecular level. Can't even identify it, and J has the periodic table memorized in 47 ways. I've put it through shock testing, chemical exposure, and ballistic trials. Medium-range missiles don't leave dents. Water pressure at 2,000 meters is trivial to this chassis. Calder didn't let go. Professor Mercer, with respect, I put it through shock testing, is not the same as I submerged it to 2,000 meters of crushing abyssal pressure. One of those is recoverable if you're wrong. Ethan considered the argument. It was, in fairness, a legitimate concern. Except I'm not wrong. In the source memories, the Earth Prime memories the system had downloaded, Megatron had been submerged tens of thousands of meters into an oceanic trench and frozen for millennia. When he was finally resurrected, the cold and the pressure hadn't degraded his chassis by a single component. Transformer-grade material was beyond anything conventional engineering could produce, and Blackout was built to the same standard. But explaining all of that to Calder would require revealing either the system, or his Earth Prime knowledge, neither of which he was prepared to do. Blackout, meanwhile, was having a different kind of patience crisis. A flicker of impatience moved through the Transformer's optical sensors. Decepticon-class units had, by design, aggressive temperaments. Blackout's protocols recognized Ethan's authority as absolute, but his hard-coded attitude toward other humans ranged from dismissive to actively hostile. In the source lore, a Decepticon would have crushed this clinging, noisy human beneath his foot without a thought. But the protocols embedded during his spark activation were non-negotiable. The Master's order: you are not permitted to harm any human without explicit authorization. So Blackout did the minimum his protocols allowed. He flexed his right ankle. Just a small, controlled flex. A pulse of movement through the joint assembly that translated into a shockwave up Calder's arms, and sent the researcher tumbling backward across the deck in a graceless, undignified roll. Calder came to a stop against a bulkhead, blinking. He was unharmed. Which, given that the force that had just moved him was sufficient to snap a human spine, was clear evidence of deliberate restraint on Blackout's part. Ethan shot the Transformer a warning look. Blackout's optical sensors dimmed in the mechanical equivalent of an apology. Ethan closed the Mark V's mask. Let's go. He stepped to the edge of the deck and dove. Blackout hefted the 50-ton reactor onto one shoulder like it was a duffel bag, walked to the railing, and leaped. The splash was catastrophic. Water erupted 15 meters into the air. The research vessel rocked hard against the displacement wave. Every bureau guard grabbed the nearest fixed object. Calder, still on his back against the bulkhead, managed to stare at the bubbling patch of ocean where Blackout had just vanished and muttered something that may or may not have been a prayer. 2,000 meters down, the reactor delivery went smoothly. Blackout set the cargo gently on the cleared area of seabed, gently, because gently, for a 10-meter war machine still produced a concussive thump that kicked up a cloud of sediment visible 100 meters in every direction. Ethan and his new partner began the final preparation work. The light-sensitive marine life returned as expected. Schools of curious, territorial creatures swarmed in to investigate the new intruders. They discovered in short order that Blackout had a very different attitude toward being bitten than Ethan did. Where Ethan had been shooting warning bursts and trying to minimize harm, Blackout's approach was more direct. A meter-wide mechanical hand closed around one of the larger creatures, and a split second later, there was no creature. Just fragments, drifting in the current. The remaining marine life learned extremely quickly. The swarm dispersed. 30 minutes of demolition work later, the site was properly cleared, larger than the previous attempt, more thoroughly leveled, with Blackout hauling away the debris in the casual manner of a man moving furniture. Ethan positioned the reactor at the center of the cleared area. Ready for deployment, you have the con. Understood, sir. Deployment initiating. The reactor housing, which, to Calder's eye topside, had looked like a decorative oversized base, came alive. For thick mechanical legs extended from the bottom of the assembly, rotated with the whine of industrial-grade torque, and drove themselves into the seabed rock with the focused aggression of pile drivers. Each leg punched through several meters of rock and sediment, locking the reactor to the seafloor with anchoring force that would resist anything short of tectonic movement. The reactor's core began to pulse. The pale blue glow deepened, steadied, and settled into the rich, dark blue signature of Stark element fusion. Core stable, sir. Initiating low-frequency sonar. The swarm of marine life that had been creeping back toward the light abruptly stopped. Then turned. Then fled, cohesively and at speed, as the sonar pulse drove them away from the reactor's operating radius. Ethan floated in the current and watched the reactor take root. The light from the fusion core bathed the seabed in deep blue illumination, turning the sediment and rock formations into something almost otherworldly. It was beautiful, in a way he hadn't expected. If this runs clean. He let the thought settle. A functioning undersea fusion reactor, producing clean energy at scale, immune to conventional environmental risks, fed by a newly synthesized element that nobody else in the world could produce. The commercial implications were absurd. Every nation on the planet would want this technology. Every power company. Every military. Every industrial operation that required large-scale energy input. The energy company he was about to found was going to print money at a rate that would embarrass actual currency printers. And it had started with a glowing rock. Deployment complete, sir. S voice was as calm as ever. Reactor is operational. Output curve nominal. Monitoring all systems. Ethan exhaled. Not relief, exactly. Satisfaction. Because unlike the earlier inventions, this one wasn't purely the system's work. The stark element had come from the mall, yes. But the pressure-resistant framework, the anchoring system, the deep-sea containment housing, the sediment-resistant coolant circulation, all of it, every supporting component, had been designed by Ethan personally using the knowledge that was now part of his own mind. He'd been drawing on his own expertise, not just reading off a blueprint. Had run the simulations. But Ethan had done the engineering. A flicker of genuine pride went through him. Turns out I'm not bad at this even without the system. He turned to Blackout and tapped his own chest plate. Time to head up. Mun and Transformer rose through 2,000 meters of darkness, back toward the light. 3 hours later, after confirming via J. that the reactor was running clean, stable, and within all projected parameters, Ethan picked up his phone and dialed Graves. Graves' voice came through on the first ring. He was doing his best impression of a man who wasn't pacing his office and failing. Did it work? Ethan took a long, theatrical breath. Comrade Graves, he said, in the exact tone of a man settling in for a story, I heard you've been very busy lately. Your schedule is packed. I almost didn't want to make this call, given how much official business you have to attend to, but I felt it was important. Tell me if it worked or I will have you arrested for wasting my time. Ethan dropped the act. It worked. Deployment successful. The reactor is operational, stable, and producing clean output at baseline parameters. Silence on the other end. Then the sound of a chair being pushed back hard enough to hit the wall. It actually succeeded. I told you it would succeed. Send me the coordinates. Ethan transmitted the latitude and longitude. The line went quiet for several minutes as Graves, presumably, cross-referenced the location against national maritime charts, international shipping lanes, and military territorial boundaries. When Graves spoke again, his voice had the specific quality of a man who'd just realized the implications of what he was looking at. Do you know what you've just built in the middle of my southern sea? An energy facility. An inviolable strategic asset that produces industrial-grade power from a depth and in a material framework that no foreign nation can replicate, inspect, or interdict. That is not an energy facility. That is a geopolitical artifact. This changes the map. A long pause. Graves' voice softened, just slightly. Congratulations, kid. Now get back here. We have a lot to talk about. He hung up. On the deck of the Meridian Wave, Ethan slipped the phone into his pocket and looked out over the calm, blue expanse of water. Somewhere below, 2,000 meters down, his reactor was quietly producing enough energy to rewire the economics of an industry. And behind him, standing on the rear deck, Dr. Zachary Calder was staring at the transmitted sensor feed on his tablet with the wide-eyed, slightly unhinged expression of a man whose field of study had just been permanently rewritten by events he had witnessed in person. Calder looked up, met Ethan's eyes across the deck, and managed a single, slightly shaky sentence. Professor Mercer. When do we start the next one? Ethan grinned. Tomorrow, Doctor, we have an empire to build. Chapter 97, Chapter 96. A multi-1865 words for advanced chapters /Patreon. Com/handsome duck. God. Graves stared at the coordinates on his screen with the expression of a man reading his own obituary. Kid, don't mess with me. I know that sea area. Minimum depth is 1,500 meters. In the deeper trenches it gets closer to 2,000. You cannot conduct underwater operations at that depth, let alone build a functional reactor. Ethan sighed. Some people accepted things because they were told. Graves was not one of those people. He'd accepted fusion because he'd watched 5 helicopter engines run off a palm-sized device for an hour. He'd accepted the armor because he'd seen Ethan fly to Mach 6 in front of his eyes. Every conviction the man held had been beaten into him by direct evidence, and apparently this one was going to require the same treatment. Send Director Graves the deployment footage. Right away, sir. The entire mission archive, compressed and encrypted, hit Graves' inbox in the time it took him to blink. Several gigabytes of sensor logs, helmet cam footage, signal B feed, and post-deployment telemetry data, packaged and transmitted with casual efficiency. Graves clicked play, half believing, half braced for disappointment. Then the Mark V deployed from a briefcase. Graves' eyebrows climbed. Then Ethan dove 2,000 meters. Graves' eyebrows kept climbing. Then a 10-meter helicopter form transformer arrived carrying a 60-ton reactor slung beneath its rotor assembly, landed on a research vessel, transformed into a mechanical warrior, and knelt before Ethan. Graves leaned back in his chair and pinched the bridge of his nose. Then the footage showed the undersea deployment. Blackout tearing through bedrock. The reactor's foundation anchoring into the seabed. The Stark element core stabilizing into its deep blue glow. The steady output curves climbing into nominal operating parameters. By the time the footage ended, Graves had crossed both arms on his desk and put his forehead down on them. 1 month. 1 month this kid was out of my direct supervision. I let him take a breather. And in that 1 month, he deployed a fusion reactor on the seabed using technology he invented, a transport vehicle he invented, and a support asset he invented. And he's 18. The line was quiet. Ethan was patient. He'd been on the receiving end of Graves' existential crises before. All right, the director said, his voice muffled by the desk. I accept that it works. Now explain to me why you built it this far offshore and this deep. The reactor is well beyond the continental shelf and sitting 2,000 meters down. Even if we had a catastrophic containment breach, which we won't, because the Stark element fusion profile doesn't generate the same failure modes as fission, any energy release would be dissipated by ocean volume before it could reach the mainland. That's the first thing you've said today that sounds responsible. I do occasionally think about consequences. Occasionally. Ethan let the jab land, then pivoted. Director, I've been reviewing the geography. The Southern Sea and Eastern Sea have dozens of suitable deep-water sites within the Republic's maritime zone. If we build 10 reactors at this scale along the southern and eastern coasts, distributed across appropriate depths. He paused. The west-east power corridor becomes obsolete. The silence on the other end of the line lasted several seconds. Repeat that. 10 reactors, Director. We can retire the west-east power corridor. For readers unfamiliar with Valerian infrastructure politics, the west-east power corridor was the single largest public works project in the Republic's modern history. It moved electricity from the western provinces, where thermal and hydroelectric plants were geographically concentrated, to the industrial and population centers in the east. Trillions of marks invested over 2 decades. The grid serviced more than 70% of the national population. The project was considered untouchable because canceling it would cripple the eastern economy overnight. And Ethan Mercer had just proposed replacing it with 10 undersea reactors. Graves' voice went flat. Do you have any idea what you're saying? I have a fair idea, yes. The central and eastern regions account for more than 70% of the national population. Residential consumption alone is enormous. Industrial consumption is catastrophically enormous. You cannot support that kind of load with 10 fusion reactors. Even 50-ton class reactors. The math doesn't work. With conventional uranium-based fission, you're right. It doesn't. But what if I told you there's an element whose radiation yield is hundreds of times that of uranium? Graves started to respond. He didn't get the chance. Impossible. Calder, who'd been listening on the shared line from the research vessel, had apparently reached the end of his reserves. Among every known element on the periodic table, there is nothing, not one isotope, not one synthetic actinide, not one engineered radioactive compound, that produces radiation yields at the magnitude you're describing. It is physically impossible. Ethan was getting used to this pattern. He answered with the same patience he'd used every other time. You're correct that no known element does this. What if I created a new one? The line went quiet again. Calder's voice, when it came back, had the specific register of a man speaking from inside a very small box. You're serious. I'm always serious, Doctor. You are manufacturing elements. On the other end of the line, Graves was listening to this exchange with the weary acceptance of a man who'd stopped trying to draw limits around what Ethan could or couldn't do. Because every time he drew a limit, Ethan stepped over it. The Bureau agents on the Meridian Wave, the same ones who'd spent the morning watching Calder dig his own credibility grave, piled on their favorite researcher. Calder, respectfully, at what point are you going to stop arguing with Professor Mercer about what's possible? You're literally standing on a boat 10 meters from a working underwater fusion reactor that he built last month. Read the room. Calder made a sound that might have been a laugh or might have been a quiet, dignified mental collapse. Graves, for his part, was running a different calculation entirely. 10 reactors. Replacing the West-East corridor. The West-East power corridor was an ongoing drain of something like 100 billion marks per year in maintenance, infrastructure upgrades, and operational costs. Eliminate the corridor, and that capital could be redirected into education, healthcare, defense, scientific research. The knock-on effects on national finances would be transformative. And nobody, not the Chancellor, not the Finance Ministry, not any of the provincial governors, had dared suggest canceling the corridor. Because the alternative had never existed. Until today. I need to call the Chancellor. I figured. If this project actually runs as specified, and I am saying if, because we will verify every number and stress test every assumption, the Republic will not forget what you've done for it. Do you understand me? Ethan grinned into the phone. Then I hope the director will go easy on my new energy company when the registration paperwork hits his desk. Graves sighed, the long-suffering sigh of a man who'd just recognized he was being quietly robbed, and was choosing to let it happen. Send me the incorporation documents. I'll make sure the Commerce Bureau moves them to the front of the queue. You're a good man, Director. I'm a tired man. There's a difference. He hung up. Project approval came back within the week. Chancellor Thayer, it turned out, was even more eager to move than Ethan had anticipated. Every day the West-East power corridor continued to operate, was hundreds of millions of marks flowing out of a treasury that had other priorities. The Finance Ministry had been quietly trying to reduce the corridor's budget allocation for years without success, because no credible alternative existed. Now one did. The paperwork pipeline, which normally ground through the national bureaucracy at the speed of a glacier, accelerated to something closer to a rocket sled. Ethan's proposal hit the Chancellor's desk on a Monday. Authorization signed by Wednesday. Funding allocations approved by Friday. A dedicated interagency task force stood up by the following Monday. Ethan came home from the Meridian Wave, and went straight to work on the corporate paperwork. He pulled an all-nighter. Drafted articles of incorporation. Prepared founding documents. Filed patent claims on 17 different subcomponents of the reactor assembly. Drafted employment contracts, equity structures, and a preliminary organizational chart. By dawn, the materials were ready. 6 a.m. Ashford City. Ethan left the house before anyone else was awake, walked 6 blocks to a breakfast shop that had just opened for the morning rush, and sat down at the counter. The owner, an older woman who'd been running this place since Ethan was a kid, took one look at him, and pulled out her biggest bowl. 30 minutes later, Ethan walked out of the shop having consumed 3 bowls of jellied custard and 20+ fried dough sticks, to the wide-eyed astonishment of the owner and every other customer who'd witnessed the spectacle. The serum was wonderful, Ethan reflected, but its caloric requirements were occasionally inconvenient. The Ashford City Commerce Bureau was a gray concrete building with gray concrete floors and the specific ambient atmosphere of a place where dreams went to be processed into paperwork. Ethan walked in expecting chaos. He'd been on national television approximately 40 times in the past year. His face had been broadcast to hundreds of millions of viewers. He'd been photographed, interviewed, mocked, slandered, and vindicated in roughly equal measure. On any given day, in any given public space, he could generally count on at least a handful of people recognizing him and making a small scene. He had, in fact, mentally prepared for this scenario. He'd taken off his cap. He was holding his head high. He was, metaphorically speaking, one step short of shouting his own name into a megaphone. Nobody noticed. The Commerce Bureau waiting area was full of tired business owners, overworked civil servants, and weary citizens dealing with licensing paperwork, and not a single one of them looked up when Ethan Mercer, globally renowned physicist, inventor of nuclear fusion, slayer of Aurelian operatives, owner of a 5-meter sentient robot named Bumblebee, walked through the door. Ethan stood in the foyer for approximately 10 seconds, adjusting to the anticlimax. So my face is apparently forgettable. With no fanfare available, he took a ticket like a regular person and sat in the waiting area. An hour passed. His number was called. He approached the service window and laid his documents on the counter. The civil servant on the other side of the glass, a middle-aged woman with tired eyes and the specific posture of a person who'd been processing paperwork for 9 hours, glanced up at Ethan and stopped. She squinted. Her gaze sharpened. Have we met? You look incredibly familiar. Ethan shifted his weight and tried not to laugh. Possibly. I'd like to register a company. He slid the documents across the counter. These are the founding papers. Chapter 98, Chapter 97, Fan Frenzy, The Director's Rescue 1945 words for advanced chapters /Patreon. com/handsomeduckgod. The clerk stared at Ethan for a good 5 seconds, brow furrowed, certain he'd seen this face somewhere but unable to place it. The line behind Ethan was getting restless. The clerk shook off the feeling, took the stack of documents, and slid a blank form across the counter. Fill in the name and registration type. Ethan bent over the counter and began writing. He already had the company name ready. He'd been turning it over in his head for weeks, and every other option had felt either grandiose or forgettable. 3 minutes later, he slid the form back. The clerk barely glanced at it. He was already reaching for the bureau stamp, his body on autopilot after a morning of identical paperwork, when the company name caught his eye and his hand stopped mid-reach. New Future Technology Energy Company. The clerk's brain rebooted. He'd been processing business registrations for the Ashford City Commerce Bureau for 5 years. He'd seen every kind of small business get incorporated, trading companies, live streaming ventures, food and catering operations, the occasional pharmacy or cosmetics startup. He'd even handled 1 or 2 adult novelty firms, which had been uncomfortable but professional. But an energy company. Filed by an individual. Energy companies, as far as he understood the industry, were not founded by private citizens walking into commerce bureaus with paperwork. Energy companies were founded by governments, consortiums, or state-backed conglomerates. The capital requirements alone, power plant construction, grid infrastructure, regulatory compliance, were measured in the billions. No individual had that kind of money. And the technical expertise required was something that took institutions decades to build. The clerk looked up at the young man on the other side of the counter. Late teens. Casual clothes. Not even wearing a watch. The clerk sighed. Pushed the form slightly back across the counter. Kid, I know you think this is funny. But look behind you. He gestured at the line. I've got 100 people to process before lunch. Take the form, go home, and stop wasting my time. If you try to file this again, I'll have the guards escort you out. He made a show of lifting the form toward the nearby trash can. Ethan stood frozen at the counter, his brain cycling through 3 different responses. None of them were diplomatic. He's going to throw it away. He's going to actually throw my company registration in the trash. The clerk's wrist was already moving when his peripheral vision caught the legal representative field at the bottom of the form. Ethan Mercer. The clerk's hand paused in midair. His eyes tracked from the name, to the young man's face, back to the name. He muttered to himself. Same name as Professor Mercer. Probably a fan. A moment passed. 18ish. Same age as Professor Mercer. Another moment. Same city as Professor Mercer. The clerk stared at Ethan, who was now quite visibly trying not to laugh. Filing an energy company. The color slowly drained from the clerk's face. The clerk looked at Ethan. Looked at the form. Looked at the trash can he'd been about to throw the form into. Then, at a volume that rattled the service window glass, Holy, you're Professor Mercer. The entire hall went silent. Every head turned. The ambient noise of 100 simultaneous conversations cut off as if someone had pulled a master switch. Every person in the Commerce Bureau, citizens in line, clerks at their stations, guards by the doors, pivoted toward the service window where a teenager was standing next to a trash can. Ethan pulled off his cap and managed a sheepish half-wave. Morning, everyone. The hall detonated. So this, Ethan thought, 20 minutes later, is what being a celebrity actually feels like. He'd been escorted, by several overwhelmed clerks and a small knot of guards, to the center of the hall, where he was now attempting to field what had spontaneously reorganized itself into a fan line. Professor Mercer, is it okay if my daughter gets a photo with you? Professor Mercer, my son wants to be an engineer because of you, could you sign this notebook? Professor Mercer, I cried when I watched the press conference, the whole thing, Bumblebee and everything, could I just? Professor Mercer, Professor Mercer, Professor Mercer, he was smiling. He was trying very hard to keep smiling. In the first 5 minutes, the smile had been genuine. In the next 5 minutes, the smile had been enthusiastic. By minute 15, the smile had become something he was mentally maintaining through willpower alone. The line was not shrinking. If anything, it was growing. Word had somehow gotten outside the Commerce Bureau, and people were coming in off the street. A crowd had formed on the sidewalk. The noise level was building. Ethan signed a notebook. Posed for a photo. Signed a t-shirt. Shook a small boy's hand. Took another photo. Signed an actual physics textbook. Nodded sympathetically while a grandmother told him about her arthritis. Agreed politely that yes, physics was certainly an interesting subject. Took yet another photo. At the 30-minute mark, he was starting to wonder if this was how he was going to die. He had faced down a hostile foreign superpower's defense apparatus. He had flown at Mach 6. He had been shot at with automatic weapons. None of that had prepared him for the physical toll of sustained polite enthusiasm directed at him by people who sincerely, fervently loved his work. I have new respect for Ryan Calloway. Journalists are built different. An hour in, his hand was cramping. His face hurt from smiling. The line showed no signs of ending. Oh no no no. I'm going to be stuck here until dinner. I'm going to starve in the Ashford City Commerce Bureau. A statue of me will be erected on this spot with the inscription, he signed autographs until his pen ran out of ink and then he died. That was the moment the cavalry arrived. A cluster of Commerce Bureau managers came down the main staircase, led by a portly, middle-aged man in a slightly rumpled suit. The man moved with the specific purposeful haste of a senior administrator who'd just been informed that his building contained an unexpected VIP, and he had approximately 90 seconds to handle the situation before it became an international incident. He shouldered through the crowd with practiced efficiency, reached Ethan, and extended a hand. Professor Mercer. Martin Briggs, Director of the Ashford City Commerce Bureau. Ethan, who had been signing his name for so long he was pretty sure he'd started misspelling it, gripped the director's hand like a drowning man grips a life preserver. Director Briggs. Very pleased to meet you. Professor Mercer, sir, I have to apologize. We had no idea you would be coming in person today. There was no reason for you to come in yourself. We would have been delighted to send a representative to your residence to handle any administrative matters. Briggs's voice was warm and practiced, the well-oiled diplomacy of a career bureaucrat. Your status as a national figure does introduce significant complications when you're out in public. We understand that completely. Please, let us handle this personally from here. Under normal circumstances, Ethan would have made a couple of polite demurrals before accepting. Those were the social scripts, and he generally knew how to follow them. But Ethan had been signing autographs for an hour, and he was hungry, and his hand hurt. Director Briggs. He kept his voice low. I will follow you literally anywhere, if you get me out of this room. Briggs had been a government official for a long time. He read people for a living. He caught the edge of desperation in Ethan's eyes and pivoted seamlessly. He raised his voice to address the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen. I apologize, but Professor Mercer, and I have urgent business to attend to upstairs. I appreciate your patience and enthusiasm. Please, let us through. There was some grumbling. Some hopeful stragglers reached out with last-minute autograph requests. Briggs's body, which was not small, became a surprisingly effective blocker as he ushered Ethan toward the main staircase at a brisk walk that was not quite a jog. Ethan, for his part, waved apologetically to the fans as he was extracted. He felt mildly guilty. He felt very, very relieved. They made it to the stairs. They made it up the stairs. They made it into Briggs's office. Briggs closed the door. Ethan collapsed into the nearest chair. Water? Briggs offered, already filling a glass from the cooler in the corner. Ethan accepted the glass with both hands and drained it without pausing for breath. He set it down, caught his breath, and managed a grateful look at his rescuer. Director Briggs. I owe you one. Not at all, Professor Mercer. I was starting to think I was going to have to fight my way out. Briggs chuckled, though his eyes betrayed the specific amusement of a man who found this particular detail fascinating. Before this afternoon, his entire impression of Ethan Mercer had been shaped by media coverage, the Aurelian Republic infiltration, the fighter jet combat, the robotic press conference. The young man sitting across from him in a rumpled morning, after battling fans for an hour, did not match those images at all. It was, honestly, refreshing. Can I ask how this happened, Professor Mercer? You're not scheduled on the bureau calendar today. We could have made arrangements. I was trying to avoid arrangements. Ethan set the empty glass down. I figured if I just walked in and filed like a regular person, I'd be in and out in 20 minutes. And how did that work out? Director Briggs, you are holding me together with your bare hands at this moment. Briggs laughed, a genuine, startled laugh that crinkled the corners of his eyes. He was warming to this kid quickly. Media coverage made Ethan Mercer look like a cold, calculating operator. In person, he was a sarcastic 18-year-old who'd been mobbed by his own fans, and was now drinking tap water in an administrator's office with his hair sticking up. A knock at the door interrupted the moment. The clerk, the same one who had nearly thrown Ethan's registration form into the trash, stepped in, white-faced, holding the documents with the careful reverence of a man handling a live grenade. He crossed the room to Briggs's desk and set the papers down with painstaking care. Then he shot Ethan a pleading, desperate look that could be roughly translated as, "Please, Professor Mercer, I have a family." Ethan nearly laughed out loud. He gave the clerk a small wink. "We're all good." The clerk's shoulders collapsed with audible relief. He actually bowed in Ethan's direction, then in Briggs's direction, then in the approximate direction of the office plant, and then retreated out the door as quickly as his legs could carry him without officially being called running. Briggs raised an eyebrow at Ethan. "Is there something I should know about?" "Nothing of consequence, Director. Your clerk handled my documentation very professionally." Briggs picked up the documents and settled into his chair. He opened the folder. Glanced at the first page. Glanced at the second. By the third page, his eyebrows had climbed halfway to his hairline. Ethan took another sip of water. The real conversation was about to begin. Chapter 99, Chapter 98, A Call from the Energy Ministry, Director Briggs's Cardiac Event 1858 Words for Advanced Chapters /Patreon. com/handsome duck god Martin Briggs flipped through the paperwork twice, and felt the specific chill of a career bureaucrat, who had just been handed a grenade with the pin half-pulled. On paper the registration was clean. Properly formatted, accurately detailed, compliant with standard small business filing requirements. The issue was not the paperwork. The issue was what the paperwork was for. New Future Technology Energy Company. The scope of operations described energy development and technology licensing. Harmless phrasing on its surface. But the descriptions in the attached prospectus, power generation, grid interface, large-scale electricity transmission, crossed directly into territory that was, by Valerian law, strictly reserved for the state. Private citizens could not own power plants. They could not operate generation facilities. They could not sell electricity. Distribution was handled exclusively through public-private hybrid consortiums, governed by federal oversight. Every person in Briggs's profession knew these rules by heart. They were written into the Commerce Bureau's operating manual in Chapter 1, Paragraph 1. Briggs could not, under any reasonable interpretation of the law, approve this application. He looked up at the teenager sitting across from him. This was, of course, the same teenager who had built a fusion reactor in a rented warehouse. Who had personally held off a hostile foreign power. Who had a standing military detail. Who could, with a single phone call, generate the kind of political attention that demolished careers. Briggs was a mid-level bureaucrat with 2 years until pension. He had read the room. Professor Mercer. He closed the folder carefully. "If I may ask an impertinent question." "Of course." "Are the appropriate authorities aware that this filing is coming in?" Briggs chose his words with the care of a man walking a minefield. "You understand, a private energy company of this scale is not normally permissible. But I assume, given who you are, and the visibility of your recent work, and the kind of protection you travel with." He let the sentence hang. Ethan blinked. Processed the subtext. It had not, genuinely, occurred to him that privately registering an energy company would require any special clearances. His mental model had been simpler: file papers, get stamp, go home. "Director Briggs, I appreciate the caution. But I think the relevant ministries are tracking this. I can have someone call." His phone rang. An unknown number. He frowned, accepted the call, and put it to his ear. "Am I speaking with Professor Ethan Mercer?" The voice on the other end was crisp, middle-aged, and carried the specific energetic authority of someone accustomed to addressing rooms full of subordinates. "Speaking. Professor Mercer. This is Director Xavier Holt from the National Energy Ministry." Ethan's brain did a quick audit of the name, cross-referenced it against the Valerian government hierarchy, and concluded that he was currently on the phone with the cabinet-level official responsible for national energy policy. "Director Holt. Pleasure to meet you. Please, call me Xavier. I read your proposal this morning. I also watched the deployment footage. I have a number of things to say, but the first one is this: that kid Graves didn't tell you I'd be calling, did he? He did not. Of course he didn't. That man has the communication habits of a stone wall. I'm going to have words with him. Ethan, who was now genuinely enjoying the conversation, allowed himself a grin. Director Holt, what can I do for you? Several things. First, the project you're proposing, the 10-reactor seabed grid, is being escalated to the highest priority tier. The Chancellor is personally invested. I received a call from her office at 6 this morning. You've set off more alarms than the Aurelian thing, and I would not have thought that possible. I tend to have that effect. You tend to have that effect. Xavier paused. Second matter. The state wishes to acquire a stake in your company. Ethan's grin faded slightly. He was not surprised, exactly. He'd known the moment he proposed replacing the West-East power corridor that the government would want a seat at the table. What concerned him was the size of the seat. His entire reason for founding the company had been to secure a private, controlled environment where he could continue his research without oversight committees breathing down his neck. If the state took majority ownership, the company became a state enterprise in everything but name, and his research autonomy went with it. Director Holt. Before we go further. Is the government proposing a majority stake? Is this a nationalization? Then, to Ethan's relief, a genuine laugh. Kid, relax. Minority stake. 12%, maybe 15%. Non-controlling. Non-operational. No board seats with management veto. Then what's the purpose? Protection. Professor Mercer, you are about to found the most valuable energy company on the planet. The moment your incorporation papers are public, every foreign intelligence service in the world will send operatives to infiltrate your organization. They will try to hire your scientists, compromise your engineers, seduce your administrators, and bribe your maintenance staff. Your company cannot defend itself against that kind of threat. Not on its own. Xavier's voice sharpened. With state equity, we have standing. We can deploy bureau personnel as legal counterintelligence. We can vet applicants through channels you don't have access to. We can dismantle infiltration attempts before they reach you, through legitimate, documented authority. Without state equity, we can't do any of that officially. And doing it unofficially, in case you have missed the subtext, is how countries wind up in international incidents. Ethan absorbed this. It was, honestly, a strong argument. And the Aurelian assassination attempt at the Bumblebee press conference was fresh in everyone's memory. Kane's operatives had reached him in the middle of his own country, on live television. The next attempt would be smarter. Having the Bureau positioned as a full legal partner in the company was not a bad hedge. Minority stake. No operational control. No research oversight. And the capital injection. We're not taking equity for free, Professor Mercer. You will receive a capital contribution commensurate with our percentage. The specific number is still under discussion at the Finance Ministry, but to give you a rough order of magnitude. Xavier paused for effect. We are in the 10-figure range. Across the desk, Martin Briggs's thermos slipped out of his hand. It hit the carpet with a muffled thunk, bounced once, and rolled under a bookshelf. Tea spread across the floor in a slow, dark circle. Martin Briggs did not move. He did not react. His face had taken on the specific, frozen stillness of a man whose brain had just attempted to process more information than its architecture supported and had, as a defensive measure, temporarily powered down. 10 digits. The state was going to invest 10 digits into a private energy company founded by a teenager. The teenager sitting across from his desk. Right now. In his office. Martin Briggs had worked in the Ashford City Commerce Bureau for 18 years. He had processed corporate registrations for every major business in the region. He had handled the incorporation paperwork for Valerian subsidiaries of international conglomerates. He had signed off on real estate developments worth hundreds of millions of marks. None of those filings had ever involved a 10-figure state capital injection. Because 10-figure state capital injections did not happen at the Municipal Commerce Bureau level. They happened at the Chancellor's office. Under armed guard. With 3 teams of lawyers present. Ethan wrapped up the call, thanked Director Holt, and hung up. He turned his attention back to Briggs and found the director of the Ashford City Commerce Bureau staring at the wet circle spreading across his office carpet with the flat, distant expression of a man considering whether to attend his own funeral in person, or send a deputy. Director Briggs. Your thermos. Director Briggs, are you okay? Briggs blinked. Returned, gradually, to the present moment. Professor Mercer. Yes, sir. Would you excuse me for one moment? He reached into his desk drawer, produced a small towel, and began methodically cleaning up the spilled tea. The motions were precise, unhurried. They were also the motions of a man who was using physical activity to re-anchor himself in reality. Professor Mercer. Forgive me. It has been a long morning. Take your time, Director. While Briggs cleaned, Ethan's phone vibrated again. He pulled it out to check, and in the process, his contacts list briefly opened on screen. Briggs, who had just straightened up from retrieving the thermos, happened to glance in Ethan's direction at exactly that moment. His eyes tracked across the phone screen. His eyes stopped. His eyes widened. Nathan Graves. Xavier Holt. Edmund Hargrove. Victor Hale. Briggs's brain, which had just finished rebooting, crashed a second time. Those 4 names, scrolling casually down a contact list, represented approximately the entire top tier of Valerian national security, energy policy, scientific establishment, and provincial military command. They were names that appeared in newspapers. Names that appeared in classified briefings. Names that appeared, occasionally, on legislation. And they were saved in this teenager's phone without so much as a professional title. Just names. Like friends. Like they called each other for lunch. Briggs inhaled very slowly through his nose. If this phone were ever listed for sale at public auction, he thought with faint hysteria, the resulting bidding war would get people killed. Ethan, oblivious, pocketed his phone. Director Briggs, I apologize for the chaos. Now that I understand the state is supporting this filing at the ministerial level, I'd be happy to come back later this week with additional documentation. No. Briggs waved both hands, the way a man might wave off a falling piano. Absolutely no need. The documentation you've already provided is complete and sufficient. If the Chancellor's office is aware of this filing, and the Energy Ministry is supporting it, there is no reason for it to be delayed at this bureau. He straightened his tie. He composed his face. He walked around his desk to the intercom on the wall and pressed the call button. Margaret. Please bring me the bureau seal. Personally. And bring the priority approval stamp. There was a pause on the other end. Both of them, Director. Both of them. Sir, the priority approval stamp hasn't been used in 6 years. Today is the day, Margaret. Bring them both. He released the intercom, turned to Ethan, and allowed himself a small, practiced smile. Professor Mercer. It has been my profound honor to process this filing personally. You will have your certification within the hour. Ethan, trying not to smile, gave a polite nod. Thank you, Director Briggs. I appreciate the efficiency. Outside, in the hallway, there was the rapid sound of Margaret running. Martin Briggs sat down at his desk, folded his hands, and contemplated the fact that he had, in the last 45 minutes, come closer to losing his career than he had in the previous 18 years combined. He was going to need a very long weekend. Chapter 100, Chapter 99, Hargrove's help appointed at Hartwell 2016 words. For advanced chapters /Patreon. com/handsomeduckgod Ethan walked out of the Commerce Bureau holding the certified incorporation papers in one hand, and a stomach, that had begun making increasingly unsubtle complaints in the other. The serum's caloric demands were not a small inconvenience. 3 bowls of jellied custard and 20 fried dough sticks at 6 a.m. had gotten him through the morning. The fan mob, the negotiations, the dawning realization that he was now legally responsible for a company the state was about to inject 10 figures into, all of that had burned through the breakfast in roughly 4 hours. The sky was darkening. He spotted a small restaurant tucked between a dry cleaner and a bookstore, ducked inside, and ordered 5 servings of braised pork over rice without breaking stride. The owner, a middle-aged woman with the unflappable manner of someone who'd seen everything in her years behind the counter, raised an eyebrow but said nothing. She brought out the food. The other patrons, 3 tables, maybe 7 people total, watched in increasingly fascinated silence as Ethan worked through his order. The first bowl disappeared in about 90 seconds. The second went down in less. By the third, several customers had stopped pretending not to stare. Ethan, oblivious, polished off all 5 servings, set his chopsticks down, and let out a satisfied sigh that suggested he might have room for a 6th if pressed. He patted his stomach, which was now 80% full, and asking only mildly for more, and pulled out his phone. He dialed Hargrove. 800 miles away, in a research laboratory at the Republic of Valoria's most prestigious physics institute, Dr. Edmund Hargrove was bent over a workstation explaining a delicate calibration procedure to a graduate student. His phone buzzed in his coat pocket. He ignored it. He was mid-sentence. The student, a sharp young woman who'd been doing exemplary work on resonance dampening, needed her instructor's attention. The phone buzzed again. Hargrove pulled it out to silence it, glanced at the screen, and stopped speaking entirely. The graduate student, who had been carefully adjusting a sensor array, looked up, alarmed. Excuse me, Anna. I have to take this. He set down his tools, walked out of the lab, and was through the hallway and into the stairwell before his graduate students could fully process what they'd witnessed. Edmund Hargrove did not interrupt experimental work. Edmund Hargrove was famous for not interrupting experimental work. Edmund Hargrove had once allegedly continued an experiment through a small office fire because, in his judgment, the fire was outside his focal radius. Whoever was on that phone, Anna decided, was someone the rest of the world should probably know about. Hargrove cleared the building, stepped out into the courtyard, and answered the call. You little punk. His voice was warm, scolding, and unmistakably affectionate. You finally remembered to call this old man. I was starting to think your fame had given you amnesia about us. On the other end, Ethan winced. He'd been busy. He had not, in fairness, called Hargrove in months. He'd meant to. The intention had been there. It had simply gotten buried under reactor deployments, assassination attempts, robotic press conferences, and 17 patent filings. I'm sorry. It's been a chaotic stretch. Your apologies are getting smoother each time, kid. Either you're maturing or you're getting worse. Tell me what you need. Ethan got straight to the point. He'd learned, over the months, that Hargrove had no patience for preamble. I've registered a new company. Energy sector. I need to hire a research division and an operations team, both at the highest level of expertise available in the country. I was hoping, given your standing at Hartwell University, that you might help me find candidates. He kept his voice low. The restaurant was small. There were customers within hearing range, and he'd already learned today that being recognized in public came with consequences. His attempt at discretion failed. The conversation was, by any reasonable measure, audible from every table. A man at the next table over-snorted into his rice. Another man, 2 tables behind Ethan, made a sound somewhere between a laugh and a cough. A woman across the room muttered something to her dining companion that involved the words, kids these days, and no shame. Ethan, focused on the call, didn't immediately register the reaction. But Hargrove, on the other end, did not. The old physicist responded warmly, oblivious to the ambient skepticism in the restaurant. No trouble at all, kid. Honestly, with your current reputation, you don't even need my help. You could publish a single recruitment notice, and have 1,000 qualified applicants by morning. I disagree, doctor, don't be modest. It's not modesty. The applicants who come because of my fame would be different from the ones who come through your filter. Anyone you'd vouch for would be qualified in skill and character. That saves me an enormous amount of vetting work. Hargrove was silent for a moment. Then, with a small note of pleasure he didn't quite manage to hide. You've gotten better at flattering old men, kid. I'll allow it. Then you'll help. But I have conditions. Ethan straightened up. Name them. I want to be listed as a member of your company. Any position. Honorary, advisory, founding board, doesn't matter. Just have my name on the roster. The request sat in the air for a moment. It took Ethan about 3 seconds to understand the request, and another 2 to feel something warm settle in his chest. Hargrove wasn't asking for a paycheck. Hargrove was offering protection. The old physicist's name on a corporate document was a shield. Edmund Hargrove was a national figure of the kind the Valerian public didn't just admire, they revered. Politicians who tried to use his name carelessly got slapped down by the press. Bureaucrats who attempted to obstruct his research found their careers ending mysteriously. The man's standing in the Republic was not measured by his job title, it was measured by the fact that no functioning institution in the country would dare to cross him. If Hargrove's name appeared on the New Future Technology Energy Company founding roster, the entire bureaucratic and political apparatus of the Valerian state would tread very carefully around the company's affairs. Trade ministry harassment, regulatory shakedowns, opportunistic local officials looking to extract bribes, all of it would dry up overnight. Because nobody in the country wanted to find themselves on the wrong side of Edmund Hargrove. The old man hadn't waited to be asked. He'd offered casually, like it was nothing. I thank you. Don't get sentimental, kid. There's a second condition. Of course. I want you to take a teaching position at Hartwell University. Ethan opened his mouth to protest, and Hargrove cut him off before the protest could form. Before you say no, and you were absolutely about to say no, I could hear it building, let me clarify. You don't need to teach a regular course load. I'm not asking you to grade papers or hold office hours. I'm asking for 1 or 2 guest lectures per academic year. That's it. Ethan, who had been mid-objection, swallowed it. The old man had, somehow, anticipated his every excuse, and disarmed each one in advance. Though I don't have time, defense was preempted by the minimal commitment. Though I'll mislead the students, defense was preempted by the lecture-only format. Ethan tried anyway. Hargrove, with respect, I'm not really qualified to teach. I'm good at building things, but I've never been a great communicator of foundational concepts, this isn't up for discussion. Consider it a personal favor. Ethan recognized the tone. It was the same one Hargrove had used when he'd announced, in front of the entire military verification panel, that Ethan was beyond his ability to teach. It was a tone that did not yield to negotiation. Ethan caved. All right. 2 lectures a year. I'll do my best. Excellent. I'll have the appointment paperwork drafted by tomorrow. The line went silent for a moment. Then Hargrove's voice, slightly softer, take care of yourself, Ethan. You too, doctor. He hung up. Ethan slipped the phone into his pocket and looked up. The entire restaurant was staring at him. 6 pairs of eyes. The owners were wide. The man at the next table had stopped chewing. The woman across the room had set down her chopsticks. Everyone was looking at him with the specific expression of people who had just witnessed an extraordinarily committed performance, and were now waiting to see how the punchline would land. A weathered older gentleman at the corner table, the kind who'd seen 70+ years of Republic history, and accumulated the conversational confidence to match, was the first to speak. Young man. His voice was kind. almost paternal. I have lived a long time and met many liars. But I have to say, I have never in my life seen anyone commit to a fabrication the way you just did. The dam broke. The whole restaurant burst out laughing. Not cruel laughter. Appreciative laughter. The kind reserved for someone who had performed admirably at a thing you didn't expect them to be good at. Hartwell University. And he wanted Edmund Hargrove to draft the appointment paperwork. This kid should be in films. He'd make a fortune. That's some serious dedication. He didn't even break character for the second condition. The owner, who had been wiping down a counter, set down her cloth and approached Ethan's table. Young man. Her voice was gentle. I've seen a lot of college students try to skip out on their bills. Usually they make up much smaller stories. Don't worry about the meal. Consider it on me. Just promise me you won't go this hard with your fabrications around people who don't have my patience. Ethan stared at her. Then at the older gentleman. Then at the rest of the laughing patrons. He didn't have time for this. He had to get to Hartwell University. He had to meet with Hargrove. He had documents to file, candidates to interview, an energy company to staff. He had a state ministry that was about to inject 10 figures of capital into his bank accounts. He had bigger problems than convincing this restaurant's clientele that he had not, in fact, been play-acting through a phone call. He pulled out his wallet. He looked at a 100-mark bill. A perfectly round sum that would have covered his meal and left a generous tip. He felt a small, sharp pang in his chest. The serum had not, regrettably, eliminated his fundamental relationship with money. He had been raised in Millbrook County. He had been the kid with the cracked phone and the threadbare clothes. He was now, on paper, about to become one of the wealthiest people in the Republic. But none of that erased the muscle memory of being broke. He swapped the 100 for a 50, slapped it on the table with as much theatrical confidence as he could muster, and announced grandly, "Keep the change." He turned and walked toward the door. The owner stared at the 50-mark bill on the table. She stared at the receipt slip. 5 servings of braised pork rice, 11 marks each. Total, 55 marks. By her count, the young man had just stiffed her by 5. Her mouth opened. The words, "Sir, you actually still owe me," formed on her tongue. She did not get to deliver them. Because at that exact moment, a deep, building roar rolled in from outside the restaurant, the kind of mechanical thunder that announced the arrival of something very large, very fast, and not even slightly subtle. The owner forgot about the 5 marks. Every patron in the restaurant turned toward the front window. Ethan, halfway to the door, smiled. Right on time. Chapter 101, Chapter 100, The Restaurant Goes Viral, a Headquarters Offer. 2260 words for advanced chapters/Patreon. com/handsomeduckgod. The roar of the engine pulled the entire street to a halt. Pedestrians stopped mid-stride. A delivery cyclist nearly clipped a lamppost. Cars slowing for the intersection inched forward to get a better view. Inside the restaurant, conversation cut off as a bright yellow streak drifted around the corner and screeched to a stop directly outside the front door. The vehicle was unmistakable. Even people who didn't follow tech news had seen it on social media, the angular, sharp-lined sports car with the matte yellow finish that had been all over every channel for the past month. What the hell, whose car is that? That's gorgeous. I have never seen a sports car that looked that mean. Look at the lines on it. What manufacturer is that? Some custom shop. I know that car from somewhere. Yeah, me too. It looks really familiar. Then the driver's door swung open by itself. The cockpit was empty. A woman near the window dropped her chopsticks. That's Bumblebee. The street erupted. People who'd been politely staring suddenly fumbled for phones. Pedestrians abandoned their destinations and clustered around the parking spot. Someone shouted, "Where's Professor Mercer?" and the crowd's attention spread outward like a ripple in a pond, every head turning to scan nearby windows and storefronts. Inside the restaurant, every patron was staring at the empty cockpit through the front window. The same patrons who, 90 seconds ago, had been laughing at a young man for fabricating an absurd phone call to Edmund Hargrove. The teenager in question stood up from his table, walked calmly toward the front door, and pushed it open. He crossed the sidewalk in 3 steps, slid into Bumblebee's driver's seat without breaking stride, and the headlights flashed twice in greeting as the car detected its master. The door closed. The engine purred down to a satisfied idle, then growled back up as Bumblebee pulled away from the curb and accelerated into the evening traffic. The restaurant didn't move. For approximately 10 full seconds, every person inside stood frozen in the exact posture they'd been in when Ethan walked out the door. Then someone, very quietly, said, "That was Professor Mercer." The owner, the same woman who, 2 minutes earlier, had been gently telling Ethan to seek help for his apparent compulsion to fabricate elaborate stories, slowly turned and looked at the table he'd been sitting at. The 50-mark bill was still there. She stared at it. Stared at the empty bowls. All 5 of them. Each one wiped clean. Stared at the door he'd just walked out of. Stared back at the bowls. Slowly, the owner brought one hand to her forehead. "Oh my God. Oh my God. Who else in this country can eat 5 servings of braised pork rice without stopping to breathe?" Behind her, a woman at the corner table had pulled out her phone and was already typing furiously. Was anyone filming? Did anyone get the moment when he walked out and the car opened by itself? A man near the window held up his phone with shaky hands. I think I got it. I was filming the car when he came out." The crowd descended on him. The owner, meanwhile, had snapped out of her shock and was running toward the back of the restaurant. She had a security camera that recorded the dining area. She had a security camera that recorded the front entrance. And if her instincts were right, she had approximately 80 minutes before the entire country knew that Ethan Mercer had eaten dinner at her establishment, and she intended to extract every available marketing opportunity from those 80 minutes. She already had the video title in her head. What restaurant could possibly get Professor Mercer to eat 5 bowls without stopping? She'd have it framed in the entryway by tomorrow morning. Bumblebee covered the distance from Ashford City to the capital in just under 4 hours, which was, by most measures, physically impossible. Conventional sports cars could not maintain that kind of pace over that kind of distance. Conventional roads couldn't absorb the punishment. Conventional engines would have melted. Bumblebee was not conventional. Ethan had originally considered taking Blackout. The helicopter form was faster, and the airborne route would have shaved off another hour. But the capital's airspace was strictly regulated, and an unannounced 10-meter flying war machine entering controlled zones would have triggered alarm responses Ethan did not want to deal with at the end of a long day. Bumblebee, for his part, had also pleaded against it. Through means that Ethan had not entirely sorted out, the yellow transformer had developed a rivalry with Blackout that bordered on actively territorial. Whenever the two of them were in the same room, Bumblebee subtly positioned himself between Ethan and Blackout, a young, loyal partner asserting prior claim over the new arrival. It was juvenile. It was also, Ethan had to admit, kind of charming. The Earth Prime memories had warned about this. The factional rift between Autobots and Decepticons predated human civilization. Even with the system's modifications turning Transformers in this world into engineered constructs, rather than sentient aliens, the ideological tension was apparently embedded at the architectural level. Bumblebee was an Autobot. Blackout was a Decepticon. They might both serve Ethan loyally, but they were never going to be friends. Ethan, frankly, didn't mind. As his Transformer roster grew, having internal factionalism would prevent the units from forming an aligned block. If they ever decided collectively that they didn't like an order, that would be a problem. Mutual suspicion kept that from happening. So Bumblebee got the trip. The capital came into view as the sun was setting. Ethan instructed Bumblebee to drive directly to the National Energy Ministry headquarters rather than to Hargrove's residence. He could see the old physicist later. The ministry conversation was time-sensitive. The Energy Ministry building was a sprawling, gray concrete complex in the Central Administrative District. Most of its windows were dark. A handful of upper-floor offices were still lit, and one of them, Ethan suspected, belonged to the man he was here to see. He pulled into the visitor parking area, climbed out, and approached the security checkpoint. He had not announced his visit. The plan had been to arrive, check in at the gate, request an appointment, and wait politely. The guard at the gate took one look at him, straightened up, and waved him through. "Director Holt is expecting you, Professor Mercer. Top floor, West Wing." Ethan blinked. Apparently Holt was tracking my movements. He nodded thanks and walked into the building. By the time Ethan reached the top floor, Director Xavier Holt was already waiting at the elevator, hands in his pockets, dressed casually for a man who normally wore a suit during business hours. He'd shed his jacket and rolled up his sleeves. Holt extended a hand. "Sorry to drag you across the country at this hour." "You didn't drag me, Director. I came on my own. I should have come to Ashford City myself. The project warrants the courtesy." But he gestured vaguely toward the offices behind him. "The desk situation has been unkind to me this quarter. I have not been outside this building in 11 days. Director, please don't apologize. You're managing the energy policy for the entire Republic. Your time is genuinely valuable. I'm a free agent." The drive was nothing. Holt smiled, a real smile, slightly tired but warm. He led Ethan down the corridor to his office. The space was simpler than Ethan had expected. A desk piled with file folders. A bookcase along one wall. 3 chairs and a small conference table. No decorative art. No vanity photos with politicians. The office of a man who actually did the work and didn't have time to pose for the version of himself that hung on the wall. The secretary's desk in the antechamber was empty. Holt had clearly given his support staff permission to leave for the evening. He moved to the corner of the office where a small electric kettle sat on a sideboard, and began preparing tea. Ethan stood up immediately. "Director Holt, please." "I can do that. Sit down, kid. I've made tea before." "I don't want you to." Ethan sat. Holt brought 2 cups to the conference table and slid one across. He took the chair opposite, leaned back, and studied Ethan over the rim of his cup. "You're younger in person than you look on television. Did you know that? I get that a lot. It's the camera. Adds about 5 years to everyone. You look like you should still be in school." "Technically I am, in a sense. I just got asked to take a teaching position at Hartwell." Holt's eyebrow lifted. "By Hargrove?" "By Hargrove. That old shark. He's been trying to keep that university relevant for 30 years. You're his coup. He's going to milk this for everything it's worth." Ethan grinned. "I figured." Holt set his cup down and turned serious. "All right. To business. You brought the documentation." Ethan slid a folder across the table. Holt opened it and began reviewing the contents. He read fast. Holt was, Ethan could see, the kind of executive who'd been reading dense technical proposals for so many years that he could parse them at speeds that would embarrass most academics. His eyes moved across each page in clean horizontal sweeps, his expression unchanging, his cup of tea cooling untouched at his elbow. After 15 minutes, he closed the folder, set it down carefully, and let out a long breath. "You're going to need a headquarters. You have a location in mind?" "I was going to set up in Ashford City. Familiar territory. Lower property costs. Existing relationships with local infrastructure." Holt nodded slowly. Then, after a pause, "Have you considered the capital?" Ethan blinked. The capital. Hear me out. Holt leaned forward. I understand the appeal of Ashford City. It's where you have your network. It's where your support team is based. It's where the Bureau's coverage of you is strongest. All of that is real. Property in the central administrative district of the capital is, on paper, prohibitively expensive. Land within the third ring is held by the state, by major corporations with 60-year leases, or by old families with property going back generations. Acquiring a sufficient parcel for a corporate campus would, under normal circumstances, cost a fortune and take 5 years. He paused. Your project is not normal circumstances. If you want the capital, the mayor will personally clear a location for you. Within the third ring. He will, to use the technical term, grit his teeth, and make it happen. Ethan absorbed this. The third ring of the capital. The most prestigious and tightly held real estate in the Republic of Valoria. A square meter of office space inside the third ring went for prices that made foreign investors blanch. And the mayor was, apparently, prepared to displace whatever currently sat on a prime parcel of land to give it to a teenager's energy company. Director Holt. The kind of footprint I'd need for a research-grade corporate campus would be significant. We're talking 10 or 15 blocks. Maybe more for the manufacturing facilities. The cost. The cost has been pre-authorized. Pre-authorized? Holt's voice was patient. The state is prepared to invest 10 figures into your company. A real estate allocation in the capital, even a generous one, is a small percentage of that figure. The math works. Ethan sat back in his chair. The state, he was beginning to understand, was not making a polite gesture. The state was actively trying to anchor him in the capital, physically, geographically, and politically. A headquarters within the third ring would mean his daily presence in the seat of government. Ministers would drop by. The Chancellor's office would be a short walk away. He would become, by virtue of location alone, an integral part of the national power structure. It was a generous offer. It was also a strategic move. He could decline. The state would back off. They'd let him build in Ashford City if he insisted. But the capital had advantages he hadn't fully considered. Direct access to ministry-level decision-makers. Proximity to Hargrove and Hartwell University. A higher-grade talent pool. International visibility. Easier defense coordination if the Aurelian Republic tried another infiltration attempt. And one more advantage that Holt was probably not consciously offering, but that Ethan registered immediately: the capital was where the Voss brothers had their corporate base. If Ethan was going to compete with Adrian and Dominic Voss for the future of Valerian defense technology, doing it from a headquarters 15 blocks from their own office would be more than a strategic advantage. It would be a statement. He looked up at Holt. Director Holt. I'd like to consider the capital seriously. Can you give me until tomorrow morning to make a final decision? Holt smiled. He'd been hoping for this answer. Take all the time you need, Ethan. The offer doesn't expire. He raised his teacup. To new future technology energy. Ethan raised his. To new future. They drank. Outside the office windows, the lights of the capital spread out in every direction, a city that had, without quite realizing it yet, just acquired a new center of gravity. Chapter 102, Chapter 101, Trapped into a Lecture, Ethan Gets Dressed 2209 words for advanced chapters /Patreon. com/handsomeduck. Ethan thought about it overnight, and by morning, he'd made his decision. The capital was tempting. The political access alone would have justified it. But he kept circling back to the same set of objections, and after weighing them honestly, the math came out the same way every time. Ashford City was home. He'd grown up 40 minutes away, in Millbrook County. His support network, Frank, Linda, Calder now, the relationships with the local bureau, the existing infrastructure he'd built around the original factory, was rooted there. Tearing all of that up to relocate to the capital meant rebuilding from scratch, and rebuilding from scratch was a luxury he didn't have time for. There was also the geography. Ashford City sat within a few hours of the southern coastline. Every additional reactor he was going to deploy in the southern sea grid would require regular access to those waters, and being closer to the coast was a logistical advantage that the capital simply couldn't match. But the deciding factor was privacy. The capital was, to put it mildly, a fishbowl. Every move made by every senior figure was tracked by reporters, foreign intelligence services, political rivals, and corporate operatives. As long as Ethan stayed in Ashford City, his daily research activity could remain quietly hidden. Move to the capital, and everything became a public event. The construction of a single new lab would draw scrutiny. The procurement of unusual materials would generate questions. And Ethan could not afford to have anyone, government, foreign or domestic, start asking questions about how, exactly, he was producing his inventions. Because the answer was a system that lived in his head, and that was the one secret he would protect at any cost. He let Director Holt know first thing in the morning. Holt accepted the decision gracefully. Ethan suspected the man had been hoping for the capital, but had also been prepared for either answer. The conversation took less than 5 minutes. Holt told him not to worry about the company registration paperwork, the ministry would handle the rest of the approvals end to end. That, frankly, was a relief. Ethan had been dreading the bureaucratic gauntlet of incorporating a multi-billion-mark venture, and Holt's offer to take it off his hands meant he could focus on the actual work. He left the documents in Holt's office and walked out feeling, for the first time in days, as if he had a clear schedule. That feeling lasted exactly until he stepped out the main doors of the Energy Ministry. The lobby was bustling. Ministry staff who had clocked out hours ago were filing back in, jackets still on, briefcases in hand, faces wearing the specific expression of people who'd been called back to work by a phone call they hadn't been able to refuse. Ethan stopped, stepped to one side, and tried to make himself as small as possible. These were the people Holt had pulled in to fast-track Ethan's incorporation paperwork. They were going to spend their evening processing his filings. They were not going to be home in time for dinner. They were not going to see their families before bedtime. And the entire reason for this disruption was currently standing 20 feet away, having a quiet panic attack about being recognized. If even one of them put 2 and 2 together, if they realized that the cause of their unscheduled overtime was the teenager loitering near the water cooler, Ethan was reasonably sure he'd never make it out of the building. They wouldn't be hostile. They'd be polite. They might even ask for autographs. But the judgment. The mass collective judgment of 36 exhausted civil servants. He could not survive that. He pulled his cap lower, ducked his head, and walked very quickly toward the exit. It was nearly midnight by the time Bumblebee pulled up to the security gate of Hargrove's residential compound. Ethan rolled down the window, prepared to give his name, and discovered that the soldiers at the gate were already standing aside. They'd been briefed. The senior officer on duty offered a respectful nod and waved Bumblebee through. Ethan returned the nod and rolled forward into the compound. In his rearview mirror, he caught a glimpse of the soldiers exhaling in unison. He didn't entirely understand the reaction at first. Then he remembered that these men had probably watched the Aurelian Republic incident on classified channels, including the parts that hadn't been released to the public. The footage of him walking out of an enemy intelligence headquarters with the building burning behind him was, he had been told, a regular highlight reel at military training facilities. These soldiers were professional. They were also, evidently, somewhat relieved every time he passed through their checkpoint without trouble. He parked Bumblebee on the street outside Hargrove's residence and walked up the path. He raised his hand to knock. The door opened before his knuckles connected with the wood. Hargrove had been waiting up. Of course he had. "Get inside, kid. There's noodles in the kitchen." Ethan ate 3 bowls of noodles, then discovered a substantial cut of cured beef hidden behind a row of pickle jars in the back of the refrigerator, and consumed that as well. He emerged from the kitchen wiping his mouth with the satisfied expression of a man who had just found and eliminated a snack he was probably not supposed to find. Hargrove's grandnephew, Daniel, who lived with the old man and managed his household, looked at the empty plates and felt a slow, deep grief settle into his chest. "Did you eat the cured beef?" "I thought it was for me." "It was not for me," Daniel caught himself. "It was not for you. I hid it specifically. I put a row of pickle jars in front of it. I put it in a region of the refrigerator that nobody but me ever opens." "Was there a sign?" "Was there a sign saying Daniel's beef?" "Because I didn't see a sign." Daniel stared at him. Then, with the careful patience of a man who had been Hargrove's caretaker for 15 years, and was very good at managing emotional outbursts, Daniel set the plates in the sink. "Next time you come, I'm putting a lock on the kitchen." "Locks don't really work on me, Daniel." "I'll find a lock that works on you." "That sounds like a research project." "I could help you with that." "Out of my kitchen." In the living room, Hargrove was waiting on the sofa with the patient expression of a man who had been listening to the entire kitchen exchange, and was choosing not to intervene. Ethan dropped into the chair across from him, and got straight to business. "About the recruitment work I asked you to handle." "Patience, kid." Hargrove raised an eyebrow. "You haven't fulfilled your end of the bargain yet, and you're already asking for the deliverable." Ethan put a hand to his chest in mock injury. "I'm a man of my word. Every promise counts. You wanted me on the company roster, I'll put you on the roster. You wanted me to be CEO instead, I'll hand you the corner office." "What CEO? I can't build seabed reactors." "And that's not what I meant." Ethan straightened. "The teaching thing. Glad to lecture at Hartwell whenever it works out. Maybe next semester, tomorrow afternoon." Ethan's smile froze. "Excuse me. You're giving your first lecture tomorrow afternoon?" "I've already informed the president and the dean of the faculty of physics. They're expecting you at 1400. Ethan stared at the old man. He had been planning, in his secret strategic heart, to ride this teaching commitment out indefinitely. Once the energy company started operating, he had a perfectly defensible excuse to defer any specific lecture date. "Apologies, Dr. Hargrove, we have a critical reactor commissioning. I'll catch the next semester. And then the next. And the next." Until eventually, the pattern of deferrals became its own answer, and the teaching position became a polite ceremonial title that nobody actually expected him to honor. Hargrove had, somehow, anticipated this exact strategy. And had preempted it by approximately 14 hours. "Tomorrow is too soon. I haven't prepared anything. I told the president and the dean that you would deliver an exceptional lecture. Don't embarrass me." The old man's voice had taken on the specific register Ethan had now learned to recognize. The tone that meant, "This conversation is concluded, you are now committed, attempting further negotiation will only embarrass both of us." Ethan slumped in his chair. "What am I supposed to lecture about?" "You're a physicist, Ethan. You'll figure it out." "I'm not don't say it. You are absolutely a physicist. You've been a physicist for almost 2 years. You can figure out what to lecture about for 90 minutes. 90 minutes. Possibly 2 hours. The students will probably want a question and answer period after. Tomorrow afternoon, Ethan. Get some sleep." The old man stood up, patted Ethan's shoulder once with surprising gentleness, and left the room. Ethan sat alone on the chair for several minutes, staring at the empty space where Hargrove had been. He had been absolutely, comprehensively outmaneuvered by a 91-year-old man. He sighed and stood up. If he was going to lecture at the most prestigious university in the country in 14 hours, he had some preparation to do. 6 a.m. The guest bedroom on the second floor of Hargrove's residence. S voice came softly through Ethan's watch, calibrated to the specific volume threshold that would wake him without startling anyone in the adjacent rooms. Good morning. Your lecture at Hartwell University is in 8 hours. Ethan groaned into a pillow. Sir, your schedule is moderately aggressive. You'll need approximately 3 hours for travel, contingency, and parking. That leaves you 5 hours for breakfast, attire, hair, and lecture preparation. Yes, sir. Help me figure out what to wear. Right away, sir. Ethan's wristwatch projected a soft holographic display above the nightstand. A three-dimensional image of him appeared, rotating slowly, dressed in a casual blazer over a fitted dress shirt, slim trousers, and clean leather shoes. The cut accentuated the lean, defined musculature the serum had given him without crossing into the kind of bodybuilder bulk that would have looked ostentatious. The blazer was charcoal. The shirt was a soft ivory. The trousers were a deeper graphite that complemented both. The overall effect was professional but approachable. Mature without being stuffy. Confident without being arrogant. Ethan stared at the projection. Did you design this? I cross-referenced contemporary academic dress conventions for visiting lecturers at top-tier Valerian universities, ran the results through aesthetic models tuned to your physiological proportions, and selected the configuration with the highest predicted reception score from the target demographic. What demographic is that? Faculty, sir, ages 40 to 65, and undergraduate students, ages 18 to 22. You will be evaluated by both. Ethan, who had not previously thought about being evaluated by anyone at the lecture, felt a small, fresh wave of anxiety roll through his chest. You're amazing. I am keeping you forever. Thank you, sir. Brand information, current pricing, and the closest retail locations for the listed garments have been compiled in your briefing notes. I have also flagged the nearest reputable barber for an appointment between 9 and 10 this morning, in case you wish to update your hair before the lecture. You think I need a haircut? I think you have approximately 40 minutes of growth beyond your last trim. The hair has not yet reached the threshold where it impacts your overall aesthetic, but a precision cut would meaningfully improve your appearance for a public-facing event. Ethan considered this. The 100,000 prestige he'd spent on Jay had, he reflected, been one of the best investments he'd ever made. Most of his recent purchases had been military grade or research grade. The juvenile stage A, that handled his daily logistics was, in pure quality of life terms, easily worth the points. He was about to give Hartwell University a lecture. He was going to be evaluated by faculty and students. He was going to walk through a campus of bright young people his own age, some of whom he might actually enjoy talking to. Some of whom might even include, and his brain, at 6 a.m. after 4 hours of sleep, latched onto the possibility with embarrassing enthusiasm, a particularly thoughtful, intelligent, kind upper-class woman who appreciated guest lecturers in well-cut blazers. The kind of senior who might offer to show him around campus. Who might know all the good coffee shops near the physics building. Who might have a quiet, easy laugh and a habit of asking questions that were actually interesting. Ethan, lying in bed at 6 in the morning with 8 hours until the most academically prestigious appearance of his life, allowed himself a very specific, very embarrassing daydream. A kind, brilliant senior. God help me. He sat up. Tell me about the barber. Chapter 103, Chapter 102, An arrogant lecturer, a generous classmate 20 for 13 words. For advanced chapters /Patreon. com/handsomeduckgod. Ethan walked out of the mall carrying 2 bags and silently cursing Jay for the financial damage. A single suit. 12,000 marks. Are you kidding me? Have I done something to offend you, Jay? The numbers had not, however, swayed Jay's recommendation. Had spent 90 seconds explaining the cost-benefit analysis, citing material grade, tailoring quality, and projected social return on investment, before delivering its closing argument. Sir, you are about to address an audience of the most influential young minds in the Republic. They will form opinions about you in the first 10 seconds of seeing you. Spending 12,000 marks now is significantly cheaper than spending the next 3 decades trying to overcome a poor first impression. Ethan, internally bleeding marks, had paid. For my future happiness, he reminded himself, gritting his teeth as the receipt cleared. For my future happiness. He grabbed a shared bike from the rack outside the mall and pedaled to the barber's shop Jay had selected. 40 minutes later, he stepped out of the barber shop, glanced at his reflection in the front window, and stopped walking. Had simulated the cut for him in advance. He'd seen the holographic projection on his watch. He had thought, looking at it, that the simulation was probably idealized. The fact that it had been generated by an A, with a vested interest in making Ethan look as good as possible, meant the result had to be flattering by definition. Apparently not. The cut was sharper than he'd expected. The barber had taken the natural texture of his hair and turned it into something deliberate, with structure on the sides, and just enough length on top to look intentional rather than messy. The combination with the suit Jay had chosen, charcoal blazer, ivory shirt, graphite trousers, produced an effect that Ethan had not, in his entire life, seen himself produce. He looked not handsome in the way movie stars were handsome. He didn't have the bone structure for that. But he looked put together. Sharp without being severe. Mature without being old. The serum-enhanced lines of his shoulders showed through the cut of the blazer, in a way that suggested athletic competence without crossing into overt physicality. He turned slightly. Adjusted his angle. Examined his reflection from a different vantage. Inside the shop, 3 barbers and the receptionist had gathered at the front window to watch. The customer, who had arrived on a shared bike, paid them in crisp bills from a wallet with embossed leather, gotten a cut, and was now performing a slow, half-conscious modeling routine on the sidewalk in front of their establishment. Should we say something? Don't bother him. He's having a moment. Should we be worried about a moment of this duration? Let's give him another minute. If he starts taking selfies, we'll intervene. Ethan, oblivious to the audience, eventually shook himself, glanced at his watch, and realized that he had spent 4 minutes admiring his own reflection on a public sidewalk. He cleared his throat, straightened his blazer, and walked away with as much dignity as he could muster. A glance at his watch told him there wasn't much time left for sightseeing. He flagged down a taxi and gave the driver Hartwell University's address. Bumblebee, regrettably, had been left behind at Hargrove's residence. The yellow transformer was a magnet for attention everywhere he went, and the last thing Ethan needed before a lecture was for 1,000 students to mob the lecture hall because they'd heard Bumblebee was on campus. Bumblebee had pleaded, sulked, flashed his headlights in protest, and finally accepted the order with the wounded dignity of a partner who'd been told he wasn't invited to the work party. The taxi reached Hartwell University's main gate at 1:15 in the afternoon. Ethan had a little under an hour before the lecture. He decided to use it the way he used most spare time. He found food. The university district had a row of small restaurants catering to the student crowd. Ethan walked along the strip until he found a place advertising what Jay flagged as a regional capital specialty, a slow stewed pork and bread dish that the locals apparently took very seriously. The last time he'd been in the capital, he'd been too rushed to try it. Today, with time to kill, he was going to make up for the oversight. He pushed open the door, slid into a corner booth, and signaled the owner. 5 large portions, please. Extra bread on each. The owner, a stout man in his 50s with the calm dignity of someone who'd cooked the same dish for 30 years, paused. He raised one eyebrow. He glanced at Ethan's frame, which did not, by any visible standard, suggest the appetite of a 5-portion order. He decided not to comment. Coming right up. The lunch rush was over. The restaurant was nearly empty. Besides Ethan's booth, the only other occupied table held 3 university students. The students were, by all appearances, on a tight clock. The female student closest to Ethan had her legs crossed under the table, and was eating with the specific aggressive efficiency of a woman who knew she had to be back at a lecture hall in 15 minutes. The other female student, slightly taller and more refined in her movements, had her brow furrowed in genuine irritation. The male student, the kind of clean-cut, slightly overdressed undergraduate who carried himself like he was constantly being evaluated, was doing what young men do when seated at a table with two attractive women, trying to be helpful and failing to read the room. Ethan kept his head down, focused on his food, and did his best to be invisible. It didn't last. Snippets of their conversation drifted across the small room. "Eat fast, Daria. We have to be back for that class in 15 minutes. This is ridiculous." They added an entire mandatory class with 24 hours notice. Who does that? Apparently the department had to pull serious strings to get this guy. Strings, plural. Who is this guy? From what I've heard, the dean of the physics faculty called in favors from people. Multiple people. Including some of our honorary professors. Wait, the honorary professors. Those are all academicians. Top-tier physicists. The dean had academicians personally call this guy. That's the rumor. Is he some kind of foreign laureate? Why does he need that level of entreaty? That's the part one don't get. From what I heard, even with all that pressure, he only agreed to lecture once or twice a year. The taller female student set her chopsticks down with a sharp click. Once or twice. That's what they're saying. What is even the point of inviting someone like that? What can a person teach you in 2 lectures a year? It's not pedagogy, it's vanity. She lifted her arms, slim, pale, elegant in the way that art school students draw idealized figures, and gestured emphatically toward the ceiling. Hartwell University does not need to grovel before some self-important guest lecturer. We have produced generations of physicists who have shaped this country's scientific landscape. The Earth will continue to rotate without this man's contribution. The fact that we're prostrating ourselves to schedule one of his rare appearances is embarrassing. The male student stared at her with an expression of barely contained admiration. She was angry. Her cheeks were flushed. Her arms were waving in the kitchen sunlight. He was, evidently, having the kind of formative romantic moment that men spend the rest of their lives trying to recapture. Ethan, 4 tables away, was having a different kind of moment. He had stopped chewing. He set his fork down very carefully on the rim of the bowl. He performed a quick mental review of recent events. A guest lecturer that Hartwell had moved heaven and earth to acquire. Personal calls from honorary professors. Only willing to lecture once or twice a year. Massive ego. They're talking about me. His mind raced. He could see, with sudden hideous clarity, exactly how Hargrove had pitched this to the Hartwell administration. The brilliant young inventor we want to bring in is too busy for a regular schedule, but we've prevailed upon him to deliver 1 or 2 guest lectures per year. We're truly fortunate to have him. Hargrove's framing would have, to the dean and the faculty, sounded entirely reasonable. To the students it had been sprung on with a day's notice, however, it had sounded like "I am too important for you." Ethan had not, in his mental rehearsal of this lecture, accounted for the possibility that he was walking into a hostile audience. He sped up his eating. He was midway through his 4th bowl when the female student closest to him, the one who had been eating with the leg-crossed efficiency, turned in her chair and addressed him directly. "Excuse me. Sorry to interrupt." Ethan looked up. Tried very hard not to look like a man who had just been overhearing. "Are you a Hartwell student?" She had a warm voice. Open expression. The kind of approach that suggested she was the friendly one in her group, the social glue, the person who started conversations because the silence bothered her. Ethan opened his mouth to say no, "I'm visiting," then remembered, with a sinking sensation, that he was about to be appointed visiting faculty at the Hartwell School of Physics in approximately 45 minutes. Technically, he was affiliated with Hartwell now. He managed. "Oh, great. We were just talking about how empty the cafeteria has been today. We're physics students. The other two students at the table glanced over. The taller young woman gave Ethan a brief, evaluative look, registered him as not particularly threatening to the social ecosystem of her table, and went back to her food. The male student, who had been monitoring his goddess's reaction, relaxed visibly when he confirmed she had no interest in this stranger. "Are you in physics too?" the friendly one continued. "Sorry, you look familiar but I can't quite place you. Visiting the department today. For the guest lecture." The friendly student brightened. "Great, then we're going to the same place. We can walk over together if you want." "That'd be." The male student, sensing an opportunity to perform generosity in front of the woman he liked, stood up briskly. "I'll get this. Don't worry about the bill. Save your money for textbooks. Hartwell takes enough of our money already." Ethan, who had been mentally calculating how to extract himself from this conversation as gracefully as possible, suddenly saw a perfect, free exit ramp. "That's incredibly generous of you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I should run, I have to be early for the lecture, but I'll see you all there." He stood up, gathered his bags, gave the friendly student a polite nod, and walked out of the restaurant at the brisk pace of a man who was not running, but was definitely traveling at the upper end of normal walking speeds. The bell above the door jingled. The door closed. The friendly student, whose name was Daria, turned to her companions with a small, conspiratorial smile. He seemed nice. The taller young woman, whose name was Helena, gave Daria a long, slow look. "Did you just decide you have a crush on a stranger in a noodle restaurant?" "I did not. I just thought he seemed nice. He had a kind face." The male student, whose name was Lucas, was at the counter, reaching for his wallet. He felt warm and benevolent. He had been gallant in front of his goddess. He had subtly demonstrated that he was the kind of man who took care of people, who paid for strangers, who handled situations smoothly. He was already imagining, in a small mental side room, the way Helena might recall this moment later. "You remember that day at the noodle place, when Lucas paid for that stranger? That was so generous. That's the kind of person he is." He pulled out his card. "Combine tab, please. Including the gentleman who just left." The owner consulted his pad. 610 marks. Lucas's smile froze. "I'm sorry. 610. That's not possible. There were 3 of us at our table. Plus that man. 4 people total. At your prices, that should be at most 200 marks. 3 of you, yes." The owner looked unimpressed. "And the gentleman?" 4 meals. He had 5. "Excuse me. 5 large portions. With extra bread on each." The owner gestured, very deliberately, toward the booth where Ethan had been sitting. Lucas turned his head. The booth was empty. But the table was not. 5 empty bowls were stacked neatly in the center of the booth's table, each one wiped so clean that it looked as if it had just come out of a dishwasher rather than off a diner's plate. 5 large portions of stewed pork. With extra bread on each. Lucas stared at the bowls. Helena, who had walked over to the counter to see what was taking so long, also stared at the bowls. Daria stared at the bowls. Then all 3 of them turned in unison toward the door of the restaurant. Outside the door on the sidewalk, the cold afternoon wind blew past. A piece of paper tumbled across the pavement. Somewhere in the distance, a delivery scooter beeped. Lucas felt the entire afternoon begin to detach from his body. 200 marks of markup that he had not anticipated. In front of the woman he was trying to impress. To pay for the meal of a stranger who had eaten 5 portions of stewed pork at a single sitting, and then walked out without breaking a sweat. He had been generous. He had been gallant. He had been very, very expensive. Inside the restaurant, the owner waited patiently, holding out the card reader. "Card or cash, sir?" Lucas, in a small, defeated voice, handed over his card. Daria put her hand over her mouth and tried not to laugh. Helena, for the first time all afternoon, smiled. Chapter 104, Chapter 103, Strong Opposition, Ethan Self 2174 words for advanced chapters /Patreon. com/handsomeduckgod. Walking through the campus gates, Ethan Mercer had a clearer mental picture of what was waiting for him. The conversation in the noodle restaurant had been an unexpected gift. He'd gone in expecting a polite faculty audience curious about a young guest lecturer. He was now walking into a building where, by all indications, a meaningful portion of the senior faculty was actively annoyed at his presence and inclined to push back. He stopped on the path between two stately stone buildings, took out his phone, and dialed. "Hello, Dean Sutton." On the other end of the line, Vance Sutton, Dean of the Hartwell University School of Physics, paused a beat to identify the unknown caller. Then his voice climbed several octaves of professional excitement. "Professor Mercer. It's me, Dean Sutton. Welcome to Hartwell. We're honored. Are you on campus? Where are you?" In the background, Ethan could hear the muffled hum of multiple voices. A meeting. Dean Sutton was in some kind of departmental gathering, and based on the audio quality, the meeting was taking place in a fairly large room with a number of participants. "I'm on campus, Dean. Don't let me interrupt. I came in early. I'll wander around and find the lecture hall on my own." "Wander around, Professor Mercer, I am in the meeting that is literally about you. The senior faculty of the school are gathered to coordinate logistics for your visit. If you can spare the time, I'd love for you to join us. It would be the perfect opportunity for you to meet the people you'll be working alongside." Ethan's first instinct was to politely decline. Walking into a meeting full of senior physicists who were predisposed to hate him was not, on the surface, a great way to spend the hour before a high-stakes lecture. His second instinct caught up about a half-second later. The students in the noodle restaurant had been parroting something. Their anger hadn't come from nowhere. Someone in the faculty had been venting about the visiting lecturer, and the venting had filtered down to undergraduate gossip. If he didn't address that resentment directly, he was going to walk into a lecture hall full of students primed to dismiss him before he opened his mouth. Better to neutralize the problem at the source. "That's very kind of you, Dean. I'd be glad to attend." Sutton, who had been worried Ethan would refuse, was visibly relieved through the phone. "Wonderful. I'll send someone to escort you. Stay where you are." The line went dead. The physics building was a 5-story structure of weathered limestone and modern glass annexes, sitting at the center of the Hartwell campus like the cornerstone it was. The third-floor conference room was, the staff member who escorted Ethan informed him, the largest meeting space the department had, large enough to seat the entire senior faculty for emergency or ceremonial occasions. Today, every chair around the long oak table was filled. 12 senior professors. 2 department heads. A handful of administrative officers. Every face in the room turned toward the door as the staff member opened it. Ethan stepped through. The reaction was instant and uniform. A dozen pairs of eyes widened. A dozen jaws, well, 6 or 7 jaws, the older professors had better facial discipline than the younger ones, went slack. The polite, focused expression of a faculty meeting transitioned, in the space of a single heartbeat, into the dazed, evaluating stare of a roomful of academics trying to reconcile an unexpected reality. The honored guest was, apparently, a teenager. Even Dean Sutton, who had known exactly who was coming, found himself momentarily disoriented. He'd seen Ethan's face dozens of times on national broadcasts. He'd watched the press conference replay on his office monitor more than once. He had thought, in advance, that he had a reasonable mental model of what Ethan Mercer looked like. Apparently the camera had been adding a few years. The young man standing in the doorway looked closer to 16 than to 20. The custom-tailored suit, the precision haircut, the calm posture, all of it made him look professionally polished, but it could not change the fundamental fact that his face had not yet finished settling into its adult bone structure. This was a teenager. Hartwell University had moved heaven and earth, called in favors from cabinet-level officials, paid for the personal involvement of national academicians, and arranged a guest lecture for a teenager. Sutton recovered first. "Professor Mercer. I almost didn't recognize you. The new look suits you." Ethan smiled, the same composed half-smile Jay had simulated for him during dressing. "I figured I should put in some effort. It's not every day I get invited to lecture at Hartwell." The line was disarmingly modest. Sutton, hearing it, felt a small wave of relief wash through his chest. He had, in his pre-meeting briefing earlier, picked up signals that some of the senior faculty were gearing up to push back on the appointment. Ethan's opening, humble, respectful, properly framed, was the perfect tone to defuse hostility before it escalated. It worked on Sutton. It did not work on Professor Sherman Greaves. Sherman Greaves had been head of the physics department for 11 years. Before that, he'd been a senior research physicist at a national laboratory for 19 years. Before that, he'd been one of the youngest full professors in the history of the institution that had hired him. He was 63 years old, had a chest of graying hair he was still proud of, and considered himself one of the principal defenders of academic standards in an age of declining rigor. He had been told, 2 weeks ago, that the department was bringing in a guest lecturer. He had been told this guest lecturer was prestigious enough that the dean had personally lobbied for the appointment. He had been told the guest lecturer would only commit to 1 or 2 lectures per academic year. He had been told this with the implicit expectation that he, Sherman Greaves, head of the physics department, would simply accept the arrangement and proceed with logistics. Sherman Greaves did not appreciate being managed. Sherman Greaves did not appreciate the implication that the department's most senior leader could be presented with a fait accompli rather than consulted. And Sherman Greaves, looking at the teenager who had just walked into the conference room, the teenager who, despite his polished appearance, was clearly young enough to be his graduate student's grandson, felt his already considerable annoyance crystallize into something sharper. He did not let Ethan finish his second sentence. "Dean Sutton." Greaves's voice cut through the room. Authoritative. The voice of a man who had spent 30 years presiding over committees, and was completely unintimidated by the fact that the subject of his complaint was standing 6 feet away. "I will not pull rank in this room. But I cannot, in good conscience, accept this appointment as it has been proposed." The dean's face went carefully blank. The other senior professors, several of whom had been bottling up their own complaints, seized the opening that Greaves had just provided. "I agree," said Professor Wesley, 68, 3 published textbooks. "I'd like the dean to reconsider this. The age issue alone is disqualifying," added Professor Brennan, 61, twice recipient of the Republic's National Science Prize. "He's young enough to be enrolled here as an undergraduate. We don't have a precedent for appointing a faculty member who could be sitting in our intro classes." "I understand the optics of the situation," said Professor Hollister, the most senior physics theorist in the department, "but a position at the Hartwell School of Physics is not a celebrity placement. It is a position of considerable academic responsibility. We owe it to ourselves and our students to be careful about how it's filled." Honorary Professor Hargrove's grandnephew Daniel, another professor offered, has been considering returning to Valoria after his work in the Meridian Commonwealth. He's at the right career stage. He has the credentials. I'd suggest the position would be better placed with him. "That's a serious suggestion," Brennan agreed. "Daniel Hargrove has produced excellent work abroad. Bringing him back would be a coup for the department." The proposals built. Within 90 seconds, the conversation had turned from Ethan's appointment to alternative candidates, and Ethan, standing near the door, was being talked over as if he were a piece of furniture being relocated to a different office. Sutton listened with the patient expression of a man who had anticipated exactly this reaction. He let it run its course. He did not interrupt. He did not defend. He waited, quite deliberately, for the senior faculty to fully express their objections before responding. When the conversation finally lulled, Sutton spoke. My decision is not subject to revision. 12 heads turned toward him. I will, however, ask all of you to reserve final judgment until after the new appointee has introduced himself. I think the source of your reservations will be addressed once the introduction is complete. He glanced at Ethan with a small, almost imperceptible smile. The smile was a tell. A few of the sharper professors caught it. Professor Hollister's eyes narrowed. Professor Brennan paused mid-thought. Sutton was clearly amused by something. The dean of one of the most prestigious physics faculties in the Republic did not allow himself to be amused at faculty meetings unless he had the upper hand in a way the rest of the room had not yet figured out. Professor Hollister, who had spent 40 years reading academic politics, leaned forward slightly. Sutton turned his attention to Ethan and gestured politely toward the floor. Professor Mercer. Ethan, who had been spaced out for the last 30 seconds idly observing the dynamics of the room, snapped back to attention. He stepped forward. He had a brief, nasty internal debate about how much to disclose. He could, if he wanted to, immediately reveal his identity. Hello, I'm the inventor of nuclear fusion, the designer of Bumblebee, the developer of the supersoldier serum. That would end the resistance instantly. The room would fold. But Ethan, who had been paying more attention to the social dynamics of the room than he'd let on, had identified Greaves and the other senior dissenters. They were the ones who'd been pushing the arrogant guest lecturer narrative. They were the source of the gossip that had reached the students. If he simply revealed his identity now, they would back down. They would have to. But the resentment would not be eliminated, only suppressed. The next time they had a chance to undermine him, they would. And every lecture he gave at Hartwell for the rest of his career would have a small, simmering faction of senior faculty looking for opportunities to question his credibility. The better play was to make them reach the conclusion themselves. He cleared his throat, stepped to the front of the table, and gave the most minimal self-introduction possible. Hello, professors, deans, and senior colleagues. It's an honor to be working alongside you in the coming period. He smiled politely. My name is Ethan Mercer. It's a fairly common name. I look forward to your guidance. Then it broke. That's your self-introduction. Greaves's voice was loud enough to make the table shake. You give your name. At the introductory meeting where you're being introduced to a department of senior physicists at the Republic's premier physics faculty. Is this a joke? Wesley, beside him, was equally appalled. You can't even be bothered to list your credentials. What kind of arrogance is this? This is precisely what I was concerned about. This is the exact attitude that should disqualify him from the position. He has not made a single attempt to address his qualifications. Is this how a guest lecturer addresses a peer faculty? With a name. The condemnation rolled. 3 minutes. The professors took turns expressing their fresh outrage, and Ethan, standing politely at the front of the room with his hands folded, said absolutely nothing. He was, internally, smiling. Eventually, the storm exhausted itself. The professors, having vented, looked toward Dean Sutton, expecting him to formally rescind the appointment. Sutton was still smiling. The expression had grown, over the course of the last 5 minutes, from an amused smile to something close to a grin. A few of the more politically aware professors began to feel a small, cold suspicion settle into their stomachs. Professor Hollister, who had been silent during the latest round, frowned. He repeated the name to himself under his breath. Ethan Mercer. Ethan Mercer. He looked at the young man at the front of the room. At the well-cut suit. At the precise haircut. At the composure that had, he now realized, been almost unnatural for a teenager facing down a hostile faculty meeting. Why does that name sound so familiar? Chapter 105, Chapter 104, Mr. Mercer's Confidence, a boiling classroom 2511 words for advanced chapters/Patreon. com/handsomeduckgod. The recognition cascaded through the room. I remember now. The teenager who built the powered armor, the serum, the transformers, he was named Mercer. You're right. Ethan Mercer. Of course it's him. Who else could the president, the dean, and Hargrove personally lobby for? It's not like there's a deep bench of national treasure-tier physicists his age. I was wondering why Sutton would entertain those terms. If it were anyone else, I'd be furious. It's not anyone else. The hostility didn't so much fade as collapse. The senior faculty who, 90 seconds ago, had been taking turns proposing alternative candidates for the position now sat in their chairs reorganizing their understanding of the meeting. There were many distinguished physicists in the room. Several professors who had been considered for national academician status. 2 who had served on international peer review committees for decades. The intellectual horsepower around the table was extraordinary by any measure. There was, however, no Nobel laureate. There was no internationally recognized inventor of foundational technology. There was no person at this table whose work had, on its own, been credited with realigning the strategic posture of the Republic. The teenager in the well-cut suit standing at the front of the room had, by the age of 18, achieved all 3. If the senior faculty pressed forward with their objections now, they would be opposing the appointment of the most accomplished physicist their department had ever hired, on the grounds that he was too young. It would be career suicide. The discussion did continue, but the discussions were now about logistics rather than approval. Who would handle his administrative onboarding? How the lecture schedule would be coordinated around his other commitments? Whether his appointment would carry an honorary chair designation. The objection train had, in the space of a minute and a half, become a coronation. What the senior faculty did not know was that the appointment was about to look even better in retrospect. Ethan, having recently acquired the Stark element synthesis technology, was now positioned to make significant contributions in materials chemistry. The next year was going to involve him producing, at minimum, work in physics, applied chemistry, and possibly biology. The senior faculty, looking at his age and accomplishments, had been thinking he might be qualified for a future Nobel Prize. In reality, they were probably underestimating him by a factor of 3. The Nobel Committee, over the next 18 months, was going to receive the kind of nominations that triggered emergency meetings. In the small silence that followed the cascade of recognition, Sherman Greaves cleared his throat. I still object to the appointment. The room turned toward him. The professor seated next to Greaves discreetly tugged on his sleeve under the table. The expression that accompanied the tug could be roughly translated as, Sherman. For the love of God. Stop talking. Greaves did not stop talking. Don't misunderstand. I have no doubt about Professor Mercer's professional credentials. The body of work speaks for itself. I'm not contesting his ability. He folded his hands on the table. But teaching and research are not the same discipline. Research demands depth and originality. Teaching demands consistency, presence, and a willingness to engage with students across an extended commitment. With only 1 or 2 lectures per academic year, regardless of the brilliance of those lectures, the students will not be able to integrate his teaching into a coherent curriculum. The format itself is incompatible with how undergraduate education works. The objection had a different texture from the earlier complaints. Greaves had retreated from his original position, this teenager is unqualified, to a more defensible one, the structure of the appointment is pedagogically problematic. It was the move of a man who could feel public sentiment shifting against him, and was scrambling to find a critique that would survive scrutiny. It was also a legitimate point. Several of the other senior faculty, hearing it, nodded. Sutton, at the head of the table, raised his hand for a moment of patience. Then he turned to Ethan. Professor Mercer. Would you like to respond? Ethan stepped forward. Professor Greaves. Thank you for the question. He had been thinking about this exact concern for the last 40 minutes. He had, in fact, been thinking about it since Hargrove first raised the teaching commitment in the Noodle restaurant. The pedagogical problem with infrequent lectures was real. You're correct that 1 or 2 lectures a year cannot replace the consistency of a full-time professor. I'm not under any illusion that my appointment substitutes for proper instruction. He paused. But I would gently push back on the framing. My role isn't to be the student's primary instructor. My role is to provide them with exposure they cannot get from any other source. There are concepts and design principles I work with that don't yet exist in the public literature. There are research directions that are years ahead of what's being taught in this department. When I lecture, the students don't get a textbook chapter. They get to be in the room with someone working at the frontier. He glanced at Greaves. That's not the foundation of a curriculum. It's a supplement. And I'd argue a meaningful one. Greaves's jaw worked. He didn't immediately have a counter. The other senior faculty were looking at Ethan with refreshed interest. The response had been thoughtful. Articulate. Not the response of an arrogant teenager. The response of someone who had genuinely considered the role and understood what he was offering. Several professors began to nod. Slowly at first, then with more conviction. Sutton smiled. I think that addresses Professor Greaves's concern adequately. He stood up, walked around the table, and extended his hand to Ethan. Professor Mercer. The Hartwell School of Physics formally welcomes you. Ethan shook his hand. It's my honor, Dean Sutton. The senior faculty applauded politely. Greaves applauded too, after a brief delay. He was a proud man. He had, in fairness, lost the argument cleanly. The meeting adjourned. 3 classrooms down the hall, 140 undergraduate students were getting impatient. The lecture had been scheduled to start at 1400. It was now 1418. The students had been waiting for 18 minutes, and student patience for a guest lecturer who had already developed a reputation for putting on airs was not generous. Helena Marsh, the taller of the 2 young women from the Noodle restaurant, was sitting in the 3rd row with her arms crossed, doing nothing to conceal her irritation. 18 minutes late. The most sought-after teacher of the year cannot be bothered to walk into a room on time. Lucas Bray, the male student who had so generously paid for a stranger's lunch and lost 200 marks in the process, leaned over from her left. He had not yet recovered from the bill incident, but he was determined to recover his standing in Helena's eyes by being attentive and supportive. Helena, what are you scrolling through? Helena, who was looking at her phone, instinctively turned it slightly away from him. She had been refreshing the news feed for the last 20 minutes. The most recent set of headlines was, as expected, dominated by Ethan Mercer. The completion of the Southern Sea Reactor. The viral video of him eating 5 servings of pork rice in Ashford City. The official registration of New Future Technology Energy Company. Lucas's eyes caught the screen before she could fully turn it away. Are you reading about Ethan Mercer? His voice had a slightly delighted, slightly teasing edge. Are you a fan? Helena's face flushed red. What's wrong with being a fan of his work? Oh, I'm not criticizing. I'm just surprised. You always say you don't follow celebrities. He's not a celebrity, he's a physicist. He's the most photographed physicist in the country. That's the country's fault, not his. Several students in the front row, who had been eavesdropping shamelessly, turned around with grins. Helena Marsh. Fan of Ethan Mercer. I never thought I'd see the day. There's nothing wrong with admiring brilliant work. I'm one of his earliest fans, actually. The whole row joined in. Helena's face went redder. Daria Pierce, Helena's friend from the Noodle restaurant, a soft-featured young woman with the warmth of someone who'd never met a stranger she didn't like, chimed in with her characteristic warmth. Mercer is genuinely impressive, though. He's only a couple of years younger than us, and he's already produced more world-changing work than most physicists do in a lifetime. Lucas, sensing he could redirect the conversation by being seen as supportive, nodded vigorously. There's a professor who taught our intro course last semester who said it. With the technology Mercer's already produced, in 50 years the Republic of Valoria has a real shot at being the world's leading scientific power. Daria's eyebrows lifted. A Hartwell professor said that. It mattered. The Hartwell physics faculty were not given to hyperbole. They graded papers harshly. They gave faint praise. When a Hartwell professor made a public statement that elevated a young researcher to that level of national significance projection, the statement carried real weight. He really said that. He was quite emphatic about it. Helena's eyes were shining now. That's exactly what I think. Mercer can do things that look impossible until he proves they're not. He's not just a clever inventor. He's a paradigm shifter. The conversation rippled outward. Within 5 minutes, half the lecture hall was discussing Ethan Mercer's body of work, and the impatience that had been building over the 18-minute delay was, at least temporarily, replaced by the warm collective enthusiasm of a fanbase debating its favorite topic. This, of course, lasted approximately 7 more minutes. By minute 25 of the delay, the conversation had cooled and the impatience had returned, sharper than before. What is taking him so long? Maybe he wants us to wait. Make sure we feel his importance. That's exactly the kind of behavior I was complaining about earlier. You said you were a fan. I'm a fan of his work. Not his attitude. Several students stood up, gathered their bags and made for the door. At worst I'll just self-study. He's not the only physicist in the world. If he can't be bothered to show up on time, neither can I. Before they reached the door, the students at the front of the room spotted movement in the hallway. They're coming. Holy, is that Dean Sutton? The dean is here. He's just the dean of physics, that doesn't mean. Wait, is the dean teaching the class? Did Mercer cancel? Sutton's a real academician. He doesn't lecture undergraduate courses. Maybe for graduate students but not us. Sutton walked into the room. Behind him, a young man followed, dressed in a sharply tailored charcoal blazer over an ivory shirt, with sunglasses on and his head slightly down. Who's that with him? A grad student. Why is he wearing sunglasses indoors? Is he trying to look mysterious? He looks weirdly familiar. Now that you mention it. Sutton walked to the lectern and tapped the microphone twice. The hum of the speaker quieted the room. Good afternoon, students. As you know, Professor Heller, who has previously taught your atomic physics seminar, has chosen to retire this semester after a long and distinguished career. Polite applause. Heller had been a beloved instructor. Per the strong recommendation of the school leadership, we have arranged for a replacement for the remainder of the term. Please welcome your new instructor with the appropriate enthusiasm. Sutton stepped back and started clapping himself. The students, sensing that this was their cue, joined in obediently. The applause was polite but unenthusiastic. They were, after all, still annoyed about the 25-minute delay. Sutton raised the microphone again. Allow me to introduce your new teacher. Please welcome. He paused, savoring the moment. The young man with the sunglasses stepped onto the stage. He removed the sunglasses. He smiled. Hello, everyone. It's good to be at Hartwell. The classroom went absolutely silent. For approximately 3 seconds. Then it detonated. Oh my God. Oh my God, it's him. Ethan Mercer is our new teacher. Wait, no wait, is this a joke? He's not a joke. That's him. That's actually him. Dean Sutton. Are you serious right now? I can brag about this for my entire life. My parents are going to lose their minds. He invented Bumblebee. Bumblebee. And he's going to teach us atomic physics. In the third row, Helena Marsh sat very still in her chair. She had spent the previous 45 minutes complaining about an arrogant guest lecturer at the noodle restaurant. She had spent the previous 25 minutes complaining that the same guest lecturer was late and disrespectful. She had, less than 90 minutes ago, complained loudly about all of this to a strange young man at a neighboring table who had then quickly paid for his food and left. Helena's face was, very slowly, turning the color of a sunset. Beside her, Daria, also recognizing the man on the stage from the restaurant, had clapped both hands over her mouth, and was making small, helpless squeaking sounds that suggested her social composure was undergoing structural failure. Lucas Bray, on Helena's other side, had not yet made the connection. He was simply staring at the stage with the expression of a man who had just realized he was about to have 90 minutes of lecture from a national legend. He turned to his friends, beaming. "Did you see this? We're so lucky." Helena did not answer. Daria did not answer. Lucas, sensing something was off, turned to look at them. "Why do you both look like you've seen a ghost?" Daria slowly lowered her hands and pointed at the stage. "That man up there. Take a really good look at him. Ethan Mercer." "Yeah, I see him. That's the man you bought lunch for." There was a pause. "That's the man who ate 5 portions of stewed pork rice and walked out of that restaurant while you were still figuring out how much of your bill was his." Lucas's expression performed an interesting transition. The cheerful enthusiasm of a moment ago drained out first. The dawning recognition came next. Then the slow, comprehensive dismay of a young man realizing exactly what had happened to him over the course of his lunch hour. He looked at the stage. He looked at Helena. He looked at Daria. He looked back at the stage. "Did I just spend 200 marks buying lunch for Ethan Mercer?" Daria, with the gentle compassion of a friend delivering bad news, nodded. "You absolutely did." On the stage, Ethan adjusted the microphone, smiled at the audience, and prepared to begin his first lecture. It was, by any measure, going to be a very memorable afternoon. Chapter 106, Chapter 105, A Live Audience, Holographic Projection 2443 words for advanced chapters/Patreon. com/handsomeduckgod. The lecture hall was, by every measurable standard, on fire. How is it actually him? Our department's reputation is unreal. We pulled Mercer. Hartwell pulled Ethan Mercer. Take that, Granfield. I have a story I am going to tell at every dinner party for the rest of my life. In the third row, Lucas Bray sat in the kind of contemplative stillness that suggested several layers of his soul were processing in parallel. The shock of recognition was the surface layer. The realization that he had spent 200 marks buying a meal for Ethan Mercer was the next layer down. Beneath that was the slow, deeply unpleasant memory of his exact words from earlier. "Don't let me see this teacher in private, I'll teach him a lesson about respect," replaying in his head with embarrassing clarity. He had said this. To Ethan Mercer. To Ethan Mercer's actual face. While Ethan Mercer was eating noodles 4 tables away. If Ethan decided to make this awkward, the awkwardness would be cosmic. To his right, Helena Marsh had her hands flat on her desk, her gaze fixed forward, and the specific composed posture of a young woman who had decided to ride out her embarrassment with as much dignity as the situation allowed. Her face was still slightly red. She was, however, no longer making any sounds, which Lucas regarded as progress. To Lucas's left, Daria Pierce had her cheeks pink with delighted excitement. She was, of the 3 of them, having by far the best afternoon. The fact that she had managed to have an actual, friendly, person-to-person conversation with Ethan Mercer over noodles, without realizing who he was, without performing for the camera, without any of the social distortion that came from knowing she was talking to a celebrity, was, in retrospect, an extremely lucky thing. Ethan Mercer. She said it under her breath, as if testing whether the words could be true. Helena said. He paid for his own noodles. Or didn't. Or whatever. Lucas paid. He was normal. He talked to me like a normal person. He is a normal person, Daria. He invented Bumblebee. He flew at Mach 6. He just walked into our atomic physics seminar. Helena rubbed her temples. Daria, sweetheart, you're spiraling. I'm not spiraling. I'm processing. Process more quietly. Outside the lecture hall, Professor Greaves and several of the senior faculty had gathered in the hallway, watching through the small window in the door. The room they were observing was loud. Not in a disrespectful way. In the specific buzzing with life way of 140 undergraduates who had just received the surprise of their academic lives, and were collectively trying to recalibrate. Greaves was experiencing a complicated feeling. It had been 17 years since his atomic physics course had filled this lecture hall. Maybe more. Hartwell undergraduates were intelligent, dedicated, hardworking, and uniformly bored stiff by lectures. He had accepted this as a fact of his profession. Students, no matter how bright, did not respond enthusiastically to 2 hours of equations and theoretical frameworks. They took notes. They waited for the bell. The students inside this lecture hall were not waiting for the bell. They were vibrating. The kind of attentive, ready-to-engage energy that Greaves had not seen in an undergraduate audience in his entire career was visibly radiating through the glass. He watched Ethan tap the microphone, address the room, and watched the noise level drop instantly to silence. Without a word from the dean. Without a request for quiet. The simple act of a young man at the front of the room signaling that he was ready to begin had brought 140 undergraduates to attention faster than any of Greaves's 30 years of pedagogical authority had ever managed. The professor next to him cleared his throat. He's good at the room. Greaves did not respond immediately. That doesn't mean he can teach. Engaging an audience is one skill. Conveying technical content is another. He hasn't started teaching yet. That's exactly my point. But Greaves's voice was, he could hear, less certain than it had been an hour ago. Inside the lecture hall, Ethan was working through his opening. Students. I know most of you probably already know who I am, but introductions matter, so I'll do this properly. He took a beat. My name is Ethan Mercer. Born in Millbrook County, raised in Ashford City. I'm the listed inventor on the patents for the miniaturized fusion reactor, the Frontier-class powered armor series, the Super Soldier serum, and the Transformer line. All of that you can find online. Let me share something you can't. He clicked the lapel mic. I am 18 years old. I am currently single. I am very enthusiastic about meeting nice young women, and my preferred type is the kind, intellectually curious, family-oriented sort. If you have any classmates who fit that description, please feel free to forward my contact information. The lecture hall exploded. It was the laughing kind of explosion this time, not the shocked kind. 140 undergraduates losing their composure simultaneously at the realization that the most accomplished physicist of his generation had just opened his Hartwell teaching career by trying to set up a dating arrangement with the student body. Oh my God. Did he just, he's 18. He's a teacher. He's a teacher and he's 18, and he's asking us to set him up. Solidarity to all the single guys in this room. Today is a hard day for our prospects. In the third row, Daria Pierce had clapped both hands over her mouth and was making small, slightly alarmed sounds. Helena Marsh's posture had not changed, but her ears had gone a shade darker. Lucas Bray, observing this, felt his afternoon deteriorate further. On the stage, Ethan was grinning. Now that we've established that. Welcome to atomic physics. My class doesn't have a lot of formal rules. I'll teach at my own pace. If you have questions, raise them whenever they come up. We're going to spend a lot of time together this term, so I'd rather we develop real conversations than try to maintain a strict lecture format. Through the small window in the door, Greaves saw the body language of every undergraduate in the room shift forward. The audience had been engaged before. Now they were attentive. The professor next to Greaves said nothing. He didn't need to. Greaves had seen, very clearly, what had just happened. The young man at the podium had, in his first 90 seconds, established more rapport with this lecture hall than Greaves had managed to establish with any of his classes in the last decade. It was annoying. It was also, Greaves was beginning to admit privately, impressive. On the stage, Ethan was already taking the first round of questions. A forest of hands had shot up the moment he'd opened the floor, and he scanned the room trying to figure out where to start. He was about to point to a student in the second row, when his peripheral vision caught the three familiar faces from the noodle restaurant. He smiled. "If I remember correctly, your name is Daria, isn't it?" Daria Pierce, who had been sitting with her hands still partially over her mouth, made a tiny, choke sound and stood up so fast she nearly knocked her chair over. "You had a question." She had not, actually, had her hand up. But she pulled herself together with admirable speed. "Yes, I do. Why did you come to Hartwell to teach?" It was the kind of question a journalism student would ask. Polite, broad, designed to give the speaker space to reflect. The classroom tilted toward Ethan, expecting one of those pleasant institutional answers about prestige, intellectual heritage, the importance of education. Ethan composed his expression into something solemn. "Hartwell University is the most prestigious institution of higher learning in the Republic. Its tradition of academic excellence, its contributions to the national scientific landscape, and the quality of its students have made it a destination I have long aspired to. To take a teaching position here is the honor of my career." He held the solemn expression for exactly one beat. "All of that, of course, is what you'd put in a press release." The classroom leaned back in. "The actual reason is that I went too hard on my research budget over the last year. My company's incorporation paperwork is still in processing, and my personal bank account is in a regrettable state. Hartwell offered me a stipend. I took it. I'm here for the meals." The lecture hall howled. In the third row, Helena Marsh actually laughed a short, startled laugh that escaped before she could suppress it. She immediately tried to clamp it down, but the damage was done. Daria, beside her, gave her a delighted, knowing look. Below the stage, Dean Sutton was massaging his temple with his thumb and forefinger. The expression on his face was the carefully composed expression of a man who knew exactly what was happening, and had decided, for reasons of professional dignity, not to laugh. In the hallway, Greaves watched the lecture hall lose its collective composure, and felt the last of his resistance to this appointment quietly evaporate. Whatever this teenager was, boring, was not in the catalogue. Daria sat back down, pink-cheeked and beaming. A wave of new hands shot up. "Mercer, my question, please pick me." Mr. Ethan held up both hands. "We have time. But I want to actually start the lecture too. Dean Sutton is sitting right down there, and if I spend the first half of class workshopping my dating profile, he's going to have words for me afterward." In the front row, Sutton lifted one hand in acknowledgement without changing expression. "So let's get started. We're going to spend the next 2 hours on atomic physics, but I want to do it a bit differently from how the textbook handles it." He bent down and reached into his backpack. The students leaned forward. He'd been carrying a sleek black backpack with him onto the stage, and they had been quietly speculating, ever since he sat it on the lectern, what was inside it. Ethan removed 5 palm-sized devices. Each one was matte black, smoothly contoured, with a single softly glowing blue indicator on the front face. They looked to most of the students like high-end consumer electronics. He walked the perimeter of the lecture hall and placed them at 5 precisely spaced points around the room corners, plus a 5th at the front of the hall. Then he returned to the podium. "Could the students nearest the door please get the lights for me?" A student near the rear flicked the master switch. The lecture hall went dim. Only the projection screen at the front and the faint glow of the 5 devices remained lit. Ethan tapped his watch. "Whenever you're ready, Jay." A confident, deeply pleasant synthetic voice emerged from the lecture hall's speakers. "Of course, sir. Holographic projection initializing now." The 5 devices brightened. A column of soft blue light emerged from each unit and reached toward the center of the room, where the 5 beams met, nodded and bloomed. The bloom was not a screen. It was a space. The center of the lecture hall, the volume of empty air directly above the desks of the students in the middle rows, filled with an enormous, three-dimensional, photorealistic structure. A model of an atom. But not a textbook diagram of an atom. A real-time, physically accurate, dimensionally correct representation of an atomic nucleus, suspended in the air, glowing softly, rotating in slow, precise revolutions. Around the nucleus, electrons traced their orbital probability clouds in shimmering blue veils. Each orbital was rendered with the fine-grained accuracy of actual quantum mechanical solutions to the Schrödinger equation. The s orbital. The p orbitals in their dumbbell pairs. The complex clover leaves of the d orbitals. The model was breathing. It was responsive. As Ethan stepped forward, the holographic atom adjusted its rotation slightly, the way a real object would shift perspective as a viewer moved. The lecture hall went absolutely silent. This was not the kind of 3D projection technology that consumer electronics companies had been advertising for the past 5 years. Those projections required special glasses, dim rooms, and perspectives that only worked from a single seat. They were marketing demos with limited application. What hung above the lecture hall right now had no glasses, no fixed perspective, no dependence on viewer angle. It was visible from every seat. It looked solid. It moved like a real object. It was real enough that several students in the front row flinched when one of the orbital probability clouds passed near them. What is this technology? This is real-time three-dimensional rendering. With nothing in our line of sight. There's no projection screen. There's nothing in the way. How is the image forming? I'm watching this and my brain refuses to accept that it's actually here. I'm coming to every class. I'm dropping every other course. I'm coming to every class. In the back row, a student fumbled out his phone to record. A second later, 3 more phones came out. Then a wave. Ethan, on the stage, glanced at Sutton. The dean's mouth was slightly open. In the hallway, Greaves had pressed his nose to the small window in the door, and was staring at the holographic atom above his classroom with the helpless, undignified astonishment of a man who had just realized his entire career's understanding of pedagogical technology had been outdated by a single afternoon. The professor next to him made a soft, awestruck sound. Greaves did not respond. He didn't need to. On the stage, Ethan smiled and turned to the levitating atom. All right. Let's begin. This is a hydrogen atom. It is the simplest object in the universe. Today in this classroom, we're going to take it apart down to its most fundamental components. He raised one hand, and the atom rotated obediently in response, the orbital probability clouds flaring slightly. Pay attention. We're starting at the beginning. The lecture hall, for the first time in any of its students' memories, did not have to be told to pay attention. It was already paying attention. Chapter 107, Chapter 106, an acclaimed lecturer, a new element 2617 words for advanced chapters /Patreon. com/handsomeduckgod in the front row, Dean Sutton sat with his hands flat on the desk and the specific stillness of a man witnessing the extinction of his expectations. The senior faculty in the hallway weren't physicists in the holographic display field, but their positions required them to track the major technologies adjacent to teaching. They knew the state of consumer 3D projection. They knew the state of laboratory holography. They knew, in broad strokes, what was theoretically possible at the frontier of optical engineering, and what was still science fiction. What they were watching above the lecture hall was, by every available standard, science fiction. True holographic projection, as the engineering field defined it, was not the murky double vision of cinema 3D screens, or the flickering polygonal mock-ups that consumer electronics companies had been promoting for years. True holographic projection meant a moving car so realistic you would instinctively try to dodge it. A chair that you would, without thinking, sit on. A physical object reproduced so faithfully that the human visual system could not, in the moment, distinguish it from reality. What floated above this lecture hall met that standard. The professors in the hallway watched each other, and silently revised their understanding of where Ethan Mercer's research had reached. On the stage, Ethan was finding his rhythm. Students. As you know, or as your high school physics teachers told you, every form of matter in the universe is, at its most fundamental level, composed of atoms. He gestured with one open hand. The hovering hydrogen atom shifted. It expanded. The single nucleus and orbital cloud receded into the distance, and around it, the holographic display populated with thousands of additional atoms, multiplying into a vast lattice that filled the volume of the lecture hall. Atoms can be thought of as the origin of everything. Every star, every planet, every blade of grass, every cell in your body. All of it, atoms. All of it, these things. He gestured again. The lattice rotated. The students in the lecture hall could see, from their seats, individual atoms separating, recombining, forming molecular bonds, transitioning into gases and liquids and solids in real time. Phase transitions. Electron exchanges. The full taxonomy of atomic behavior, rendered three-dimensionally in a way that had previously required the imagination of textbook readers, and now required only their attention. Today, we're going to take an atom apart down to its most fundamental components. By the end of class, you will understand the structure of matter at a level of detail that, 2 years ago, was confined to graduate seminars at the most advanced research institutions in the world. He paused. Some of you, by the way, may notice that some of what I'm about to teach is not in your textbook. He smiled. That is because the textbook is, in places, out of date. We will fix that today. The students leaned forward. Responded to Ethan's commands with a fluidity that no consumer projection technology could have produced. As Ethan walked across the stage, the holographic atom adjusted its orientation to maintain optimal viewing angles for the maximum number of students. As Ethan asked rhetorical questions, the atom highlighted the relevant components in soft blue glows. As Ethan introduced new concepts, the atom dissolved and reformed to illustrate them. The first 30 minutes covered the basics: protons, neutrons, electrons. The next 30 minutes moved into orbital theory. The third half-hour dove into nuclear binding energy and the foundations of stable versus unstable isotopes. By the time Ethan reached the topic of hypothetical superheavy elements, 2/3 of the lecture hall had stopped taking notes entirely. They were just watching. At 15:30 exactly, the bell rang. Under any other professor, this would have been the moment when student attention evaporated. Bags would have been zipped. Phones would have come out. The first wave of students nearest the doors would have been on their feet by the second ring. This time, no one moved. The students were so engaged they had not noticed the bell at all. Ethan, whose throat was scratchy from 90 minutes of continuous lecturing, glanced up at the clock and exhaled. He had spent the last several hours dreading this lecture, and against all his expectations, he was now reluctant to end it. All right. We're at time. He bowed slightly at the podium. Thank you all very much for your attention. That's the end of today's lecture. The lecture hall was quiet enough that Ethan could hear the building's ventilation system through the speakers. His chest tightened. The pause was long enough to suggest the lecture had not landed. Maybe it had been too fast. Too dense. Maybe the students had been confused for the last hour but too polite to interrupt. Before he could ask Sutton for an honest assessment, the dean, sitting in the front row, stood up, faced the lecture hall, and began clapping. He clapped once. The sound was sharp in the quiet room. Then the students caught up. The applause came in a single wave. 140 pairs of hands moving from stunned stillness into thunderous appreciation in the space of a heartbeat. The sound filled the lecture hall, bounced off the high ceiling, and rolled out into the corridor where the senior faculty were still gathered. Greaves, in the hallway, was already nodding to himself. The clapping was so loud and sustained that he could feel the vibration in the doorframe. The applause did not subside. It went on for a full minute. Students whistled, stamped their feet, cried out things like encore and more and come back next week. Mercer, when is your next lecture? You can't just do this and then leave, sir, please. I am skipping every other class for the rest of my life if it means coming back to this one. Ethan, on the stage, had to actively suppress a grin. The reception was, by any standard, more than he had imagined possible. He raised both hands. The room quieted. Students. Thank you. Genuinely. I'm flattered. But I have to be honest about my situation. He paused. Because of my ongoing research commitments and the construction work on the seabed reactor program, I will not be able to return to Hartwell to lecture in person for the rest of this semester. The room deflated. Audible sighs rolled across the hall. A young woman in the second row actually whimpered. Sutton, in the front row, frowned. He had known this from the start of the conversation, but watching the students react to it brought home the practical problem. Ethan's lecture today had been brilliant, but 90 minutes of brilliant lecture was not a course. It was, by Sutton's mental calculation, less than a tenth of the curriculum that the students needed to cover before final exams. If Ethan disappeared until next semester, the students would walk into their assessments with a tantalizing partial education. Ethan had thought of this too. That said, your studies will continue. The remaining lectures of the term will be conducted by my partner. He gestured at the air. The holographic display reorganized. The atomic models faded out, and in their place, a humanoid figure resolved itself in the center of the lecture hall, a sleek, composed projection of a young man in a charcoal suit, with sharp features and a slightly amused expression. The figure looked, for all the world, like a real person standing there in 3 dimensions. The figure inclined his head politely. Hello, students. The voice was the same calm, slightly British synthetic baritone that had been guiding Ethan's wardrobe choices that morning. My designation is J. I will be conducting your atomic physics seminars for the remainder of the term in Mr. Mercer's absence. I look forward to working with you. The lecture hall, which had been recovering from one shock, encountered a new one. That's an artificial intelligence. That's the J from the press conference. He has a body. It's a hologram, idiot. Like the atom. I know it's a hologram, but it's talking to us. It looks at us when we talk. That's not just a hologram, that's an AI, standing in the center of the lecture hall, gave the room a small, practiced smile. I assure you, students, my pedagogical capabilities are quite suitable for undergraduate atomic physics instruction. Mercer has been using me for tutoring purposes for some time. My patience is limitless. My availability is 24 hours a day. And I am unable to give surprise quizzes, because I do not believe in them. A student in the back row laughed. Ethan stepped down from the stage and walked over to Dean Sutton, who was watching Jay interact with the students with an expression of cautious wonder. I'll leave the projection devices here. Your staff can set them up for each class meeting. We'll handle everything else, lecture content, question and answer, office hours if students request them. I've already loaded the full course material into his framework. Sutton hesitated. Will it really work? I have heard about your A, but I have never had a chance to interact with it. Dean, I promise, is an excellent instructor. Probably better than I was today, if I'm honest. He doesn't get tired, he doesn't lose his place in the lesson plan, and he answers every student's questions individually if needed. He paused. Observe any of the lectures whenever you want. If you ever feel the quality is dropping, call me, and I will be back in this hall the next afternoon. I mean that. Sutton studied him for a moment, then nodded. All right. We'll proceed. Ethan turned back to the students. Students. Study hard. Has prepared an excellent semester of material for you. He paused with the slight, deliberate timing of a man about to drop a bait. And here's an early hint about your finals. The student who places first in the final exam will receive a personal reward from me. The lecture hall erupted again. In the third row, Daria Pierce gripped her notebook with both hands and quietly resolved that she was going to be that student. Beside her, Helena Marsh, who had spent the first half of the day complaining about Ethan's arrogance, was now mentally restructuring her entire study schedule for the term. Lucas Bray, on Helena's other side, was already calculating which of his other classes he could deprioritize. Across the front of the lecture hall, the holographic J nodded at the students with a slightly amused expression. I will await our next class meeting. Please be punctual. Ethan waved to the room and walked off the stage. The students applauded him out of the hall. Dean Sutton's office was a tasteful corner suite on the 5th floor of the physics building, with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the campus quad. The afternoon sunlight slanted across a polished desk, 2 leather visitor chairs, and a wall of books that spanned 40 years of physics literature. Ethan walked in, dropped into one of the visitor chairs, accepted a glass of water, and drained it in 3 swallows. Sutton's tone was warm and slightly teasing. You're going to bankrupt my office water budget. Dean Sutton, you make a public servant salary, and Hartwell pays for your hospitality budget. You can absorb the loss. Sutton chuckled. All right, all right. Down to business. Hargrove organized a small dinner this evening. The attendees are alumni of the Hartwell Physics program, outstanding ones, all currently working in industry or research. Hargrove has been quietly assembling them as candidates for your company. He slid a slip of paper across the desk. The address. 1830. Don't be late. Hargrove pretends not to care about punctuality, but he very much does. Ethan took the slip and tucked it carefully into his jacket pocket. The recruitment dinner was, frankly, the entire reason he had come to the capital. Today's lecture had been a side quest. The dinner, where Hargrove would introduce him to vetted candidates capable of staffing the upper management of his new company, was the main event. Thank you, Dean. For everything today. Get out of my office, kid. You have things to do. Ethan stood up. He was halfway to the door when Sutton spoke again, quieter this time. Ethan stopped. Sutton was looking at him with an expression that had shifted from collegial warmth to something sharper. The look of a senior physicist with a question he didn't know if he should ask. In the lecture today, you said something that caught my attention. You mentioned in the context of superheavy elements that a new atom may be born in the near future. Ethan kept his face neutral. You said it quickly. The students didn't pick up on it. But I did. Sutton folded his hands on his desk. Was that a joke? Ethan considered. This was the hard part. He had, over the course of the lecture, dropped a single sentence about the possibility of a new element being synthesized in the near future. He had done it deliberately. Calder and Holt and Graves all knew about the Stark element. They had access to the technical papers. They knew it was coming. But the broader physics community did not. And Ethan had wanted to seed the idea, quietly, without making it the headline of the lecture, so that when the announcement eventually came, it wouldn't land as a shock from nowhere. It would land as the fulfillment of a hint he had quietly offered months earlier, in a classroom at Hartwell. A small, deniable trail of breadcrumbs. He met Sutton's eyes and let the corner of his mouth lift slightly. Who can say, Dean Sutton? Maybe some genius will surprise us. Sutton studied him for a long moment. Ethan's expression remained composed. Slightly amused. Completely unreadable. The dean exhaled slowly and waved one hand in dismissal. Get out of my office. Ethan grinned, gave a small bow, and left. Sutton sat at his desk for several minutes after Ethan was gone. The discovery of a new atom. The standard model of the periodic table had reached element 118 several years earlier, and the global physics community had been, since then, attempting to push past that boundary into element 119, and beyond. The work had not gone well. The structures of these super-heavy nuclei were extraordinarily unstable. Most experimental syntheses produced atoms that decayed within microseconds, far too short a window for meaningful measurement. A senior physicist at the international level, a Nobel laureate, in fact, whose name Sutton respected enormously, had stated publicly within the last year that element 119 was unlikely to be discovered within the next century. The technical barriers were simply too steep. And here was Ethan Mercer, casually mentioning in an undergraduate lecture that a new atom would be discovered in the near future. A casual remark. Sutton turned to the window and watched the evening light fade across the Hartwell campus. He had a feeling, the kind of intuition that came from 40 years of reading academic politics, that he had just been given advance notice of something the world wasn't yet ready for. He picked up his phone and made a quiet note to attend Hargrove's dinner himself, even though he had not been on the original guest list. Some conversations, he suspected, should not be missed. Chapter 108, Chapter 107, A Restaurant with Secrets, A Disciples Gathering 2921 words for advanced chapters/Patreon. com/handsomeduckgod Ethan walked out of Sutton's office, pulled out his phone, and called Bumblebee. He'd left the yellow transformer parked discreetly near Hargrove's residence that morning, with strict instructions to remain inconspicuous. Inconspicuous was, in fairness, not Bumblebee's strong suit, but the protocols held. The transformer had spent the day in his sports car form in a quiet corner of the residential block, drawing only a moderate amount of pedestrian attention. Now, Ethan didn't bother being subtle. Pull up to the main gate of Hartwell University. A confident, slightly excited acknowledgement chime came back through the watch. By the time Ethan walked out the front doors of the physics building and reached the main gate, a yellow streak was already drifting around the corner toward him. The sports car came to a precise halt at the curb. The driver's door swung open. A small crowd of students who had been milling around the campus gates after their afternoon classes turned, in unison, toward the sound. Several of them recognized the car. Several of them recognized the man who slid into the driver's seat. The crowd's collective volume dropped to a hush, then climbed back up into excited murmuring. Bumblebee's engine purred, then growled, then peeled away from the curb in a controlled burst of acceleration that left a thin cloud of warm tire smoke behind on the asphalt. The Hartwell students watched the yellow car vanish into the evening traffic. Several phones came out. The day's viral content was, evidently, far from finished. The address Sutton had given Ethan led to a narrow side street, in one of the older quarters of the capital, 3 or 4 blocks off the main thoroughfares. The buildings were low and weathered, with the sloping rooftops and gray brickwork of a district that had survived several waves of urban redevelopment by virtue of being unfashionable enough to ignore. The restaurant Hargrove had selected sat midway down the block. Ethan stopped at the curb and stared at it. The building was small. The windows were narrow. The exterior was so plain that an unobservant pedestrian could walk past it 3 times without registering its existence. There was no signboard. No menu posted at the door. No advertising of any kind. The only indication that the establishment was a restaurant at all was the faint smell of cooking that drifted out through a half-open door. And yet, despite the unprepossessing exterior, the place was packed. Through the narrow front windows, Ethan could see that every visible table in the front dining room was occupied. The volume of conversation pouring out of the half-open door was the warm, rolling buzz of a restaurant operating well past its comfortable capacity. Glasses clinked. Laughter rolled. Someone in a back room was loudly toasting someone else. It was, by the texture of the noise alone, a busy and beloved establishment. Ethan walked in. A waiter spotted him. Young man, late 20s, sharp uniform. He gave Ethan a small bow. "Do you have a reservation?" Ethan gave him the room number Sutton had written on the slip of paper. The waiter's expression shifted. It was a brief, almost imperceptible shift, the kind that staff at very high-end establishments produced when guests pronounced certain magic words. Ethan caught it. The waiter's previous polite formality became respectful formality. "Please, this way." The waiter led him through the front dining room, past the kitchen, and through a small archway at the back of the establishment. What lay on the other side of the archway brought Ethan to a complete halt. The bustling restaurant front had given way, in the space of 3 steps, to an entirely different environment. A walled inner courtyard. Open to the air except, Ethan looked up and realized after a moment that it wasn't open to the air. A high, perfectly transparent material formed an invisible ceiling several stories above, sealing the courtyard from the outside whether while preserving the visual impression of openness. And inside the courtyard, a small, lush garden. The temperature was several degrees warmer than the front of the restaurant. Subtropical foliage filled the space, broadleaf plants, flowering vines, a single small tree with deep green fronds, all arranged with the care of years of tending. A narrow stone path wound between the plantings, leading to a series of doorways set into the inner walls of the courtyard. In late winter, with temperatures outside still hovering below freezing, the inner courtyard was a small, perfect botanical preserve. Ethan stared. The waiter, beside him, smiled with the practiced patience of a man who'd seen this reaction many times. The inner courtyard. Built for the use of distinguished guests who require privacy for business and other discussions. The transparent canopy above us is a structural feature. It allows the courtyard to maintain a microclimate suitable for tropical vegetation year-round. The waiter began to lead Ethan along the stone path. Along the inner walls, framed under glass at intervals, hung calligraphy scrolls. "The piece on your left, sir, was acquired by our proprietress 2 years ago. It's attributed to a master calligrapher from the Crescent dynasty. Authenticated through 3 independent specialists. The piece in the alcove ahead is a personal gift to the proprietress from a major industrial figure in the southern provinces. Originally part of his family collection, presented as a gesture of respect. This third piece." The waiter continued down the corridor, identifying each scroll with the easy expertise of a man who had given this tour many times. Ethan followed silently, listening with growing interest. The decor of the inner courtyard could, he reflected, be produced by money. Lots of it, applied carefully, but money. The plants. The transparent canopy. The stonework. All purchasable. But the calligraphy scrolls were different. Pieces of that historical pedigree did not come on the open market. They moved between collectors through carefully cultivated relationships, often passing as gifts in long-running personal exchanges that took decades to develop. The fact that this small, unmarked restaurant had several such pieces hanging casually on its inner walls suggested that the proprietress was not just a wealthy restaurateur. She was someone who had been deliberately cultivated by people who possessed access to the very top tier of the country's cultural artifacts. The proprietress the waiter kept mentioning was, evidently, a person of considerable consequence. Ethan filed the observation away. It was none of his business this evening, but it was the kind of detail that, in his experience, eventually became someone's business. The waiter stopped at the deepest door in the corridor. "Heaven Suite 3. Your party's room, sir." He bowed, very deeply this time. "Will there be anything else?" "Thank you." "At your service, sir." The waiter retreated, leaving Ethan alone in front of the door. He had no idea what Heaven Suite 3 meant in the local establishment's nomenclature, but he could guess from the waiter's escalating deference that it was the highest tier the restaurant offered. He pushed the door open. The room beyond was simply but beautifully appointed. A large round dining table in the center, set for 10 with formal place settings. Along the walls, several smaller side tables for casual conversation between courses. The lighting was warm, the wood paneling honey-colored, the overall effect of a private space designed for important conversations between people who did not want to be overheard. 8 people were already in the room. None of them were seated at the round table being clearly reserved for when Hargrove arrived. They were gathered in pairs and trios at the side tables, chatting amicably while they waited. Ethan stood in the doorway and took stock. The attendees were, as Hargrove had promised, all young professionals. Mid-20s to mid-30s. Sharp dressers. They carried themselves with the specific posture of people who held senior positions in research institutions or industrial firms, confident, well-groomed, slightly self-important. Each of them, by the look of it, was the kind of accomplished alumnus that Hartwell could parade in front of donor events. These were the people Hargrove had vetted as potential leadership for new future technology energy. Ethan was, accordingly, looking them over with quiet, careful attention. What he failed to anticipate was that they were also looking him over. Hargrove, by general reputation, had not taken on a new student in nearly a decade. His youngest current pupil was in his late 20s. The young man who had just walked through the door, dressed nicely but indisputably looking around 18 years old, did not match the demographic profile of anyone Hargrove was known to teach. A man at the nearest side table looked up and frowned mildly. "Wrong room." A woman at another table chimed in. "This is a private gathering." Hargrove's circle. "You probably want a different suite. You're not serving food yet, are you?" "We haven't ordered." The questions were polite but dismissive. Ethan, standing in the doorway, realized two things in rapid sequence. First, Hargrove had apparently not informed the attendees of the actual purpose of the gathering. They thought this was a routine reunion of his students. They had no idea that Ethan Mercer, the man whose company they were being recruited for, was about to walk in. Second, in his nicely tailored but understated suit, with his recent haircut, he looked young enough to be mistaken for a waiter. He was about to introduce himself when a fresh voice cut through the small chatter from the back of the room. "It seems that woman, Yvette Caldwell, is letting standards slip at this restaurant." The voice belonged to a man at the largest of the side tables. Mid-40s. Burly build. The bearing and rough features of someone who had clawed his way up through a rough industry. He was holding a glass of liquor and frowning toward Ethan in a way that was theatrical rather than genuine. "This little waiter isn't even wearing a uniform." And he barged into a private room without knocking. Truly ill-mannered. The room went briefly quiet. The other attendees frowned but said nothing. Several of them exchanged subtle glances that suggested, "Don't engage, don't escalate, just let him say his piece, and we move on." The burly man, Ethan would shortly learn, was named Garrison Pike. He was apparently the kind of senior alumnus that the rest of the gathering had decided, collectively, to tolerate rather than confront. Ethan, standing in the doorway, felt the temperature in his chest drop several degrees. He had been mistaken for a waiter before. That was fine. He'd just gotten away with 5 servings of pork rice on someone else's bill an hour ago, which made the mistake feel more like a feature than a bug. But the word ill-mannered, applied to him, was a different matter. Ethan had been raised by Frank and Linda Holloway. Linda had, at every meal of his childhood, instilled a particular code of conduct: always thank people who serve you, always rise when an elder enters a room, always be the first to apologize when conflict arose, always be the second to take credit when success was shared. The code had not just been taught. It had been embedded. Frank reinforced it every weekend with stories about soldiers he'd served with who had embodied or violated those principles. To be called ill-mannered was to attack the work of the two people who had raised him after his parents died. Ethan's hands, at his sides, slowly closed into fists. His jaw set. And just as the heat behind his eyes began to crystallize into something dangerous, a different voice intervened. "Garrison." A woman in her early 30s stood up from a small side table. She had the warm, settled posture of someone who'd been in this same room many times, knew every other attendee, and felt comfortable enough to gently rebuke the worst-behaved among them. She wore a tailored cream blouse and dark trousers. Her hair was pinned back simply. Her face was kind, with the small lines around the eyes that suggested she smiled often. "He's probably new. There's no need to make a scene." Garrison Pike made a dismissive gesture and turned back to his drink. The burly man, having delivered his pronouncement, evidently considered the matter beneath further engagement. The woman walked over to Ethan and gave him a gentle, apologetic smile. Sorry about that. He's been drinking already. Don't take it personally, he doesn't actually know what he's saying when he gets like this. Her voice was soft, slightly self-conscious in the way that people who routinely apologize for the bad behavior of others get. Ethan felt the heat in his chest cool by a few degrees. She extended a hand. It's all right here now. Whatever you came in for, take your time. Don't rush. Ethan looked at her. He looked at the room. 2 seconds ago, his plan had been to introduce himself, watch the room reorient, and observe how each person reacted to discovering they were in the presence of their potential employer. A new plan had just occurred to him. He had come here, ostensibly, to evaluate candidates for senior positions in new future technology energy. Hargrove had handpicked these 8 people for their qualifications. But qualifications were only half the picture. Character was the other half. And he had just been given a perfect, unscripted glimpse into how this group of people behaved when they thought nobody important was watching. If he introduced himself now, the group would reorient. They would put on their best faces. He would learn nothing about who they actually were. If he kept the misunderstanding going for a few more minutes, on the other hand, he would learn quite a bit. He took a small breath, composed his expression into something a touch more nervous and uncertain, and gave the kind woman a small, grateful smile. Actually, ma'am. I'm sorry. Let me clarify. I'm not a waiter. He paused. I'm one of Dr. Hargrove's students. The woman blinked. Her eyebrows climbed. She gave him a long, evaluating look that traveled from his face to his haircut to his suit, and back to his face. You're... She trailed off. You're a student of Dr. Hargrove's. Ethan, who had just made an executive decision to lie his way through this dinner, reached into his jacket pocket and produced the slip of paper Sutton had given him with the address. The note was, conveniently, in Hargrove's distinctive handwriting. The old man had personally written the dinner details that morning. He sent me this address. The woman took the slip. Examined it. Confirmed the handwriting. Her eyes widened further. Oh my God. Goodness, when did teacher take on a new student this young? The room had gone quiet again. Several other attendees, having overheard, were now standing up and walking over to Ethan and the kind woman with expressions of curious surprise. Hargrove took on a new student. And he's, what, 18? Teacher kept this completely under wraps. We had no idea. That's flatly unfair. He's been keeping this kid hidden. When the next dinner is, I'm going to make him drink 2 glasses for this. The chatter rose into appreciative excitement. The dynamic of the room had reorganized in seconds. The mistaken-for-waiter teenager was now the long-lost junior pupil, suddenly fascinating, suddenly worthy of attention. The kind woman led Ethan over to the side table she'd been sitting at and gestured for him to take the seat next to hers. I'm Lily. Lily Snow. I've been one of teacher's students for about 8 years. Ethan smiled, shook her hand, and made a snap decision about his cover. Evan Wright. The name was a placeholder he'd used briefly during a quiet errand in Ashford City months earlier. A simple, forgettable cover that he'd built out of 2 of the most common given names in the Republic. It had served its purpose at the time, and using it now felt strangely nostalgic, a callback to a younger, less public version of himself. It's a pleasure to meet you, senior sister Lily. Just Lily is fine. Or Lil, if you want to make me feel old. She smiled. Evan Wright. We'll call you Evan. Or junior brother Evan, if teacher gets formal about it later. She glanced at Garrison Pike, who was still scowling into his drink at the larger table. And don't take what Garrison said earlier seriously. He gets like this sometimes. He doesn't mean it. Ethan, who had every intention of taking very seriously what Garrison Pike had said earlier, gave a small, polite shrug. Of course. I'm sure he didn't mean any harm. The other students began drifting over, eager to introduce themselves to the previously unknown new junior. Names came at Ethan in rapid sequence: Olivia, Marcus, Teresa, Gregory, Daniel, Annika. He filed each one away mentally, silently logging the audio through his watch microphone for later reference. 8 candidates. Hargrove's hand picked best. One of them had just declared, in front of the rest, that an 18-year-old waiter wasn't worth basic courtesy. The other 7 had said nothing. The kind woman, Lily, had stood up and intervened. Ethan settled into his seat at her side table, accepted the cup of tea she poured for him, and prepared to listen very carefully. The dinner had not yet officially started. But the evaluation had. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.